Chapter 1844. Of course. Xiao Hua was stunned. Obviously, he hadn't thought of it until now. The Imperial Thunder sect only allowed dual cultivation disciples after they built their foundation, or maybe aura refining disciples were no longer able to advance, so they were allowed to find a dual cultivation partner among aura refining disciples. He hadn't built his foundation yet, but he was already dual cultivation with Hongxia Fairy. Would it affect his cultivation? However, when he thought about how vigorous he would be after dual cultivation and how his cultivation would advance rapidly, Xiao Hua denied it again and said with a smile, "I'm afraid it won't affect my cultivation." That's good. Shue's heart finally relaxed after hearing this. She held Xiao Hua's hand, and her palm was unexpectedly a little wet. "I hope Master will take pity on me." Her words were really a pun, causing Xiao Hua's heart to boil with anger again. "Let's go, we'll find a cave to rest in." Xiao Hua blinked his eyes. His words naturally also had a pun, causing Shue's redness that had just subsided to surge out again. Haha. Xiao Hua laughed and released his divine sense, but after searching for a long time, he really couldn't find any suitable place in the surroundings. "Forget it, let's do it here." Xiao Hua pointed his finger at the foot of the mountain, next to a small stream. "There's no cave here, right?" Shue was a little hesitant. Although sleeping outside was nothing for peak aura refining disciples, Shue still felt that it wasn't safe. "Watch your husband's methods." Xiao Hua waved his hand, and several puppets appeared out of thin air and rushed towards the place Xiao Hua pointed at. They seemed to be familiar with the place, and in just a moment, a rather flat cave appeared in front of Shue. "This cave, how is it?" Xiao Hua waved his hand and collected the puppets standing in front of him, then said with a smile. Those are puppets?" Shue asked, dumbfounded. "Exactly. Such precious things, you actually use them to make a cave?" Shue couldn't help but ask. Not letting them work, but making your husband work?" Xiao Hua pulled Shue's hand and strolled into the cave. Although Shue had confided in Xiao Hua and Xiao Hua had accepted it, this was the first time they had stayed together so intimately. Her heart was beating wildly with her own footsteps. Xiao Hua seemed to have heard her thoughts. With a clap of his hand, he took out several dozen sparkling talismans and waved them to lay out the array. Shue scanned the array with her divine sense and discovered that her divine sense couldn't penetrate the array. While she sighed with admiration at her sweetheart's brilliant methods, her entire body went soft. Seeing that Shue actually went limp on his arm, Xiao Hua lowered his head and kissed Shue's forehead. He said tenderly, "Shue, don't worry. If I don't get your master's permission, I won't officially dual cultivate with you. I definitely won't make things difficult for you." Shue's heart was filled with love, but at the same time, there was also a trace of disappointment. She kissed Xiao Hua back for a while, then said with her charming eyes, "This concubine knows that Xiao Hua treats this concubine the best." After that, the two of them were intimate for a while, then each occupied a corner of the cave and closed their eyes to cultivate. Not to mention Xiao Hua's calm face, he was neither happy nor sad as he focused on refining the flames in his meridians. Shue's heart was in knots. After thinking about it, she looked at Xiao Hua's body covered in terrifying flames and didn't circulate her cultivation technique for the entire night. When the sky brightened, Xiao Hua opened his eyes and said with a smile, "What were you thinking about last night?" "This husband wanted to remind you, but I was afraid that you'd easily go berserk if you forced yourself to cultivate, so I didn't stop to talk to you." "Nothing." Shue forced a smile. Then, as if she thought of something, she clapped her hands and took out a pink jade slip and handed it to Xiao Hua. "What's this?" Xiao Hua took it and immersed his divine sense into it. There was a layer of restriction inside the jade slip. "This is this concubine's gift to husband. Husband, please don't forcibly break the restriction at this time." Shue hurriedly stopped Xiao Hua and said, "This restriction is my Sunlei Palace's secret technique. It's extremely mysterious. If you forcibly break it, you'll only need to touch it slightly to destroy the thing inside the jade slip. Then, Xiao Hua was even more baffled. When the time comes, husband will naturally know. Xue Xue's face was crimson red. Ha ha ha, this husband knows. Xiao Hua embraced Xue Xue and lightly kissed her. Xue Xue responded strongly, as if venting out last night's tossing and turning. That's right, when husband was cultivating, what was the flame around your body? Xue Xue was a little out of breath and asked curiously. Nothing else, it was a type of spirit stone that this husband uses for cultivation. Xiao Hua released Xue Xue and said with a smile, however, it's already gone now, and it's also useful for fire attribute constitutions. Oh, so it's like that. Xue Xue suddenly understood. Right at this time, Xiang Yang's message talisman flew from outside the cave. Let's go, eldest senior brother is getting impatient from waiting. Xiao Hua smiled and opened the message talisman. It's your fault for dilly-dallying. Xue Xue used her fist to pound Xiao Hua's back and rebuked. Me? Xiao Hua was abnormally wronged. I didn't do anything. Of course, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's gazes didn't think so, they both looked thought-provoking. Xiao Hua wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to open his mouth, he kept feeling awkward. After flying for half a day, he finally understood. Xiang Yang originally didn't think much, but he and Xue Xue probably thought too much, right? Sure enough, when he looked at Xiang Yang's gaze again, it was incomparably clear, without any meaning. Xue Xue also seemed to understand, and her previous shyness also gradually disappeared. After flying like this for several days, just as they were about to pass through a teleportation formation, Xue Xue's expression suddenly changed. She pulled Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, "Husband Xiao, this concubine, suddenly has an idea, I don't know if I should say it?" "Say it." Xiao Hua saw Xue Xue being so serious and knew it was a bit troublesome, so he asked in a low voice. This concubine has already entered the Imperial Thunder sect for more than 10 years, except for the second year when I officially entered the Imperial Thunder sect and met Uncle at Misty Mountain once. I have never contacted Uncle in all these years. This time, this concubine came out to gain experience. I want to go back and see them. Xue Xue said hesitantly. Why not? Xiao Hua said with a smile, where is Misty Mountain? Is it on the way? Although it is not on the way, there is no need to go too far, after all, there is a teleportation formation. Xue Xue's face revealed a happy expression, however, I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, rashly returning to the sect, I am afraid it is not appropriate, right? Your master didn't let you return? No, master only let you make the decision, she doesn't care where you go to gain experience. Xue Xue naturally understood Xiao Hua's meaning. That's right. Your husband is a loose cultivator and has nothing to do with your Misty Mountain. It's precisely because I want to go to the Misty Mountain to gain experience. What can the elders in the sect say? Xiao Hua said proudly. Husband is indeed wise. Xue Xue's face lit up with joy. When Xiao Hua told this matter to Xiang Yang muttered to himself, my Imperial Thunder sect has always prohibited disciples from contacting their own family without the sect's permission. Junior sister Xue's actions are really inappropriate. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for it. Chapter 1845. Yan Qinglian saw the change in Xue Xue's expression and quickly pulled Xiang Yang's sleeve. She smiled and said, this is all junior brother Zhao's arrangement, what does it have to do with Xue Xue? Junior brother Xiao isn't from the Misty Mountain, it doesn't conflict with my Imperial Thunder sect's ban. Xiang Yang scratched his head and said, that's true. Xue Xue didn't contact the Misty Mountain, the sect's ban didn't say that disciples can't pass by their own place. That's great. Xiao Hua clapped and said, I also want to see Senior Ling, I wonder if his cultivation has improved. Seeing Xiao Hua clapping and praising, Xue Xue's previous uneasiness disappeared. After all, Ling Zhengyi previously used the pretense of treating Xiao Hua well. If Xiao Hua was a narrow-minded person, she really wouldn't dare to go to the Misty Mountain in advance. Let's not talk about Xue Xue bringing Xiao Hua and the others through the transmission array to the Fog Mountain. Let's talk about Xuanyan School's Gold Goose Mountain Range, a place with dense spiritual qi. All kinds of spiritual grasses flourished and several spiritual sparrows flew back and forth in the thicket, appearing rather carefree. It was completely different from the busy Yanling Palace not far away. Suddenly, a beautiful female cultivator appeared where the clouds were moving. It was Fairy Yingzhua, who was at the late stage of nascent soul. Fairy Yingzhua flew over and pressed down on the clouds. Her face was filled with hesitation. Fellow Daoist Yingzhua, since you're already here, why don't you come in and meet me? A strange voice came from behind the spiritual grass, from within the cave that was close to the mountain stream. Hee, I don't know if fellow Dong Shan is here. I don't dare to rashly transmit my voice. Fairy Yingzhua's voice was actually very polite. Hee. Fellow Daoist Eastern Mountain's voice also rang out. This place was originally your Xuanyan cult's location. Fellow Daoist Yingzhua is the true master. This poor Daoist is merely a guest. Fellow Daoist, you had better hurry in. So many disturbances. Fairy Yingzhua descended from the sky and slowly walked in from outside the medicinal garden where the spiritual grasses were planted. The Immortal's cave behind the spirit grass wasn't very large, but it was very exquisite. Fellow Daoist East Mountain, whose face was still covered, wore a green robe and sat on a prayer mat. In front of him was a fist-sized round pot, which floated in the air and tumbled non-stop. Under the round pot, there were a few wisps of light green flames. The flames were licking the round pot. True Samadhi fire? Fairy Yingzhua's gaze was immediately attracted by the light green flame. She said with a smile, in my morning rain continent, the number of Taoists who can have such pure Samadhi true fire as fellow Taoist Dong Shan can be counted on one's fingers. The true Samadhi fire is indeed rare in the Dawn Rain continent, but in my 10,000 demon realm, it's nothing. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan raised his hand and said, Fellow Taoist Yingzhua, please take a seat. Fellow Taoist has come at the right time. I am currently refining my 10,000 demon realm's fine dew liquid. I will be done in another hour. Cheongyu liquid? Isn't that the spirit tea that fellow Taoist mentioned before that can cleanse the heart and spirit? Fairy Yingzhua's face showed joy. It was obviously very unexpected. I didn't expect fellow Taoist to remember what I said casually. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan said with a smile, it's a pity that one of the spirit herbs needed in the fine dew liquid doesn't exist in this Dawn Rain continent. I can only use another spirit herb as a substitute. As for the effect, I don't know. Great. Fairy Yingzhua clapped her hands and said. After that, Fairy Yingzhua didn't speak anymore. She just sat beside fellow Taoist East Mountain and watched quietly. Fellow Taoist East Mountain was also extremely leisurely. Those wisps of true Samadhi fire seemed to be sentient. Following fellow Taoist East Mountain's faintly discernible technique, it was like a few fire spirits dancing around the round pot, and the round pot was still tumbling disorderly in midair. However, as she watched, Fairy Yingzhua's face showed a dignified expression. She had already discovered that the round pots rolling in the air actually contained an extremely obscure rule. It was even close to a kind of fluctuation. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan raised his eyes slightly. Seeing Fairy Yingzhua's dignified expression, he also showed a trace of surprise. Then, he concentrated on controlling the true Samadhi fire. Okay. Until half an hour later, fellow Taoist Dong Shan let out a long breath. With a wave of his hand, the wisps of true Samadhi fire disappeared. As he cast a few spells, the round pot that was originally rolling suddenly spun violently. Quick! When the round pot had spun a large number of times, fellow Taoist Dong Shan stretched out a finger and lightly tapped the top of the round pot. Then, he chanted a mantra. The round pot immediately stopped moving and didn't move at all. Go, fellow Taoist. Dong Shan clapped his hand, and a cup that was only the size of 2 thumbs flew out from the ground in front of him. That cup flew in front of Fairy Yingzhua and stopped in front of her. As he pointed his finger, a green water column flew out from the round pot and fell into the cup. It was exactly filled to the brim. And as the water column flew out, the entire cave residence was suddenly filled with an extremely faint strange fragrance. This strange fragrance seemed to be there but not really there. The nose couldn't completely smell it, but the heart could completely comprehend this fragrance. Fellow Taoist, please. Fellow Taoist. Dong Shan raised his hand and gestured. Then, he took out another cup and poured a cup. Fairy Yingzhua's eyes stared at the seemingly bottomless green waves in front of her. She opened her cherry lips slightly, and the spiritual tea in the cup suddenly turned into a ball of water and entered her mouth. As the fine dew liquid entered her mouth, Fairy Yingzhua's beautiful eyes slightly opened. Then, she immediately closed her eyes. The expression on her face suddenly changed. All kinds of emotions appeared one after another, and in the end, it turned into a tranquil calmness. After the time it took to eat a meal, Fairy Yingzhua let out a long breath and opened her eyes. She sighed and said, "The spiritual tea of the 10,000 demon realm is really worthy of its reputation. After tasting it today, the spiritual tea of the Dawn Rain continent. How can it enter eyes? Ha ha ha." Fellow Taoist Dong Shan clapped his hands and laughed. How difficult is it for Fairy Yingzhua to taste this spiritual tea? The Dawn Rain continent has all kinds of spiritual herbs. I only need to give the refining method to fellow Taoist. Fairy Yingzhua's face showed joy. Fellow Taoist, are you serious? Hee, of course I'm serious. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan clapped his hands and took out a jade slip. He handed it to Fairy Yingzhua and said, "This contains the refining method of the fine dew liquid. I hope fellow Taoist will kindly accept it." If so, thank you very much, fellow Taoist Dong Shan. Fairy Yingzhua accepted it without hesitation. Just as she was about to put it into her storage bag, she heard fellow Taoist Dong Shan say, "It's a pity that this fine dew liquid can only be refined 2 cups at a time. Any more and the taste will be bad. Moreover, without the special spiritual herbs of the 10,000 demon realm, the effect of promoting cultivation is still a bit lacking. It's okay. To be able to have such good food, I am already satisfied." Fairy Yingzhua said with a smile. After Fairy Yingzhua put away the jade slip, fellow Taoist Dong Shan smiled and said, "I wonder why fellow Taoist Yingzhua came today?" "I came today for 2 things. Fairy Yingzhua said with a smile. It seems that there is good news." Although there was some surprise in fellow Taoist Dong Shan's tone, his face was calm. "Fellow Taoist's guess is correct," Fairy Yingzhua said with a smile. "The first thing is about fellow Taoist Dong Shan. The person that fellow Taoist Dong Shan asked I to inquire about has some clues." "Really?" Fellow Taoist Dong Shan opened his eyes, and a trace of fierceness flashed through his eyes. That fierceness was actually very sharp. Even Fairy Yingzhua looked away slightly and nodded. "Yes. However, the specific location and whether it is what fellow Taoist said, I am still not completely sure." "Great." Fellow Taoist Dong Shan clapped his hands and said, "It's good that there is news. However, this matter must not be reckless. Do not beat the grass to scare the snake. Before I am ready, there must not be any mistakes." "Yes." Fairy Yingzhua said again, "Moreover, the things that fellow Taoist asked I to prepare have been prepared for most of them. Only when those extremely rare materials are in my hands, I will have fulfilled my promise to fellow Taoist." Hee, fellow Taoist Yingzhua, please rest assured that I will definitely not have a problem with my promise to fellow Taoist. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan nodded and said, "As long as fellow Taoist can help I complete that matter, I will definitely help fellow Taoist step into the spirit severing stage." Hee, of course, I am not worried about fellow Taoist Dong Shan. I also know that fellow Taoist Dong Shan has this secret method. Fairy Yingzhua smiled and said, but from the hunting seedlings plan, I can see fellow Taoist's foundation. I have never been worried about this. Then, fellow Taoist Yingzhua, today. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan asked curiously. Hee, it's nothing. Fairy Yingzhua smiled and said, I's cultivation has almost stagnated in the past few years, and the progress is very little. I feel that the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Gold Goose Ridge seems to be a bit abnormal, so I specially came to ask fellow Taoist Dong Shan if you have also noticed it. Really? Fellow Taoist Dong Shan shook his head and said, the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Dawn Rain continent is not the same as the heaven and earth spiritual qi in my 10,000 demon realm. I did not completely absorb the heaven and earth spiritual qi in the Dawn Rain continent to cultivate, so I did not notice anything. I have disappointed fellow Taoist. Oh, so it's like this. Fairy Yingzhua's expression did not change and said, I wonder if fellow Taoist Dong Shan has any secret method? If I's cultivation stops here and cannot advance to the peak nascent soul stage on time, even if I can help fellow Taoist achieve your wish, if you want to advance to the spirit severing stage, I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult. When fellow Taoist Dong Shan heard this, he frowned slightly and closed his eyes to think carefully. After a moment, he opened his eyes and asked, fellow Taoist used the fine dew liquid just now, did you feel any progress in your cultivation? Yes, of course there are some benefits. Otherwise, would not ask for the method. Fairy Yingzhua said without hesitation. I understand. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan's face showed a trace of a smile. I do know a few secret methods, but they seem to have some shortcomings. If the fine dew liquid is beneficial to fellow Taoist, I do have a secret method. Where is the secret method? Fairy Yingzhua asked with some incredible joy. This. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan was a little hesitant. What? Does fellow Taoist think that I am asking for too much? Fairy Yingzhua was a little displeased. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan smiled and said, of course not, the more fellow Taoist wants, the happier I will be. This means that fellow Taoist I will be able to properly handle what fellow Taoist wants. The reason why I am hesitating is because I do not know what kind of changes there are in the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, so I do not dare to tell fellow Taoist. From what I see, I should wait for I to clearly examine the abnormalities here before telling fellow Taoist in detail. Chapter 1846. Great. Fairy Yingzhua clapped her hands and smiled. Then I'll have to trouble fellow Taoist Dong Shan. I don't dare, I only hope that fellow Taoist Yingzhua will fulfill I's wish as soon as possible according to our agreement. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan smiled apologetically. Subsequently, Fairy Yingzhua spoke with fellow Taoist Dong Shan for a while, then took her leave. Fellow Taoist Dong Shan sent Fairy Yingzhua out. Looking at Fairy Yingzhua's departing figure, his eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. Immediately, he returned to his cave residence, but came out a moment later, still covering his face. His whole body flew into the air, and disappeared without a trace. Far away in the southeastern corner of the country of Shi, there was a mountain range that looked rather majestic. There was a place where a thick fog lingered. The color of the fog was different from that of the yellow flower ridges array formation. It was very dense and natural. However, it was also different from the fog of the Yulian Mountains. It was in the form of threads and was far less viscous than the fog of the Yulian Mountains. This was the misty mountain where Xue Xue lived since childhood. Since it was known as bewildering fog, there was naturally something fishy about this mountain. The two mountain ranges enveloped by bewildering fog were precisely 9 coils and 18 bends. Mountain paths crisscrossed, and mountain caves were densely packed. Ordinary people could only enter once, and it would be difficult to find a way out. This kind of dangerous place was naturally an extremely dangerous place in the eyes of secular people, but in the eyes of cultivators, it was an exceptionally good place to stay. Thus, at some unknown time, there were almighty cultivators who used divine abilities to set up a formation near Bewildering Fog Mountain. Combining the natural Bewildering Fog Mountain with the unpredictable formation, it formed an impregnable defense, and Bewildering Fog Mountain became famous in the Dawn Rain continent because of this. Of course, the inheritance of the Misty Mountains Ling family to this day was still considered to have some reputation among all the families in the cultivation world. However, their cultivation methods had declined, and their talents had withered. They were already at the bottom of the middle class. In this kind of situation, as the head of the family, Ling Jingyi had the will but was powerless. At this moment, he was standing at a high place, gazing at the snow-like and cloud-like fog between the mountains. His brows were knitted together. Next to him was a white-clothed cultivator with a dark complexion, thick eyebrows, and large eyes. There was a trace of simplicity between his eyebrows. Although his appearance was quite similar to Ling Jingyi's, his expression was completely different. This person was Ling Jingyi's only son, Ling Feiyun. Feiyun. After a while, Ling Jingyi looked away from the mountain mist and turned to Ling Feiyun. His eyes were full of kindness. "Yes, father." Ling Feiyun also seemed to be in a daze. "So," he quickly replied. "Hee, what are you thinking about? You're already at the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm, so you're considered one of the best in the Ling clan." Ling Jingyi said with a smile. "I miss big sister." Ling Feiyun didn't try to hide anything. She always said that I'm stupid and that I can't go beyond the 9th level of Qi refining. I wonder how surprised she will be when she finds out that I've reached the 10th level. "Hee, you child." Ling Jingyi smiled and said, Shue saw that you were slacking off, so she specially reminded you to be on alert. You are really stupid. Hee, boy didn't know when he was young, so he was quite angry. Ling Feiyun patted his forehead in embarrassment. It wasn't until Big Sister went to the Imperial Thunder School that the boy gradually understood, everyone has to grow up. Even though father reminded you that day, you didn't seem to take it to heart. You only had the energy to compete with your sister? Yes. So many years have passed, Big Sister was already at the 9th level of Qi refining. Now, is she at the 11th level? Is she doing well in the Imperial Thunder School? You don't need to worry about that. The Imperial Thunder School is not something my Misty Mountain can compare to. The 11th level is at the very least. Even the 12th level is within reach. Ling Jingyi said with a smile. Really? Ling Feiyun's face was full of joy as he asked, "It's a pity that I haven't heard from Big Sister for so many years. I wonder how her cultivation is now. That boy. Can we also send him to the Imperial Thunder School? If he can enter the Imperial Thunder School, wouldn't that boy be able to be with Big Sister?" Hearing this, Ling Jingyi's face frowned again. "Oh. Is there something wrong with what the boy said?" Ling Feiyun quickly asked. Ling Jingyi said with a smile, "What can be wrong? The children of my cultivation family entering a cultivation school is the most honorable path. It's also the path to heaven. There's nothing wrong with it. However, father called you here today because there's something I want to discuss with you." "Father, please speak." Ling Feiyun respectfully asked. "Well, first of all, it was not easy for your sister to enter the Imperial Thunder School. Although father had made some preparations, in the end, it was still your sister's own luck. Not to mention having someone to help her enter the Imperial Thunder School, in the end, she was able to become the disciple of a golden core cultivator all because of her physique. I'm afraid you can't learn these two things." Someone to help her? Wasn't that father's preparation? Father did want to prepare, but I can't directly reach the place where the Imperial Thunder School is recruiting disciples. Your sister was lucky and happened to meet a cultivator she was familiar with. She didn't say the specific situation, only that she relied on that person's help. Who is this person? Since sister is familiar with him, the boy must also know him. Ling Jingyi's face showed a trace of a strange, shook his head and said, "You don't need to ask about this person's name. You definitely don't know him." "Oh, so it's like this." Ling Feiyun was very obedient and didn't ask, then asked, "What about physique?" "Sister and the boy both have the blood of the Ling family. Is there a big difference in physique?" This. Ling Jingyi regretted saying this, but seeing Ling Feiyun's confusion, he waved his hand and said, "Your sister has the hidden thunder physique. It's exactly the same physique as the golden core cultivator of the Imperial Thunder School. That's why she was favored by that senior. Strange, the boy has the fire physique. I always thought sister had the same physique." How did she become the hidden thunder physique?" Ling Feiyun asked. "How would father know about this matter?" "It was the golden core cultivator who confirmed it." Ling Jingyi rolled his eyes and pushed the matter away. "Then, the boy has the fire physique. He should be able to enter the Imperial Thunder School," Ling Feiyun said again. Unfortunately, although the Imperial Thunder School mainly recruits disciples with the fire and thunder physiques, the thunder physique is the first choice. You might not be able to enter if you go. Ling Jingyi shook his head and said, "Moreover, how can all the disciples of our cultivation family enter the same school? Unless your sister cultivates to the Golden Core realm, our Misty Mountain will have some shade." "Well, the boy knows." Ling Feiyun smiled and said, "You can't put all your eggs in one basket." That's right." Ling Jingyi clapped his hands and said, but his tone changed again. "Father originally wanted to arrange for you to participate in the selection of the Shanghua sect next year, but now I'm a little hesitant." "Why?" "Father, do you have any concerns?" Ling Feiyun asked with some confusion. Chapter 1847. Ling Jingyi thought for a moment and said, "I didn't want to tell you this because I was afraid you would feel burdened. But, you're the eldest son of the Ling family and it's time for you to make a choice. It's better to tell you." "Father, please tell me." "I got some information from father that there are some special changes in the cultivation families on the Xiaoyu continent." Ling Jingyi chose his words carefully and said, "Many of the big families have had their bloodline awakened, and even more of the bloodline awakened after joining the cultivation sects. The most famous one is Yun Jichong from the Yun family of Su Yan. He's already an early foundation establishment cultivator and his fire dragon bloodline has awakened." "Ah. Father, what do you mean?" Ling Feiyun was stunned and his face was a little strange. This kind of thing can naturally be spread in the cultivation families. Didn't Yun Jichong enter the Huanhua sect? How could the Huanhua sect let this kind of thing spread? Do you think the Huanhua sect cares? The Huanhua sect even sent Yun Jichong back to the Yun family of Su Yan to find the inheritance of the Su family. They want to see if they can cultivate Yun Jichong into a nascent soul master and reproduce the power of the ancient true spirit bloodline. Yes, boy understands. Yun Jichong's life spirit tablet is in the Huanhua sect. The sect has many ways to control him. Ling Feiyun nodded. Yes, and the Huanhua sect probably wanted to hide it from the beginning. However, there are too many awakened true spirit bloodlines on the Xiaoyu continent. The fire dragon bloodline of the Yun family is too conspicuous. They couldn't hide it even if they wanted to, so they just made it public. North Qingyang, South Su Yan. Since the fire dragon bloodline of the Su family has awakened, what about the Kai family of Qingyang? Ling Feiyun frowned. I'm not sure. There's no news about the Kai family of Qingyang. Ling Jingyi was very satisfied with Ling Feiyun's understanding of the cultivation families. He patiently said, however, the most famous Hongxia fairy of the Kai family also entered the Huanhua sect. I'm afraid her bloodline won't be easy to awaken. After all, she's from a side branch and her bloodline is a lot thinner. Boy, I understand father's concern. Ling Feiyun nodded and said, "It's just that, none of my Misty Mountain's bloodline has been awakened yet." Boy. Is it certain that his bloodline will be awakened? If the boy's bloodline doesn't awaken, then, wouldn't that delay his cultivation? This is also why I'm hesitating. Ling Jingyi nodded and said, if you awaken your bloodline after joining the Shanghua sect, it will only be a gift to the Shanghua sect. My misty mountain will not be brightened by you. But if you don't enter the Shanghua sect, it will be difficult for you to enter the Foundation establishment realm, and the chances of your bloodline awakening will be smaller. Hee, what's so difficult about that? Big sister must have already reached the 12th layer of the aura refining realm. We'll know soon after she builds her foundation, right? It won't be too late for the boy to make a decision after her bloodline is awakened. Ling Feiyun said with a smile. When Ling Jingyi heard this, a bitter expression appeared on his face as he thought to himself, if it was that easy, would father still be troubled? However, he forced a smile on his face and said, that's right, it's good to wait a little longer. Although Ling Feiyun was simple and honest, he wasn't stupid. He was sharp enough to see his father's troubled expression. Just as he was about to ask, a red message talisman flew out from the fog and stopped in front of Ling Jingyi. Ling Jingyi crushed the message talisman, and Pu Jianyuan's voice came from it. Brother Ling, I'm Pu Jianyuan from the Flying Phoenix sect. Today, I've specially brought Brother Qian Yuming from the Spirit Husbandry sect and Brother Zhan Yuzhan from the Yellow Flower sect to visit. Please open the formation. Qian Yuming from the Spirit Husbandry sect? Zhan Yuzhan from the Yellow Flower sect? Ling Jingyi was stunned, and he couldn't help but frown again. He asked curiously, when did Pu Jianyuan get to know the cultivators from these two sects? Father, the Flying Phoenix sect was close to our Misty Mountain for a period of time more than 10 years ago. However, there was no news from them after that. Senior Pu also hasn't come for a long time. Today, he suddenly brought two seniors to visit. I'm afraid he has ulterior motives. Ling Feiyun said worriedly. Yes, the ancestral magic artifact of the Flying Phoenix sect is very similar to the ancestral magic artifact of our Misty Mountain. Furthermore, they complement each other. The legacies of our two sects are naturally related. Back then, Pu Jianyuan also got close to our Misty Mountain because of this. However, the legacies of our two sects have been passed down for too long, and many details have been lost. In the end, we could only leave it as it is. Pu Jianyuan's visit today definitely doesn't come with good intentions. However, the problem is that I can meet Pu Jianyuan, but how can I not meet the cultivators from the Yellow Flower sect of the Spirit Husbandry sect? Ling Jingyi had schemed against Pu Jianyuan back then, so he naturally had a guilty conscience. Although he couldn't be sure whether Pu Jianyuan was here today for the magic artifact, since there were two Foundation establishment cultivators here, representing two sects, Ling Jingyi couldn't not welcome them. Go. Tell the disciple to open the formation. Ling Jingyi waved his hand and instructed solemnly. Father, Ling Feiyun said anxiously, since you know that they don't come with good intentions, why did you still let them in? Child, there are many things that you can't just not do if you don't want to. There are some things that you have to do even if you know that they can't be done. Ling Jingyi smiled kindly and said, furthermore, since they have entered our Ling family's formation, it's much better than being outside of the formation. Yes, the boy understands. Ling Feiyun's face turned cold. He nodded his head fiercely and clenched his fist. Furthermore, we don't know what Pu Jianyuan is up to. It might not be anything bad. After Ling Jingyi finished instructing, his figure flew into the thick fog between the mountains. Ling Feiyun slapped his storage bag and took out a flying talisman. He used his Fa Li to fly in another direction. Ling Jingyi's figure landed on a towering mountain rock that was filled with thick fog. He first closed his eyes and waited for a moment. When the fog in front of him seemed to have dissipated, he slapped his hand and took out a simple-looking jade pendant from his storage bag. Under the influence of Fa Li, the jade pendant emitted a misty red light. When the light was the size of a flame, Ling Jingyi pointed his finger and the flame turned into the shape of a small swallow and rushed into the fog in front of him. The red light rushed out of the fog and created a 10 feet wide passage. Ling Jingyi put away the jade pendant and slowly moved forward. Before he reached the center of the passage, he heard Pu Jianyuan's laughter in front of him. Fellow Ling, long time no see. How are you? Ling Jingyi smiled and cupped his hands. I have always been good. I didn't expect fellow Pu to bring two fellow Taoists here today. Please forgive me for not welcoming you. It's okay. We were passing by the fog mountain and suddenly thought of something. That's why we took the liberty to visit. Pu Jianyuan smiled and pointed his finger. Come, let me introduce you two fellow Taoists. The person in front was about 50 years old. He was short and had the head of a deer and the eyes of a rat. Although he was wearing a new Taoist robe, his pale yellow eyes made him look like a thief in the marketplace. This is fellow Taoist Zhan Yuzhan of the Yellow Flower sect. Zhan Yu? When Ling Jingyi saw that person's appearance and heard that person's name, he was rather surprised. He couldn't help but smile in his heart. Knowing that something was amiss, he hurriedly tried to cover it up. However, Zhan Yu was still able to sense it. He glanced at Ling Jingyi and sneered, What? Fellow Taoist Ling, you don't welcome I? Of course not. Ling Jingyi knew that he was being rude. He quickly cupped his hands and said, I've heard of Huang Hua sect's name for a long time. I've never had the chance to meet an expert from your sect. Now that I've met fellow Taoist Zhan, I'm very happy. How can I not welcome you? Zhan Yu waved his sleeves and ignored him. This is bad. Just as Yun expected, they don't come with good intentions. Ling Jingyi thought to himself. Pu Jianyuan didn't give him time to think. He pointed at another unusually fat cultivator who was as thick as a water bucket and said, This is fellow Taoist Qian Yiming from Spirit Husbandry sect. Spirit Husbandry sect is a sect that I's reputation has been known for a long time. I've also visited your sect before. Unfortunately, I only stayed for half a day in the guest hall. After visiting fellow Taoist Jian Mingcheng, I came back. I didn't really meet the other disciples of your sect. Ling Jingyi smiled and said, Now that fellow Taoist Qian is here, I's wish has been fulfilled. Fellow Taoist Ling has actually met senior brother Jian? Qian Yiming opened his eyes that were almost narrowed into slits and asked in surprise, Then, when did this happen? I'm afraid it's been decades. Ling Jingyi's face was a little awkward as he replied, That's because I hadn't built my foundation yet. I was in the midst of building my foundation. Oh, no wonder. Qian Yiming had a look of realization. Senior brother Jian had already fallen 40 years ago. Fellow Taoist Jian's cultivation is very high. He was already in the early stage of foundation establishment back then. How could he have fallen? Ling Jingyi was obviously a little surprised. Qian Yiming didn't explain further and smiled, This is a small matter of my sect. I'm afraid it's not convenient for I to talk about it. Fellow Taoist Ling? Are you going to meet your guests here? Pu Jianyuan asked softly. Look at I actually forgot the basic etiquette when meeting all of you. Please, Ling Jingyi slapped his forehead and mocked himself. Then, he led the way and flew towards the mountain rocks outside the thin fog. Fellow Taoists, please. Pu Jianyuan turned around and exchanged glances with the two of them. After turning around a small hill, they were greeted by a flight of stairs that went from top to bottom. There were at least 1,000 steps and it looked quite spectacular. Above the stairs was an archway with the words, Cloud Mist, written on it. The four of them were all foundation establishment cultivators, so they naturally didn't need to walk up the stairs. Before the four of them reached the archway, Zhan Yuxian pointed at the two words on the archway and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Ling, I think, this should be Misty Mountain. At the very least, it should be the word, Cloud Mist. What does this nondescript word mean? Alright, I'll let fellow Taoist Zhan know. Ling Jingyi cupped his hands towards the archway and said seriously, This was left behind by my ancestors. As for why it's called Cloud Mist and not Misty Mountain, I don't know either. I only know that when I was young, I also asked my father about it. I even told my father to change the name of Misty Mountain to Cloud Mist Mountain. However, my father was the same as I right now. He only smiled bitterly and didn't give me any answer. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian. Chapter 1848. That's strange. Qian Yiming echoed. Since that's the case, this archway doesn't belong to your Ling clan. Why are you still putting it here? Qian Yiming's words were harsh, but Ling Jingyi wasn't angry. He glanced at Pu Jianyuan and said with a smile, I remember that Flying Phoenix Ridge also has an archway with the words Yunming written on it. It has nothing to do with Flying Phoenix Ridge. I wonder if fellow Daoist Pu has the same plan? Pu Jianyuan's expression changed. He said coldly, this is a family matter of my Flying Phoenix Ridge. Don't you think fellow Daoist Ling is asking too much? Yes, I have indeed asked too much. Ling Jingyi spread his hands and said, fellow Daoists, please. Pu Jianyuan and the other two followed Ling Jingyi into the archway. After passing through several floors of pavilions and seeing many Ling clan disciples, they finally arrived at a rather large hall. The hall's style was simple and the scale wasn't small. It didn't look like the work of a cultivation family. Before they entered the hall, Zhan Yu sighed again. Fellow Daoist Ling, it's not that I want to talk too much. Although your Misty Mountains hall isn't big, it's majestic and imposing. It doesn't lose to my Yellow Flower Sex hall. It's really beyond I's expectations. Qian Yiming also nodded. I feel the same way as fellow Daoist Zhan. I have also visited many families, but I've never seen such a magnificent hall. Fellow Daoists, please, Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly. This hall is also the same as the archway. I only know that it was passed down by my Ling clan's ancestors. There are countless mysteries inside, but there aren't any records of its origin. Countless mysteries? Qian Yiming was slightly stunned. He raised his eyes and looked at Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan immediately smiled and said, fellow Daoists, please take a seat. Flying Phoenix Ridge seems to have some connections with Misty Mountain. Flying Phoenix Ridge also has such a majestic hall. As the host, please. Zhan Yu smiled and gestured with his hand. Ling Jingyi smiled and walked into the hall. Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming didn't follow. Instead, they looked over at Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan nodded slightly, and then walked into the hall. Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming were still a bit hesitant, but after exchanging a glance, they also walked in. The interior of the palace was as splendid as it appeared from the outside. The ceiling and walls of the palace were painted with some strange scenes. There were dragons bearing their fangs and brandishing their claws, and there were also giants holding up the heavens and earth. Even in the shady forest, there were finger-like branches extending towards groups of cultivators, and blood splattered all over the ground. Strange, this seems to be an ancient legend, right? Qian Yiming glanced at it and said in surprise, this thing seems to only be sealed in a very small number of cultivation sex technique imparting pavilions. Moreover, it's a secret technique of the sections. I didn't expect to see it in the Misty Mountain. It's really beyond my expectation. Zhan Yu scanned it with his divine sense and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Ling's palace doesn't only have murals, right? Ling Jingyi waved his hand and said, fellow Daoists, please take a seat. Whether or not there's anything else in the palace is another matter. Who knows if you'll have the chance to see it. After the four of them were seated, the disciples of the Misty Mountain served the spirit tea and spirit fruits and quietly left. Please, Ling Jingyi said with a smile, fellow Daoist Pu has been here many times, so you should know that my Misty Mountain doesn't have any special spirit fruits. These are all commonly seen in the country of Shi. I hope the three of you won't dislike them. Pu Jianyuan and the others laughed. They each picked up a few spirit fruits and tasted them. After the four of them casually talked about the strange stories of the Dawn Rain continent, Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming gave Pu Jianyuan a few looks. How could Ling Jingyi not understand? He picked up a spirit fruit and twirled it between his thumb and index finger. He looked at Pu Jianyuan and said with a smile, there's a good saying in the secular world, one doesn't visit a temple without a cause. Fellow Taoist Pu hasn't been to my misty mountain for many years. I wonder what brings you here today. Pu Jianyuan put down the spirit tea in his hand and said with a smile, since fellow Taoist Ling has asked, then I will get straight to the point. But at this moment, Ling Jingyi seemed to have thought of something and said, oh right, before fellow Taoist Pu explains, I want to ask a question first. Pu Jianyuan was stunned and nodded, please ask, fellow Taoist Ling. Oh, it's like this. I heard that in the past few years, many disciples of the cultivation families have awakened their true spirit bloodline. I wonder how the situation is in the Flying Phoenix Ridge? Why did fellow Taoist Ling suddenly ask about this? What about the disciples of the Misty Mountain? Pu Jianyuan asked back. After all, my Misty Mountain and the Flying Phoenix Ridge have some connections. Maybe they have the same true spirit bloodline in their bodies. That's why I asked. Ling Jingyi said in all seriousness, and I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Pu. Until now, my Misty Mountain hasn't had a single disciple awaken their bloodline. Hearing Ling Jingyi's words, how could Pu Jianyuan not understand the meaning of, why are we in such a hurry to fight each other? But he only hesitated for a moment, then clenched his teeth and shook his head. Your Misty Mountain is Misty Mountain, my Flying Phoenix Ridge is Flying Phoenix Ridge. What does it have to do with your Misty Mountain whether or not my disciples have awakened their bloodline? Forget it, fellow Taoist Ling, I have something to say. I came here this time for Ai's family heirloom magic weapon. Previously, I was alone and couldn't fight against you. Now, I have invited fellow Taoist Qian and fellow Taoist John to be Ai's witnesses. Fellow Taoist Pu, are you talking about the magic weapon that was lost in the Flame Forest Swamp? Ling Jingyi pretended to be surprised. That day, wasn't I with you? How could I see it? And, of course, didn't I also make a hard oath? That magic weapon isn't in the hands of I or any of my Misty Mountain disciples. Pu Jianyuan stood up and pointed at Ling Jingyi, laughing loudly. Ling Jingyi, Ling Jingyi, you really live up to your name. You're sanctimonious, but your mouth is honey and your belly is a sword. You're not someone I can compare to. Then, he turned to Zhan Yu and Qian Yuming. Of course, I believed this guy's hard oath and thought that the magic weapon wasn't in his hands. But, in the Flame Forest Swamp, there were no other cultivators apart from I and fellow Taoist Ling. I also couldn't find the magic weapon no matter how hard I tried. Even if I used a secret technique, there was still no news. Fellow Taoists, tell me, apart from this guy, who else could it be? To be fair, fellow Taoist Ling is indeed the most suspicious. Zhan Yu nodded. However, since fellow Taoist Ling has already made a hard oath, I'm afraid it's not very likely. What damned hard oath. I only came to my senses a few years ago. This guy's hard oath only said that he didn't take it, and that his Misty Mountain disciples didn't take it, but he didn't say that he didn't see it, nor did he say that he didn't let other cultivators take it. Chapter 1849. That's right. Qian Yiming clapped his hands and said, if fellow Taoist Ling didn't do anything, you can make a hard oath. If it really has nothing to do with that magic tool, we'll leave immediately. Ling Jingyi laughed. Fellow Taoist Pu, it's been so many years, why are you still thinking about that magic tool? Furthermore, I've already done what I should have done back then. Later on, I saw that our two clans might have some connections, so I did my best to help you find the magic tool. But I didn't expect that after so many years, you would actually accuse me and want to take advantage of my Misty Mountain. Such a dirty idea, I feel disgusted just thinking about it. You came to my Misty Mountain for no reason and forced I to make a hard oath in my Misty Mountain's palace. Isn't this the same as tearing Ai's and Misty Mountain's face off and stepping on it with your feet? How can I make such a hard oath? Look, fellow Taoists, what I said earlier wasn't wrong, right? I haven't even said anything yet and this guy's face changed. As expected, he has a guilty conscience. Pu Jianyuan cupped his hands and said, fellow Taoists are the famous righteous people in my country of Shi. You should make the decision for I. Fellow Taoist Pu, don't be impatient. Zhan Yu's small eyes narrowed, almost invisible. He waved his hand and said, since I came with fellow Taoist Qian, naturally I want to give the two of you justice. Moreover, since our two families have a relationship, I think it's best if we don't fight. Fight? Ling Jingyi's face turned cold. Does fellow Taoist Zhan have any ideas? I just want to find my magic tool. Pu Jianyuan smiled apologetically. Ideas? Zhan Yu shook his head and said, of course there are ideas. It's nothing more than soul-searching or torture. Of course, these are not applicable to fellow Taoist Ling. I think it's better to make peace. If fellow Taoist Ling makes a blood oath, we can shake hands and make peace. What do you say? Fellow Taoist Ling? Hee, fellow Taoist Zhan, don't you think you're going too far? Ling Jingyi knew that today's matter wouldn't end well. No matter how much Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming said, it was all to force him to swear a hard oath. Not to mention that this hard oath was originally aimed at his actions. Even if he didn't do anything, he absolutely couldn't swear a hard oath here. Zhan Yu wasn't surprised by Ling Jingyi's attitude and sneered, fellow Taoist Ling, are you not giving face to me and fellow Taoist Qian? If I give face to the two fellow cultivators, I will lose my own face. Faced with two kinds of faces, I'd better choose my own. Ling Jingyi clapped his hands and took out the ancient jade pendant. He laughed coldly and said, my Misty Mountain has never had any grudges with Huang Huamen Spirit Husbandry sect. Furthermore, I don't want to form any grudges with the two of you. I appreciate your kind intentions of coming here to mediate. If the two of you have nothing else to say, I will see you out. Qian Yiming slammed his palm on the jade chair and jumped up. He scolded angrily, didn't I say it before? This fellow is just a sanctimonious person. Why should I give him face for no reason? The three of us Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators came and he didn't care at all. Why would he put us in his eyes? Qian Yiming's fat body coupled with the sinister look on his face made him look evil. You've revealed your true intentions. Ling Jingyi cast the spell that he had already prepared onto the old jade pendant in his hand. The jade pendant immediately gave off a faint white halo and quickly disappeared into Ling Jingyi's palm. Go! Ling Jingyi swung his hand and the halo expanded rapidly, rushing towards the roof of the palace above his head. This fellow actually made the first move. Even if fellow Taoists know about this, I was forced to do it. Zhan Yu laughed, but there was still some panic in his eyes. He clapped his hand and a strange magic tool with a flat front and a round back appeared in his hand. This magic tool was the yellow flower sex congealed turtle. Under the influence of Zhan Yu's magic power, the magic tool congealed turtle gradually emitted an earthy yellow brilliance. Similar to Zhan Yu's reaction, Qian Yiming also took out his magic tool desert pearl. It was a slightly yellowish round bead. Under the influence of his magic power, it also flickered with an earthy yellow brilliance. On the contrary, Pu Jianyuan only stood there thoughtfully, calmly watching Ling Jingyi cast a spell to activate the palace's restriction. The ring of light on the jade pendant rushed to the top of the palace and immediately sank into it. Immediately after, wisps of white mist gradually surged out from the surroundings of the palace and gradually destroyed the murals around the palace. The scenes in the murals also became more and more ethereal. Fellow Taoist Pu. Seeing this, Zhan Yu reminded, why haven't you made a move yet? We're deep in the trap. It's better to kill Ling Jingyi as soon as possible. Ha. Pu Jianyuan laughed and pointed at Ling Jingyi, saying, since I dared to bring two fellow Taoists into this palace, I naturally have a way to guard against it. Take a look at I's methods. As he said that, Pu Jianyuan clapped his hands and an ancient-looking jade pendant appeared in his hand. To the naked eye, it was actually exactly the same as the jade pendant in Ling Jingyi's hand. Seeing this, Ling Jingyi could not help but cry out in surprise. His eyes flashed with shock, then a look of understanding appeared on his face. The magic power in his body surged and another halo was emitted from the jade pendant. Sure enough, as the halo entered, the mist around the palace surged out even more. In the blink of an eye, all the walls were covered. Everyone was almost completely covered in a cloud of mist. That's all there is to it. Pu Jianyuan smiled and also urged his spiritual power. The same halo emitted from the jade pendant in his hand and instantly hit the top of the palace. Moreover, as the halo sank into the palace, the fog around the palace gradually shrank, just as fast as Ling Zhengyi's earlier release. Damn that Ling Chongya! Ling Zhengyi saw this and could not help but gnash his teeth. Humph, Ling Zhengyi, this has nothing to do with Ling Chongya. Pu Jianyuan's face showed a relaxed expression as he sneered. My flying phoenix ridge also has a palace, but it is much smaller than your misty mountain. It has already been used as an ancestral hall and unauthorized people are prohibited from entering. The method to control this jade pendant is something that I already knew when I took over the sect. Hearing this, Ling Zhengyi's face turned ashen and he sneered, I finally understand your sinister intentions. So, what you were thinking about was not some magic tool. Even if I had just made a blood oath, you would definitely not leave so easily. What you were after was the foundation of my misty mountain. To think that I was trying so hard to persuade you earlier. Ha ha ha, Ling Zhengyi, just as you said, Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge have countless unexplainable origins. Not only are the true spirit bloodlines similar, even the restrictive spells in various key areas are similar. Our two sects combined into one. Isn't that the righteous path of light? Isn't strength increasing? Since you've never thought about it, then let I do it. Pu Jianyuan laughed loudly. Hee, Pu Jianyuan, do you think I haven't thought about this? If it were so simple, wouldn't I have already killed my way into your flying phoenix ridge when you didn't have a magic tool passed down from your ancestors? Ling Zhengyi's face had a mocking smile as he said disdainfully. Ha ha ha, Ling Zhengyi, at this point, I'm afraid that this kind of illusionary technique is already ineffective, right? Pu Jianyuan obviously did not take these words to heart. He activated the magic power in his hand again and several rings of light shot out, quickly dispersing the mist in the palace. Ling Zhengyi smiled bitterly. He didn't have any backup, so it was impossible for him to expend all his Dharma power on the restrictions of the palace. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan had broken the restrictions, he didn't say anything and flew out of the palace. Where do you think you're going? The Ning turtle in Zhan Yu's hand shook, and an earthy yellow light shot towards Ling Zhengyi's back like a solidified pillar of earth. When Ling Zhengyi was flying, he had already put away the jade pendant. In his hand was the magic tool of Misty Mountain, the jade engraving. The jade engraving in Ling Zhengyi's hand was different from when it was in Shueishue's hand. Dozens of thin white silk threads shot out from the jade engraving and quickly shuttled around Ling Zhengyi's body. Just before the pillar of earth hit, it had already formed a cocoon-like milky white shell around Ling Zhengyi. Pa! Just as Ling Zhengyi's figure passed through the palace's door, the light pillar caught up and hit Ling Zhengyi's cocoon. Zee-la-la, there was another burst of fine sound. Ling Zhengyi's body actually slightly stagnated. Immediately after, he activated his Fa Li and flew up, dodging the earth-colored light beam. Looking at the fog cocoon again, it quickly intertwined and recovered in the blink of an eye. Zhan Yu, Qian Yuming, and Pu Jianyuan had also caught up to Ling Zhengyi. Seeing that Ling Zhengyi had stopped, Pu Jianyuan sped up and stood in front of Ling Zhengyi and the Misty Mountains formation. He raised his voice and said, Fellow Daoist Ling, seeing that we might be related by blood, this poor Daoist will give you a word of advice. Either you surrender yourself or put down your artifact and fly away from this poor Daoist. This poor Daoist will definitely not take your life and will let you live. Ha ha ha, Pu Jianyuan, you are really ambitious. Not only do you want my Misty Mountain, you also want the fire ape. Don't you want this magic tool? Ling Zhengyi laughed loudly. Today, I will let you have a taste of the power of a magic tool. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and a net-like magic tool flew out from his hands. Under the circulation of his magic power, it flew towards Pu Jianyuan. As soon as the web-like magical tool left his hand, clusters of flames flickered from the gaps of the magical tool. The surrounding temperature also increased abruptly. Pu Jianyuan had no choice but to throw out the immortal binding ring that he had previously refined. These two magic tools had already fought in the flame forest swamp, and Pu Jianyuan didn't have any magic tools that were suitable for him. Naturally, he threw it out. The immortal binding ring was refined with a high-level imprisonment spell formation. If it was a normal sneak attack, it would be useful. Now that it was blocked by the fire net, the flames were burning the immortal binding ring. This made Pu Jianyuan's heart ache. "Fellow Taoist Pu, don't worry, I will help you." Qian Yiming let out a long laugh. He patted the spirit storage pouch at his waist, and a colorful figure darted out from it. Chapter 1850. "Io, what is this?" Hearing Qian Yiming's voice, Ling Jingyi was slightly surprised. He looked over and saw a spirit beast that looked like a tiger but not a tiger, like a lion but not a lion, pouncing on him like lightning. The spirit beast's roar resounded through the mountains and rivers, causing his heart to tremble and the flow of his spiritual power to stagnate. "Damn it!" Ling Jingyi waved his hand without hesitation, and the thunder palm in his hand immediately shot out. Clang, clang, clang. The half-foot-long thunder palm flew toward the spirit beast. The spirit beast was frightened and didn't dare to use its body to meet the attack. Instead, it tilted its body and whipped its tail at the thunder palm. Although the thunder palm was scattered, the spirit beast's body also stopped. Fortunately, this is a first-grade spirit beast. After testing the strength of the spirit beast, Ling Jingyi's heart was slightly relieved. "Huh, fellow Taoist Qian, your liger beast doesn't seem to be very good." Zhan Yu laughed. The Ning turtle in his hand shook, and another thick beam of light flashed out in the air, attacking Ling Jingyi in an arc. "Humph, how can I's liger beast be measured by others?" Qian Yiming sneered. Without any pretense, he had already urged the liger beast. The liger beast only hesitated for a moment before pouncing on Ling Jingyi again. At this time, Ling Jingyi was attacked from the back and abdomen. He clapped his hand again, and a flat box flew into the air. However, before he could cast a spell, the liger beast had already pounced in front of him. Its two front claws swayed in midair, and several afterimages streaked across, slapping on Ling Jingyi's back. Without any sound, the liger beast tore a 1-foot-long crack in the fog cocoon that even the Ning turtle could not break. Moreover, the crack could not be repaired in a short time. Oh no! Ling Jingyi did not expect the liger beast to have such power. Just as he was complaining in his heart, the Ning turtle's beam of light struck. Pung! Another muffled sound rang out, and Ling Jingyi's body moved down exactly 3 feet. Moreover, the beam of light came from the gap that the lion-tiger beast had torn open. The previously thin fog cocoon had actually been pierced through by the beam of light. "Fellow Taoist Qian, why don't you make a move? Otherwise, I will take the lead in our agreement." Zhan Yu shouted at Qian Yiming as he held the turtle in his hand and accumulated his magic power. "Humph, are I's liger beasts not enough?" Although Qian Yiming said that, it was clear that they had already made an agreement. Qian Yiming threw the desert pearl in his hand into the air. From the desert pearl, the yellow sand that covered the sky and covered the earth rushed towards Ling Jingyi. Weng, under the yellow sand, Ling Jingyi could no longer hold on. With a slap of his hand, a fiery red hook flew out. It drew a red arc in the air and rushed into the yellow sand. Xing La, like a pair of scissors cutting silk, the yellow sand was actually cut into 2 by Ling Jingyi's glorious sundae. The yellow sand that was in front of Ling Jingyi's eyes earlier disappeared in a flash. What a great treasure! At the side, Pu Jianyuan laughed loudly. An identical fiery red hook also flew into the air and shot towards the glorious sun that had already turned into a full moon. It was Pu Jianyuan's magic weapon, Shadow Moon. Creak creak, the two magic weapons of the same origin collided together. There was no huge tremor as expected, but instead, there was friction. "Fellow Ling, do you have any other moves?" With a loud roar, the liger beast once again pounced towards Ling Zhengyi's back. Zhan Yu's congealed turtle had already formed and a beam of light flew out again. Hiss! With a sound, the liger beast's sharp front claws once again tore apart the fog cocoon that had just recovered by more than half. Pooh! A huge tremor. This time, the beam of light hit the area where the liger beast tore apart. Most of the beam of light expanded the area where the liger beast tore apart, while a small portion hit Ling Zhengyi's body. The light on Ling Zhengyi's body was annihilated, and the yellow talisman protecting his body was destroyed. Ling Zhengyi's body also staggered in the air. His face turned red, then pale, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. Fortunately, as Ling Zhengyi circulated his magic power, several magic weapons were able to withstand and were not destroyed by others. "Since it has already come to this point, fellow Ling, are you still going to persist?" Pu Jianyuan asked with a smile as he commanded Shadow Moon. "Pu Jianyuan, if you consider yourself to be a cultivator of my Dawn Rain continent and the patriarch of Flying Phoenix Ridge, then fight with this poor Daoist alone. Even if this poor Daoist dies in your hands, this poor Daoist will give this misty mountain to you. If you borrow the hands of others to kill so what?" Ling Zhengyi was unexpectedly calm as he issued a challenge. Ling Zhengyi, do you think I am a 3-year-old child? How could I be fooled by this kind of provocation?" Pu Jianyuan laughed loudly and circulated his magic power. That Shadow Moon's brilliance became more and more brilliant, gradually covering the sun. It was obvious that he had the upper hand. "Pu Jianyuan. You will regret this." Ling Zhengyi quickly circulated his magic power, and the sun was barely evenly matched with Shadow Moon. "Let this poor Daoist lend fellow Daoist Pu another hand." Qian Yiming smiled and pointed his finger. That desert pearl in the air once again emitted a yellow brilliance, and another batch of sand fell down like clouds. At this time, Ling Zhengyi no longer had any magic weapons to resist. With a wave of his hand, dozens of yellow talismans were thrown out. With a burst of crackling sounds, these yellow talismans were all destroyed by the yellow sand. With a rumbling sound, Ling Zhengyi was actually completely submerged by the yellow sand. When the yellow sand disappeared, the fog cocoon around Ling Zhengyi also disappeared. That magic weapon, jade engraving, flickered with a faint brilliance and stopped in front of Ling Zhengyi's eyes. Moreover, Ling Zhengyi's face was deathly pale, without a trace of blood. Looking at that net-like magic weapon, the flames had already been extinguished, and it was tightly wrapped by the immortal binding ring. The sun was also submerged by Shadow Moon, turning into a round magic weapon, spinning randomly in the air. Sai, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator facing 3 cultivators of the same cultivation level, the outcome could only be like this. Fellow Pu, our agreement has already been fulfilled. The rest is up to you." Zhan Yu pointed his hand, and the Ning turtle flew back into his hand. Qian Yiming also kept the desert pearl, leaving the lion-tiger beast to guard at the side. "Ling Zhengyi." Pu Jianyuan grinned and slapped his hand. That immortal binding ring released the fire net and flew towards Ling Zhengyi. "Daddy!" With a cry, Ling Feiyun flew over from afar, and a string of fire snake talismans also flew towards the immortal binding ring. I originally wanted to deal with this guy later. I didn't expect him to come out now." Pu Jianyuan simply did not put Ling Feiyun in his eyes. With a wave of his Daoist robe, a similar fire snake technique was shot out. A stream of flames instantly wrapped around Ling Feiyun. Under the tongue of the flames, Ling Feiyun's body flashed chaotically, and the defensive yellow talismans were about to be destroyed. Chapter 1851. At this moment, a red communication talisman flew out of the fog and landed in front of Ling Zhengyi. Who's visiting? Pu Jianyuan stared blankly for a moment before becoming vigilant in his heart. However, when he looked at Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming on the side, his heart relaxed. He understood very well that the Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge were both small cultivation families. There weren't many foundation establishment cultivators that they could make friends with. He had also spent a great deal of effort to make friends with these two, and had also paid a great price in exchange for their help. How could Ling Jingyi possibly have higher cultivation level cultivators come to visit? Ling Jingyi looked at the message amulet in front of him and was overjoyed. He knew that a helper had come. However, his face showed even more worry. He looked at Pu Jianyuan but did not move. He did not crush the message amulet. What? Fellow Taoist Ling, do you want I to burn your son to death? Pu Jianyuan glanced at the motionless Ling Jingyi and asked coldly. Oh. Okay. Ling Jingyi was secretly happy, but his face showed helplessness. He clenched his teeth, stretched out his hand, and, unwillingly, crushed the communication talisman. Uncle, I'm back. Shue Shue couldn't suppress her surprised voice. Ha ha ha, Pu Jianyuan laughed, looked up and said, good, good. Sure enough, it's a good opportunity to cut the weeds and eliminate the roots. Humph, Ling Jingyi panicked. He didn't expect it to be Shue Shue, but then he sneered, Shue Shue is now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. She must have come out to gain experience. You actually dare to take her life. Do you still want your Flying Phoenix Ridge to be safe? I naturally know that she is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, but can a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect go back home? Since she can come back, she must have hidden it from the sect. I will kill her, who will know? Pu Jianyuan was happy. But after hearing this, Ling Jingyi, who had just calmed down, turned pale again. Fellow Taoist Pu. Zhan Yu looked at Qian Yiming and said in a low voice, I didn't agree with you to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. I won't stop you, but, if the Imperial Thunder sect comes, don't blame I for not helping you. I have the same idea. Qian Yiming naturally wouldn't offend the Imperial Thunder sect and hurriedly said. Hee, rest assured, fellow Taoists. This kind of thing is naturally I's own decision. As long as you don't take the initiative to tell others, I will be satisfied. Humph, I want to say it, but I don't dare to say it. Qian Yiming sneered. Great. Pu Jianyuan smiled and said, when the matter is settled, I will definitely not go back on my words. All right. Qian Yiming and Zhan Yu took 2 steps back and stood quietly in the air. What? Fellow Taoist Ling, do you still not want to let your Shue Shue enter the mountain? As Pu Jianyuan spoke, he looked at Ling Feiyun and formed a seal. The extinguished flames around Ling Feiyun flew out again. Father, don't worry. Ling Feiyun gritted his teeth. It seemed that the flames had already penetrated his defensive talisman. Boy won't beg for mercy even if he dies. Hurry up and send out the message talisman. Tell sister to run for her life. Sure enough, you are a benevolent and righteous boy. Pu Jianyuan grinned. He turned to look at Ling Jingyi and said, you want to let your own son die for a woman who is not your own? Bah! Ling Feiyun angrily shouted. He reversed his true qi and was about to commit suicide. Although his actions were heroic, Pu Jianyuan didn't expect it. However, he was only a qi refining cultivator, and was far inferior to Pu Jianyuan. Pu Jianyuan felt that something was amiss, so he immediately waved his Taoist robe and used a confinement technique to restrain Ling Feiyun. Bam! Ling Feiyun fell down the steps like a boulder. He rolled down the steps for another 10 feet before stopping. The flames around his body were also extinguished by the force of the fall. Since you don't want to open the formation, I can only do it myself. Pu Jianyuan smiled and pointed his finger. The immortal binding ring tightly bound Ling Jingyi. Only then did he feel relieved and walked in front of Ling Jingyi and pulled the storage bag from his waist. Ling Jingyi's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. However, he was tightly bound. Even if he wanted to struggle, he didn't have the slightest bit of magic power. Heh heh, this jade pendant. Pu Jianyuan took out the jade pendant and looked at the contents of the bag of holding. A smile appeared on his face as he tied the bag of holding to his waist. Then, after a brief inspection, he activated his magic power and did the thing he regretted the most in his life. Following the jade pendant, a fire swallow flew into the fog in the mountains. Not long after, a beautiful figure flew to the front of the mountain. Wasn't it the impatient Xue Xue? Hee hee. Pu Jianyuan was ecstatic when he scanned the area with his mind power. However, this ecstasy only lasted for a moment before it was replaced by a look of astonishment. However, this astonishment only lasted for a moment before Pu Jianyuan's face was immediately covered by a thick layer of panic. Because, in his divine sense, not only did Xue Xue, who was at the peak of the qi refining realm, but also Xiao Hua, who was at the peak of the qi refining realm. Even Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, who were at the middle of the foundation establishment realm, came out of the fog. This is bad. Pu Jianyuan hurriedly looked at Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming. The two of them were also extremely panicked. However, even though they were panicking, the three of them did not dare to stay in the air. Instead, they hurriedly tidied their clothes and went forward. Uncle. Xue Xue first saw Ling Jingyi, and her face immediately turned pale. Then, she saw Pu Jianyuan and the others and understood what was going on. However, since Xiang Yang, who was at the middle of the foundation establishment realm, was behind her, how could she be afraid? She completely ignored Pu Jianyuan and the others and flew toward Ling Jingyi. However, before she could get close to Ling Jingyi, she saw Ling Feiyun, who had fallen on the stairs. She ignored Ling Jingyi and flew toward Ling Feiyun. Feiyun, Xiao Hua flew behind Xue Xue and naturally saw the scene. Although he was not as clear as Xue Xue, he guessed most of the situation. Seeing Xue Xue fly toward Ling Feiyun, he flew in front of Ling Jingyi and swept his divine sense. With a wave of his hand, a wisp of true samadhi fire flew out from his palm and burned the immortal binding ring. That immortal binding ring was just an imitation of an artifact, and its quality was not good. Under the true samadhi fire, it immediately burned like rotten grass and fell to the ground. As soon as the immortal binding ring fell, Ling Jingyi straightened his body and screamed, "Feiyun." He quickly ran down the stairs. At this time, Xue Xue had already helped Ling Feiyun up. Her divine sense swept over him and knew that he was fine. However, the spell that bound Ling Feiyun was cast by Pu Jianyuan, and Xue Xue could not break it. She could only pull Ling Feiyun up the stairs. Xiao Hua secretly sighed and flew up. He pulled Ling Jingyi's arm and brought him in front of Ling Feiyun. Then, with a wave of his hand, he broke Pu Jianyuan's spell. Xue Xue was in a hurry and did not think much. She only saw the miserable state of Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyun, and could not help but cry. "I am Pu Jianyuan of Flying Phoenix Mountain. Greetings to both of you." In the air, Pu Jianyuan quickly bowed. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan actually bowed, Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming understood in their hearts and did not dare to cup their hands. They also bowed to Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian and reported their names. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian naturally saw the whole scene. They had long regarded Xue Xue as a sister-in-law. Now that they saw her family being attacked, they were extremely angry. However, they were disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect. Without knowing the whole story, they could not interfere in the affairs of the Cultivation families. Therefore, they only coldly returned the greeting and said lightly, "I am Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. I am a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley. You all keep the artifacts and spirit beasts and wait at the side." Yes. Seeing that Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian did not attack as soon as they met, Pu Jianyuan was happy. He secretly glanced at Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming and kept the artifacts and spirit beasts. However, when he collected the Shining Sun and Shadow Moon, there were some abnormalities. The two artifacts actually became one. Pu Jianyuan was happy at first, but then his face became sad. Ling Jingyi was brought to Ling Feiyun by Xiao Hua. He released his divine sense and found that his son was fine. Only then did he feel relieved. He looked at Xiao Hua with a complicated gaze and then looked at Xue Xue. He clapped his hands and took out 2 pills. He and Ling Feiyun both took them. After a while, when his magic power recovered a bit, he quickly flew into the air and bowed. Ling Jingyi, greet the 2 of you. Huh, we don't dare. Fellow Daoist Ling, we are disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 10,000 Thunder Valley, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. At this time, we are taking Xue Xue out to gain experience. I was tired and came to rest for a while. Xiang Yang returned the greeting and said, I just want some water to drink and will leave immediately. Seeing that Xiang Yang's words were watertight, Ling Jingyi smiled bitterly and said, I am very happy that fellow Daoist Xiang has come to visit. Unfortunately, it is not safe here. If fellow Daoist has the heart, please serve me tea in the hall. Seeing that Ling Jingyi wanted to pull him in, Xiang Yang shook his head and said, this place has the Flying Phoenix Ridge, the Yellow Flower Sect, and the Spirit Husbandry Sect. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, I shouldn't be too entangled. Yan Qinglian naturally knew what her husband was thinking, but looking at the tears on Xue Xue's face and the pain in her eyes, she was already impatient. She pulled Xiang Yang's sleeve and said a few words. Xiang Yang's face was slightly troubled, but this was quickly swept away. He nodded and said, however, since I encountered this, I can't help but ask a few more questions. You too, tell me the reason. Fellow Daoist Xiang, let's talk in the hall. Ling Jingyi smiled apologetically. No need, let's talk here. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeve and said. Yes. Ling Jingyi didn't dare to speak anymore, afraid that he would anger Xiang Yang and leave in a huff. Yes, this matter should have started more than 10 years ago. Pu Jianyuan didn't dare to be negligent, and without thinking, he told Xiang Yang about what happened in the Flame Forest Mountains. This was something that Xiao Hua had experienced, and from what Pu Jianyuan said at the end, there wasn't anything that he was lying about. When he was done, Pu Jianyuan bowed and said, Fellow Daoist Xiang, this poor Daoist's family heirloom is missing. It was this guy who took it. This poor Daoist invited 2 of my friends to come and support me, but I just want this guy to swear a blood oath. If the magic tool has nothing to do with him, this poor Daoist will leave without saying anything. But he didn't dare to swear. Tell me, how can this magic artifact have nothing to do with him? Today, Senior is here, so I hope that Senior can make the decision and take back Ai's family heirloom magic artifact. Chapter 1852. Damn it. Seeing that Pu Jianyuan was targeting him, Xiang Yang cursed in his heart. At the same time, he thought about how Zhenjia and Gantian forced Xiang Yang to make a heart oath in 10,000 Thunder Valley and was furious. Humph. Xiang Yang's face turned cold and his expression changed. Pu Jianyuan didn't know why, but his heart tightened. Zhan Yu also bowed and said, Fellow Daoist Xiang, we also heard fellow Daoist Pu's story and felt that it was unfair for fellow Daoist Pu. His family's magic tool disappeared just like that. No one would be willing to let it go. Our cultivation sects boast of being the symbol of the cultivation aristocratic families. We have to ask about this matter. You Huanghuamen are interested in this? A smile appeared on Xiao Hua's face. He recalled Zhan Yu, whom he had met at the trade fair in Jinghua City. This is. Although Zhan Yu heard Xiao Hua's mockery, Huang Huamen was indeed much smaller than Imperial Thunder Sect. He didn't dare to retort and could only smile. This is Ai's junior brother Xiao Hua. Xiang Yang nodded. He, energy refinement disciple can interrupt when Foundation establishment cultivators are talking, only Imperial Thunder Sect disciples have such boldness. Zhan Yu sighed. Damn it. Xiao Hua knew that Zhan Yu didn't dare to scold him, so he used such words to mock him. Junior Xiao Hua greets the 3 seniors. Xiao Hua smiled and cupped his hands. We don't dare, we don't dare. Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 didn't find Xiao Hua's greeting strange and hurriedly returned the greeting. Fellow Taoist Xiang, fellow Taoist Jean of the Yellow Flower sect isn't the only one who thinks this, even I'm feeling rather unconvinced. As such, I came here with fellow Taoist Pu to get to the bottom of this. Fellow cultivator Ling doesn't need to make any hard oath. As long as you hand over the magic artifact's whereabouts, I guarantee that fellow cultivator Pu won't pursue this matter any further. Isn't that right, fellow cultivator Pu? That's right, I's goal is the family's magic artifact. This is related to the inheritance of Flying Phoenix Ridge, I can't ignore it. Pu Jianyuan hurriedly followed up. Bullshit. Ling Feiyun was furious. He jumped up and said, just now, you were yelling about killing and fighting. You wanted to exterminate my Misty Mountain. How did you change in the blink of an eye? If not for Senior Xiang's arrival, I would have long become a corpse. Feiyun. Seeing Ling Feiyun's rude words, Ling Zhengyi became furious and scolded. Since Senior Xiang is here, he is the one in charge here. What are you saying? You still call yourself lousy? Are you tired of living? Xiao Hua, who was standing to the side, was already laughing while covering his mouth. Ling Feiyun's face was also red. He bowed and said, Junior. Junior was really angry. Please forgive me, Senior. Sigh. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeves with a troubled expression. To be honest, this matter was really easy to resolve. With him and Yan Qinglian working together, killing Pu Jianyuan and the other two was extremely easy. However, seeing that Ling Zhengyi's hands and feet were not clean, why should she do things for him? Furthermore, Xue was already a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. She didn't have much connection with the Misty Mountain, so he might not be able to gain her favor by helping her. Since he was able to save Ling Zhengyi by chance today, he was already benevolent enough. If he went any further, he would not like it. Forget it. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeves and said in a deep voice, you guys settle your own matters. I am not interested. Fellow Taoist Xiang. Although Ling Zhengyi knew that this matter was not out of his expectations, he still did not give up and said in a low voice. What? Fellow Taoist Ling, if you can make a heart oath, I will immediately kill these 3 people without you saying a second word. Xiang Yang rolled his eyes and said very proudly. Although Xiang Yang was cowering in front of helplessness, he was still a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. How could the early-stage foundation establishment Ling Zhengyi compare to his aura? Ling Zhengyi immediately shrunk his neck and did not speak anymore. Seeing that Xiang Yang had relented, Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 let out a long breath and bowed. Thank you for your righteousness, fellow Taoist Xiang. Although Xue looked at Yan Qinglian pitifully, she knew in her heart that unless she made a move, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, as disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect, would not make a move. At this moment, a cold voice rang out again. Since eldest senior brother has finished speaking, then, it's time for this poor Taoist to speak. Pu Jianyuan and the other 2 were stunned. They looked up and saw Xiao Hua flying out. Junior brother Xiao. Xiang Yang was stunned. He, eldest senior brother, you represent the Imperial Thunder sect and have already dealt with this matter very cleanly. As a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, I will also obey eldest senior brother's decision. Xiao Hua said with a smile, however, this matter still involves me, so I can't leave. Since Senior Pu is here today, it is also good to solve this matter. Xiao Hua. Xue was very anxious and hurriedly gave Xiao Hua a look. Of course, she knew that Xiao Hua had the Flying Phoenix Mountain Range's inherited magic tool, and she also knew that Ling Zhengyi would definitely not dare to speak of it. Everything would be easy when she or Xiao Hua reached Foundation establishment, but she did not expect Xiao Hua to jump out now. Junior brother Xiao, what do you mean? Xiang Yang still did not understand. Eldest senior brother, this matter happened before I entered the Imperial Thunder sect. I just happened to solve it here. Eldest senior brother, as a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect, since it is inconvenient for you to make a move, then just stand there and don't do anything. Xiao Hua said, and with a wave of his hand, he took out the Flying Phoenix Mountain Range's magic tool that looked like a big seal and floated in the air. Ah! Why, is it with you? Pu Jianyuan's face was full of joy, but he also asked in astonishment. Why is it with I? You don't need to ask. Xiao Hua waved his hand, and the magic tool disappeared again. Leng Leng understood. If you have the ability, then take the magic tool and don't find trouble with the Fog Mountain in the future. However, I have said it first. If you want to make a move, then don't blame I for not showing mercy. Ha ha ha, the Imperial Thunder Sect is really a young hero. Pu Jianyuan said with a smile, and Qi refining disciple actually dares to talk to a Foundation establishment senior like that. If the fellow Daoist of the Imperial Thunder Sect is not here, I'm afraid that I would teach you a lesson on behalf of fellow Daoist Zhao's master. When Pu Jianyuan said that, he still secretly glanced at Xiang Yang, but Xiang Yang sneered, my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple, no matter what, it is not fellow Daoist Pu's turn to teach him a lesson. Hee, I was just saying. Pu Jianyuan said with a smile, I didn't hear fellow Daoist Zhao's words just now. Hee, fellow Daoist Pu, it seems like you don't want this magic tool anymore. Xiao Hua sneered. This. How could Pu Jianyuan let go of his family's magic tool? He turned his head and said to Xiang Yang pitifully, fellow Daoist Xiang, this magic tool is related to my Flying Phoenix Mountain Range's inheritance. I must take it back. I ask fellow Daoist Xiang to make a decision. Xiang Yang frowned slightly. He didn't understand why Xiao Hua would reveal the magic tool at this time. Eldest senior brother, you don't have to worry about this matter. Since I took out the magic tool, I have my own reasons. Xiao Hua said with a smile. Chapter 1853. You deal with it yourself. Xiang Yang knew that Xiao Hua always made his own decisions. Even if he had no other choice, he would still give him a discount. His words. It's better not to be too forceful. Then he turned to Pu Jianyuan and said, this matter doesn't involve my Imperial Thunder Sect. I won't interfere. Is that so? If fellow Daoist Xiang won't interfere, then what about fellow Daoist Yen? Pu Jianyuan was slightly delighted and turned to look at Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian was slightly annoyed. Her plan was to not say anything and wait for Xiao Hua to be in trouble. She didn't say that she wouldn't interfere. But Pu Jianyuan was used to being careful and immediately asked, making things difficult for Yan Qinglian. Looking at Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian reluctantly said, I won't interfere in this matter either. Good, thank you for your righteousness. Pu Jianyuan was overjoyed and bowed to thank them. No need to thank us. Xiang Yang said coldly with a wave of his sleeve. Pu Jianyuan knew clearly that he could attack, but he absolutely couldn't hurt Xiao Hua. If he hurt Xiao Hua, he could predict that Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian would attack without hesitation and kill him directly. He wanted Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian to swear that they wouldn't interfere, but did he dare? Just as Pu Jianyuan expected, although Xiang Yang didn't send a voice transmission to Yan Qinglian, the two of them looked at each other and understood each other's thoughts. They absolutely wouldn't let Xiao Hua suffer a loss. Forget it, if there's a chance to defeat this arrogant brat and get the magic tool, that's it. Pu Jianyuan made up his mind and flew into the air. With a wave of his hand, he took out several yellow talismans and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Xiao, I will attack. If you're defeated by I, you have to take out the magic tool. Ha ha ha, of course. Xiao Hua also laughed. However, since you're going to attack, don't forget that this junior won't be merciful. Hee, okay. I know. Fellow Daoist Xiao, please be careful. As he spoke, he waved his hand and several fireball talismans flew out. The fireball talismans in the hands of a Foundation establishment cultivator really multiplied their power. The foot-sized fireballs flew towards Xiao Hua. Good. Xiao Hua roared and asked Xue, junior sister Xue, do you want this bastard to live or die? Shui Shui's face was full of worry, and she repeatedly said, Xiao Hua, be careful, I don't want anything else. Ha ha ha, since junior sister Shui says so, then I will, let him die. Xiao Hua sneered and waved his hand. Dozens of fireball talismans that were a bit bigger than Pu Jinyuan's fireballs were also thrown out. Not only did they block Pu Jinyuan's fireballs, they also submerged Pu Jinyuan like flowing fire. Poor Pu Jinyuan. Although his cultivation level was at the early stage of foundation establishment, he couldn't compare to Yan Xifeng. He didn't have any defensive treasures to protect himself. When he saw the exploding fireballs flying towards him, and the surrounding air seemed to be burning, his face turned pale and he turned to flee. Even though he was flying very fast, under the attack of the fireball talismans, a lot of the brilliance of his defense was annihilated, and he cut a sorry figure. Humph, Pu Jianyuan narrowed his eyes, clearly somewhat angry. He clapped his hand and a triangular magic tool that was 3 inches in size appeared. He activated his magic power, and the triangular magic tool blossomed with a layer of rose-red brilliance. Within the brilliance was a wisp of flame. It rushed into the air and smashed towards Xiao Hua. When Xiao Hua saw this, he used the same trick again. Dozens of fireball talismans flew out and blocked in front of him. Pa, 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 several sounds rang out. The fireball talismans shook the triangular magic tool askew, but the magic tool still passed through these fireball talismans and flew towards Xiao Hua in a curve like a meteor. Humph, you want to fight a foundation establishment cultivator with a few fireball talismans? You're really delusional. Pu Jianyuan sneered. At the same time, he also felt a burst of arrogance. He really didn't have much interest in Xiao Hua, who was in qi refinement. His thoughts were still on Xiang Yang and the others. Careful. When Shui Shui saw the triangular magic tool whistling through the air with an irresistible flame, she was greatly alarmed. He, a foundation establishment cultivator, is only a so-so. Xiao Hua's figure flew up. He clapped his hand, and the yang leaf fan appeared in his hand. He activated his magic power, and a scarlet light appeared from the yang leaf fan. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth rushed into it like a swarm of bees. Ah! A magic tool. When the yang leaf fan was taken out, its power was different. Not only was Pu Jianyuan shocked, everyone present was shocked. Even Xiang Yang was slightly stunned. He glanced at Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian's eyes were also filled with confusion. They knew that Xiao Hua had a magic tool called the Cloud-Suppressing Seal, but after all, it was an incomplete magic tool. This yang leaf fan was absolutely different. Not only was it complete, but its grade was also not low. Whoosh! Xiao Hua waved his hand, and a scarlet fire dragon appeared from the yang leaf fan. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws as it pounced towards the triangular magic tool. Not good. Pu Jianyuan was greatly alarmed. He didn't have many magic tools to begin with, and just now, the immortal binding ring was mysteriously burned by Xiao Hua's true samadhi fire. Pu Jianyuan had no place to complain, so how could he bear to use this magic tool to fight a magic tool? However, before he could form a seal to retrieve the magic tool, the triangular magic tool was submerged by the fire dragon of the yang leaf fan. The magic tool's flame was indeed extraordinary. In an instant, it severed the connection between Pu Jianyuan and the magic tool. Moreover, in a short moment, a loud pang sound was heard. The flames burst out into pieces. The triangular magic tool had already been burned by the yang leaf fan's flame. It's this powerful? Everyone was flabbergasted again. But what surprised them was still behind. They originally thought that Xiao Hua, who was in qi refinement, could only fan the yang leaf fan once. Who would have thought that Xiao Hua would casually fan the fan again? Another fire dragon flew out, and its tail caught up with the flame that had stopped in midair just now. The two dragons combined to become an even larger fire dragon. It whistled through the air and pounced towards Pu Jianyuan. Fellow Taoist Xiao, you forced me to do this. Pu Jianyuan was anxious and angrily shouted, "I have no choice but to bully the weak." As he spoke, Pu Jianyuan slapped his forehead. The pressure of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator was immediately released. Like a huge rock, it pressed towards Xiao Hua. At the same time, Pu Jianyuan's figure also swiftly fled, wanting to avoid the fire dragon's attack. Xiao Hua. Although Pu Jianyuan's pressure wasn't directed at Xue Xue could still feel the instinctive fear and promptly cried out. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's expressions also slightly changed. They raised their hands and were about to slap their foreheads, preparing to release the pressure. But at this time, they heard Xiao Hua's arrogant laughter again. "Ha ha ha, you're just an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, what are you shouting for?" A scene that shocked everyone present appeared once again. They saw Xiao Hua's body only stagnate for a moment, then with a tremble, a scarlet phoenix dharma body that was close to 20 feet in size flew out from Xiao Hua's body. With a clear cry, it rushed into the air. Its slender phoenix eyes flickered with a cold light that looked disdainfully at the world. Seeing the phoenix dharma body that covered everyone's heads, Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's hands stopped. Their eyes were also stunned, and their mouths were also wide open. Both of them felt a kind of absurd feeling in their hearts. This is Qi refinement Xiao Hua? This was naturally still Qi refinement Xiao Hua. They saw Xiao Hua release the phoenix dharma body, blocking Pu Jianyuan's foundation establishment cultivator's pressure. His own body was already able to freely fly. "Go!" Xiao Hua coldly snorted. The phoenix dharma body flapped its wings in mid-air and pounced towards Pu Jianyuan. The pitiful Pu Jianyuan had just escaped from the fire dragon's attack, and before he could completely dodge the fire dragon, the phoenix dharma body grabbed at his head. Hearing the wind of the sharp claws in mid-air, Pu Jianyuan panicked. He hurriedly surged his magic power, flung his sleeve, and used a spell to block in front of him. But with a pu sound, Pu Jianyuan's spell was immediately caught. Then, with a tear sound, the phoenix dharma body's remaining power tore half of Pu Jianyuan's Daoist robe sleeve. His body's defense was almost broken by the phoenix dharma body's claw. Pu Jianyuan's face was deathly pale. Only now did he understand Xiao Hua's power. At the same time, he also knew Xiao Hua's previous warning and the question Xiao Hua asked Xue. "Fight!" Pu Jianyuan clapped his hands, and the combined bright sun and shadow moon flew out from his storage bag. At this time, Pu Jianyuan had no time to think about why these two magic tools were combined. Instead, he activated Shadow Moon's spell and poured his magic power into it. With a wang wang sound, Shadow Moon emitted a crimson brilliance. At the same time, the bright sun beside Shadow Moon also began to rotate. With the rotation of the bright sun, Shadow Moon actually revealed a phantom, like a magic weapon, and flew out. "Go!" Pu Jianyuan's face lit up with joy. He urged his magic power and pointed his finger. Shadow Moon's phantom rotated and rushed into the air, flying towards the phoenix dharma body. With a ga sound, the phoenix dharma body's wings flapped, and its rather large body actually twisted in midair. Its style was extremely similar to Xiao Hua's Big Dipper God Fist. It dodged Shadow Moon's phantom, and immediately, the phoenix dharma body's sharp claws tore at that phantom. At this time, the fire dragon of Yi Yang Fan once again caught up with Pu Jianyuan and submerged Shadow Moon's body. Boom! The sound was like a lit furnace, and the flames burned the bright sun and Shadow Moon. "Quick!" Pu Jianyuan pointed his finger again, and Shadow Moon suddenly enlarged. Just as it was about to rotate, a sudden change occurred. A powerful suction force was born from Shadow Moon and Bright Sun, and directly extracted 90% of Pu Jianyuan's magic power. This. Just when Pu Jianyuan was at a loss of what to do, an inexplicable fluctuation came out from Shadow Moon and enveloped Pu Jianyuan. Puff puff puff. An inexplicable sound that only Pu Jianyuan could hear came out from his body. Then the blood in his body started to boil. An incomparable strength and a feeling of rebirth spontaneously arose in his body. Bloodline awakening? Pu Jianyuan instantly knew. Ha ha ha. Pu Jianyuan laughed heartily. His arms shook, and a fire ape phantom that was the same size as his body emerged from his body with difficulty. At the same time, a kind of pressure of the middle stage of foundation establishment was released. Ga, Xiaohua's phoenix Dharma body crushed Shadow Moon's phantom. Seeing that the fire ape Dharma body had actually appeared, it let out a clear cry, turned around, flapped its wings, and pounced. Chapter 1854. Xue Xue smiled apologetically. Senior brother, this is Misty Mountain's family matter. I am embarrassed to say more. Please forgive me. Huh, it's fine, it's fine. Xiang Yang flicked his sleeve and said, I asked this abruptly. The inside of the palace was very cold and cheerless, and Xue Xue seemed to be very isolated. After finally finding a clean place, she smiled apologetically and said, Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I indeed have some unspeakable reasons, so I want to stay in Misty Mountain for a while. Senior brother and senior sister can rest here. Xiao Hua, if you have time, you can go to the front mountain. Fei Yin admires you very much, and his heart is pure and kind, very different from my uncle's scheming. Can you give him a few pointers? Me? Xiao Hua pointed at his nose with a bitter smile and said, I want to give him pointers, but I don't know where to start. If it's time for him to build his foundation, I can help. Although Xue Xue didn't understand the meaning of Xiao Hua's words, she didn't make things difficult for Xiao Hua. Nodding, she saluted Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian and flew back to the front mountain. After Xue Xue left, Xiang Yang frowned and said, Junior brother Xiao, Xue Xue seems a bit strange. I don't know what Ling Jingyi said to her. Of course. When she came out of Imperial Thunder sect, I felt something was wrong, but I can't say why. Xiao Hua naturally thought of the jade slip Xue Xue gave him and said, It's even more inappropriate in Misty Mountain, but since she didn't say, I can't ask. I'll slowly find an opportunity in the future. Fine. Everyone has their own secrets, some things are better not known. Yan Qinglian nodded and said. Xiao Hua agreed, then looked at Yan Qinglian and Xiang Yang, pondered for a moment and said, Senior brother, from what you said, your lifespan is almost up. Even if your cultivation improves, you can't break through to golden core, so, I won't give you this opportunity. Opportunity? Xiang Yang was surprised and said, Is what you said just now true? Of course. Xiao Hua waved his hand and said, Senior brother and senior sister treat me like brothers. How can I not think of them when I have some opportunities? Yan Qinglian smiled and said, I can't use the mother-child spirit fruit. Senior-in-law, don't worry. You will definitely be able to use this. Xiao Hua said with a smile, however, I still have to ask senior sister-in-law to make a hard oath. You can't mention this matter to anyone. Not to mention eldest senior brother, you can't even tell master and master's wife. This. Yan Qinglian looked at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang's eyes turned a few times before he smiled and said, This brother is really tired. I'll go and rest for a while. Qinglian, you give Xiao Hua some pointers on his cultivation. After saying that, Xiang Yang walked away. After Xiang Yang left, Xiao Hua took out a jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. He erased some parts of the jade slip and passed it to Yan Qinglian. Senior sister-in-law, this is the cultivation technique's mnemonic chant. Please take a look. 3 days later, little brother will come over. All right. Yan Qinglian took the jade slip with some hesitation. If it was before she came out of the Imperial Thunder sect to cultivate, she definitely wouldn't have hesitated to make a hard oath. But now, Xiao Hua actually revealed an astonishing strength. This was completely different from the little junior brother she wanted to protect. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Even if she could confirm that the possibility of Xiao Hua being possessed was too small, she still didn't dare to believe it completely. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't urge her and turned to leave. Wait a moment. Yan Qinglian immersed her divine sense into the jade slip and looked at it briefly. She smiled and said, I was worried too much. It's fine, senior sister-in-law. Little brother had no choice but to do this. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Immediately, Yan Qinglian made a heart oath in front of Xiaohua. Seeing Yan Qinglian meditating on the jade slip, Xiaohua walked out and saw Xiangyang sitting not far from the quiet room. He also walked over and sat cross-legged not far from him. He took out the jade slip that Ling Jingyi gave him and carefully looked at the things inside. Xiangyang knew that Xiaohua was sitting next to him, but he didn't say anything and just focused on cultivating. Xiaohua raised his eyes and looked at the silent eldest senior brother. He felt a bit strange in his heart and secretly regretted revealing his strength. However, he also knew that this strange feeling was only on the surface. After a few days, it definitely wouldn't exist. 3 days passed quickly. Xiaohua entered the quiet room and put away the jade slip. He asked, Senior sister-in-law, are you familiar with the cultivation method inside? Hee, I'm already familiar with it. I also saw this kind of incantation when I was young. Although I haven't practiced it, it's nothing to a foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator like me. Yan Qinglian still didn't know what Xiaohua was selling. Senior sister-in-law, please seal your 5 senses and don't let your divine sense out. Little brother will give you a great opportunity. Xiaohua said in all seriousness. Okay. Yan Qinglian looked at the jade slip and was already very relieved. She sealed her 5 senses and withdrew her divine sense into her Naiwan palace. After a while, Yan Qinglian felt a bit of coolness on her arm. Her heart moved. Naturally, she knew that this was what Xiaohua wanted to give her. Without thinking, she followed the cultivation method in the jade slip and refined this coolness into her body bit by bit. Your senior sister-in-law has started cultivating? Xiangyang looked at Xiaohua and asked softly. Senior brother knows, it's exactly like that. Xiaohua knew that the trustworthy Xiangyang definitely wouldn't release his divine sense. He said very seriously, let's wait and see senior sister-in-law's cultivation progress. Little brother also doesn't know when I'll be able to come out. Oh, Xiangyang didn't comment. Xiaohua smiled and said, however, little brother can guarantee that even if senior brother comes out of Misty Mountain and directly returns to the mountain, master will definitely not scold you. Bah! Xiangyang spat and said, do you think master is willing to scold people? Immediately, Xiangyang sighed again. Alas, junior brother Xiao, with your magical abilities, now. I'm afraid you're only slightly inferior to me. You can be called the #1 expert under foundation establishment, but why can't you build your foundation? Moreover, that day when you fought with Yan Xiefeng, why did you keep hiding your strength? You only need to reveal a little bit, and at least. Master won't scold you anymore, right? Are you sure master won't scold me again? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. This. Xiangyang hesitated. At least. Junior brother Chui won't treat you like that, right? Ha ha ha, it's good that senior brother knows. If little brother doesn't build his foundation, master won't stop scolding me. Now it seems that even if little brother builds his foundation, this scolding won't stop. Xiaohua laughed loudly, his gaze somewhat fierce. As for Cui Hongshan, he's little brother's senior. Why would little brother care how he treats little brother? Xiangyang suddenly woke up and said anxiously, Junior brother Xiao, no matter what, junior brother Cui is still part of my myriad Thunder Valley, and he's also your little junior brother. You wouldn't, thinking about how Xiaohua treated Pu Jianyuan before, Xiangyang shuddered. Hee, senior brother worries too much. With little brother's cultivation, I only need to stretch out my hand to pinch him to death. He's just like a loathsome fly. He thinks he's good, but he doesn't know that in little brother's eyes, he's just a joke. If he doesn't have any evil intentions towards little brother won't pay attention to him. Alas, Xiang Yang finally understood why Xiao Hua refused to call Cui Hongshan senior brother. Cui Hongshan's magical abilities could directly pinch you to death, yet you still arrogantly asked him to call you senior brother. Wasn't this just courting death? At first, Xiao Hua didn't lower himself to his level, which was already pretty good, but in the end, he actually forced Xiao Hua to call him senior. The word senior was admittedly easy to say, but was it easy for Cui Hongshan to accept? But then, Xiang Yang thought that his lifespan was not far away. In the future of Myriad Thunder Valley, it would obviously be this junior brother Xiao and junior brother Cui who would be in charge. Looking at Xiao Hua's cultivation and prospects, even his master couldn't compare to him. What about Cui Hongshan's situation in Myriad Thunder Valley? For a moment, Xiang Yang was somewhat worried. At this time, a crimson summoning talisman flew in front of Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua was slightly surprised, then smiled at Xiang Yang and said, "It seems that something happened to Xue Xue again. Senior brother, I'll go take a look. You stay here and protect senior sister. You go." Xiang Yang frowned, as if he didn't think about his own lifespan. Instead, he was worried about Cui Hongshan, thinking about how to resolve the conflict between the two in the future. But when Xiao Hua crushed the summoning talisman, it was an unfamiliar, young voice, "Senior brother Xiao. Are you free right now? Can you come to the front mountain? Junior brother really admires you." "Oh, junior brother is Ling Feiyan." "Ha." Hearing this voice, Ling Feiyan's appearance appeared in Xiao Hua's mind. Seeing Xue Xue's love for him, he knew that the two had a very good relationship. How could Xiao Hua ignore Ling Feiyan's request? Immediately, Xiao Hua came out of the palace and flew to the front mountain. In the air, he met Ling Feiyan. From afar, Ling Feiyan bowed and greeted him, calling him senior brother. "Ha." Seeing Ling Feiyan's excited appearance, Xiao Hua was also happy. He rarely showed his strength in front of others, so this was the first time he saw such a respectful expression. When he helped Ling Feiyan up, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Ling, what's the matter?" "I won't hide it from senior brother Xiao. That day, when junior brother was being trampled on, my heart was filled with endless regret. Why didn't I have a high cultivation? Although I wanted to kill the enemy at that time, I didn't have the strength to fight back. Just as I was about to be killed, senior brother Xiao suddenly appeared in my misty mountain. Junior brother really doesn't know how to express my gratitude. Junior brother only wants to have senior brother Zhao's cultivation one day, to be able to easily kill foundation establishment cultivators with just a peak qi refining cultivation." Ling Feiyan spoke incoherently. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. "Actually, junior brother came to ask senior brother Xiao in private because I want to know senior brother Zhao's cultivation. Is there any shortcut or trick that allows you to have such a high cultivation with such a low cultivation?" Looking at the eagerness in Ling Feiyan's eyes, what was the difference between him and when he was a rogue cultivator? Xiao Hua's face unconsciously showed a trace of a smile. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua disappointed Ling Feiyan and said, "I's cultivation path. I'm afraid it's not suitable for you." Chapter 1855. Pu Jianyuan didn't care about the phoenix celestial body at all. He made hand seals and took advantage of the awakening of the bloodline in his body to stimulate the remaining true essence in his meridians. His spiritual power temporarily increased and reached the middle stage of foundation establishment. He activated Shadow Moon and a dozen phantoms like before flew towards Xiao Hua. "Quick!" Xiang Yang was shocked. He broke free from the shock of being dumbstruck. He quickly clapped his hands and wanted to release his pressure to stop Pu Jianyuan. But at this moment, an unforgettable scene appeared. Only to see Xiao Hua, who was standing under the brilliance of the dozens of shadow moons, suddenly moved. His figure was extremely fast, and in the air, a series of faint afterimages appeared, rushing towards the shadow moons that were flying over. And the strange thing was that every time his figure was about to collide with the phantoms, Xiaohua inexplicably flashed and dodged the shadow moon's phantoms. And this flashing didn't affect his flight at all. In the very short time when Xiangyang raised his hand and clapped his forehead, Xiaohua had already flashed past the dozen shadow moon's phantoms, and he himself had already flown in front of Pu Jianyuan. Immediately afterward, Xiaohua stretched out his hand and a dark spear tip appeared in his hand. It smoothly stabbed towards Pu Jianyuan's throat. Pa! Although Pu Jianyuan was extremely shocked that Xiaohua had arrived in front of him in such a short period of time, he still waved his left hand. A half-foot-long thunder palm flew out and struck Xiaohua's demonic spear. Pa! Another sound rang out. A foot-long thunder palm also flew out from Xiaohua's left palm. It was precisely the thunder palm that had struck Pu Jianyuan. The two thunder palms collided and issued a rumbling sound. This kind of similar magic was the best test of each person's cultivation. Pu Jianyuan's thunder palm was instantly annihilated by Xiaohua's thunder palm, and Xiaohua's thunder palm's momentum was not reduced. It struck Pu Jianyuan's left shoulder socket like lightning. Pu Jianyuan's shoulder socket was flickering with brilliance. The defensive light shield was facing a fierce attack. Ouch! Pu Jianyuan was shocked. While urging his magic power to replenish his defense, he quickly flew back. At the same time, with a wave of his right hand, a palm-sized mirror appeared in front of the tip of the demonic spear. Poof! The tip of the demonic spear pierced through Pu Jianyuan's Daoist robe. Immediately after, there was a crisp cracking sound. The tip of the demonic spear actually pierced through Pu Jianyuan's spell and pierced his palm. Pu Jianyuan couldn't help but scream as a stream of blood flowed down from his wrist. However, the tip of the demonic spear was still blocked. The sudden change in magic power brought about by the awakening of Pu Jianyuan's bloodline could not be underestimated. However, just when Pu Jianyuan thought he had blocked Xiaohua's attack, he saw Xiaohua open his mouth, and a green and red light flashed. Pu Jianyuan's own boiling blood was suddenly enveloped by a throbbing that he had never experienced before, and his entire heart shrunk into a ball. Moreover, this throbbing made him feel as if he couldn't avoid it. At this moment, the magic power in his entire body suddenly became sluggish. Not good. This was probably Pu Jianyuan's last thought. Just as this thought appeared, Pu Jianyuan felt a chill in his throat and everything disappeared from his eyes. Xiaohua's figure didn't stop. First, he put away the Dream Slayer, then he grabbed the storage pouch on Pu Jianyuan's waist and put it away without even looking at it. In mid-air, the moonlight that had lost control dimmed. Under the burning of the yang leaf fan, it seemed as if it was about to be annihilated. Xiaohua activated the yang leaf fan and put away the fire dragon. Then, he waved his hand and unceremoniously put the moonlight and radiant sun into the space. Then, he turned around and quietly hovered in the air. Dead silence, absolute dead silence. At this moment, the entire mist mountain didn't have the slightest movement. The several cultivators standing in front of Xiaohua were completely sluggish. Their eyes were wide open and filled with astonishment. However, in addition to astonishment, Shue's eyes were filled with joy. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's eyes were filled with doubt. Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming's eyes were filled with panic. Ling Zhengyi's eyes were filled with fear, and Ling Feiyan's eyes were filled with excitement. Cough cough, Xiaohua was a bit embarrassed by being stared at by so many people. He awkwardly coughed twice and flew towards the crowd. Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming naturally dodged backwards, and Shui was so happy that she wanted to fly forward. When the three of them woke up at the same time, their figures stopped. Shui's face was flushed red, while Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming's faces were pale. Seeing Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's vigilance and the magic power around them, Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. However, he didn't speak to Xiang Yang first. Instead, he looked at Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming and coldly said, "Two fellow Taoists, do you want to die or live?" This voice was so condescending, so merciless, so unlike the voice of a qi refining cultivator, and so unlike the voice of a foundation establishment senior. However, Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming felt that it was only natural. They clearly saw that Pu Jinyuan's magic power was close to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Although it couldn't be compared to the middle stage of foundation establishment, compared to Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming, it was much stronger. But unfortunately, Xiao Hua had killed Pu Jianyuan when his bloodline was awakening. Then Xiao Hua's divine ability. Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming didn't dare to imagine. Junior wants to live. Zhan Yu's face scrunched up into a ball. With a pitiful expression, he bitterly said, Senior Xiao, we were instigated by Pu Jianyuan. We just want to find justice for him. We really don't have any other evil thoughts. Senior, please judge clearly. Qian Yiming's small eyes no longer dared to be squeezed by the fat on his face. He opened his eyes wide and said urgently. Before fellow Daoist Xiang, fellow Daoist Yan, and fellow Daoist Xiao came, I'm afraid you didn't say that, right? Ling Zhengyi sneered. Fellow Daoist Ling, you have to speak the truth. Zhan Yu immediately said, when fellow Daoist Shui came in, we didn't know that fellow Daoist Xiang and the others were behind her. What did we say? We valued the face of the Imperial Thunder sect greatly. We already said that we wouldn't do anything. That's right, fellow Daoist Ling, don't you think so? Qian Yiming quickly said. Ling Zhengyi knew that they were telling the truth and was at a loss for words. Did I ask you to speak? Xiao Hua glanced at Ling Zhengyi and said coldly. Ling Zhengyi felt guilty. He quickly shrunk his neck and winked at Shui Shui. Obviously, he wanted Shui Shui to speak and let Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming stay. Shui Shui wanted to listen to her uncle, but Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian didn't speak. How could she speak? Although Xiao Hua was her lover, she definitely wouldn't interfere with Xiao Hua's decision. Chapter 1856. Hee, do you two fellow Taoists want to live? Xiao Hua asked with a smile. Yes, yes. Zhan Yu nodded like a chick pecking at rice. And, tell me clearly why you all are here. Xiao Hua continued, don't talk about justice and righteousness, I don't care. This. Zhan Yu hesitated and looked at Qian Yiming. Qian Yiming also had a difficult expression. Looks like you don't want to live. Xiao Hua did not hesitate to clap his hand and took out the sun leaf fan. No, no. Zhan Yu hurriedly waved his hand and said, the three of us have already sworn a hard oath that we won't tell a fourth person about this matter, it seems. Pu Jianyuan has already fallen, so your heart oaths have also been broken. Also, am I the third person? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and said with a smile. That's right. Qian Yiming woke up early and slapped his forehead and said, that day, the three of us swore a hard oath. Since Pu Jianyuan has already fallen, this hard oath is naturally invalid. Even Zhan Yu's heart relaxed. And then tell me the whole story. Xiao Hua nodded. Senior Xiao. Qian Yiming smiled apologetically and said, can I send a voice transmission? Don't call me senior, call me fellow Daoist. Xiao Hua nodded and said, you can send a voice transmission. Yes, fellow Daoist Xiao. Zhan Yu looked at Qian Yiming and said, fellow Daoist Qian, this matter started because of you, it's better that you say it. Okay. Qian Yiming nodded and sent a voice transmission to tell the whole story. Xiao Hua's face was as heavy as water, and they could not see any reaction, making Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming feel very uneasy. After Qian Yiming finished speaking, Zhan Yu smiled apologetically and said, fellow Daoist Xiao, do you think, can we leave? I just fought with Pu Jianyuan and spent a lot of magic power. How do you calculate it? Xiao Hua said with a smile. Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming were stunned and immediately came to their senses. They rushed to open their storage bags and took out their respective medicinal pills and handed them over. Give it all to me. Xiao Hua did not even look at their medicinal pills and stretched out his hand and said. This. Zhan Yu hesitated and pleaded, fellow Taoist Xiao, cultivation and other items are secret arts of my sect, please have mercy. Qian Yiming also smiled apologetically. Understood. Xiao Hua took out their storage pouches and probed them with his divine sense. Fellow Taoist Xiang. Zhan Yu was quick-witted. He quickly turned his head and begged in a low voice. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian were originally on high alert, but when they saw Xiao Hua snatch Zhan Yu's storage bag, a trace of a smile appeared in their eyes. Their vigilance was greatly reduced, and when they saw Zhan Yu's pleading, they only snorted coldly and declined to comment. Zhan Yu and Xiao Hua were only early-stage foundation establishment disciples of a small sect. Aside from medicinal pills, spiritual herbs, and jade slips, they only had a few magic tools. Xiao Hua didn't care about them at all. He swept away all the medicinal pills and very unhappily returned their storage pouches to them. When Qian Yiming saw this, he took the storage pouches and smiled apologetically, fellow Taoist Xiao, I have something here. I don't know if fellow Taoist would like it. As he spoke, he took out a thumb-sized jade bead from his bosom and handed it to Xiao Hua, saying, Eyes lion tiger beast found this in a dilapidated ruin. I couldn't penetrate it with my divine sense. Although I know it's extraordinary, I don't know what it's used for. Today, I'll give it to fellow Taoist. Hee, very good. Xiao Hua looked at it. Although he couldn't see anything, he waved his hand and stored it in his space. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist Qian, you don't need to make a hard oath. You can leave in a while. Zhan Yu was shocked. He scratched his head and couldn't find anything new. Many thanks, fellow Taoist Xiao. Qian Yiming said happily, I definitely won't say anything. Please rest assured. Fellow Taoist Zhan, make a heart oath. Xiao Hua glanced at Zhan Yu and said with a smile. Sigh, Zhan Yu sighed. According to Xiao Hua's words, he made a heart oath, saying that he wouldn't say a word about what he saw today. At this time, Shui looked at Ling Jingyi's expression and hurriedly whispered a few words. Xiao Hua glanced at Ling Jingyi and said, fellow Taoists, you too should also know that fellow Taoist Ling of Fog Mountain isn't the person you think he is. In the future, don't disturb him. Naturally, we were indeed bewitched by that guy Pu Jianyuan. In the future, we definitely won't dare to come again. Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming said hurriedly. Go. Xiao Hua flicked his sleeve and looked at Ling Jingyi. Fellow Taoist Ling, send these two fellow Taoists away. Ling Jingyi was still a bit worried and looked at Xiang Yang. Why would Xiang Yang pay attention to him? Xiang Yang looked at the sky. Ling Jingyi sighed and said, Fog Mountain's formation jade pendant is with fellow Taoist Xiao. I also can't open the formation. Which one is it? Xiao Hua woke up and patted Pu Jianyuan's storage bag. He took out 2 jade pendants and asked. A trace of greed flashed in Ling Jingyi's eyes, but he still only took his own jade pendant and said, Feiyun, come and accompany father to send off the guests. Fellow Taoists, please wait a moment. Yes, father. Ling Feiyun was abnormally lively and accompanied Ling Jingyi to send off Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming. Moving his gaze away from Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming's back, Xiang Yang looked at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, Xiao Hua, I have something to ask you in a while. Xiao Hua understood Xiang Yang's thoughts and nodded. Little brother also has something to ask eldest senior brother. Okay, when fellow Taoist Ling comes back, we'll find a secluded place. Xiang Yang nodded. Not long after, Ling Jingyi brought Ling Feiyun back. Ling Feiyun looked at Xiao Hua with surprised eyes without blinking, making Xiao Hua feel quite uncomfortable. He glanced at Ling Feiyun and saw that Ling Feiyun was actually happy. He felt even more excited. Feiyun. Ling Jingyi scolded in a low voice. How can you be so rude? Father, this. Senior brother Xiao is probably the old friend that sister met when she was sent to the Imperial Thunder sect, right? Senior brother Xiao killed a foundation establishment cultivator with Qi refinement cultivation. This is the boy's role model. Ling Feiyun was so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. Feiyun, this matter ends here, you absolutely can't say another word. Ling Jingyi naturally knew what Xiao Hua was thinking and quickly exhorted. Yes, the boy understands. Ling Feiyun quickly replied. My son has just reached the 10th level of Qi refinement and hasn't gone out to gain experience. Of course, his knowledge is limited. Please excuse me. Ling Jingyi quickly smiled apologetically and said to Xiang Yang. Feiyun, you're actually at the 10th level of Qi refinement, not simple. Shui said with a smile. Of course. Ling Feiyun puffed out his chest and said, however, compared to senior brother Xiao, I'm still far behind. And, not bad. Xiao Hua touched his nose and said. Uncle, find a quiet room for senior brother Xiang, they have something to talk about. Shui reminded. Okay. Ling Jingyi replied, but his eyes were looking at Xiao Hua and said in a low voice, Fellow Xiao, I have a presumptuous request, I don't know if I should say it. Since it's a presumptuous request, then don't say it. Xiao Hua said without any trace of politeness. This. Ling Jingyi was very embarrassed and quickly looked at Shui. At this time, Shui knew that she couldn't avoid it, so she said, Senior brother Xiao, let's listen first. If it's something difficult, just pretend you didn't hear it. Xiao Hua saw that the Shadow Moon and Glorious Sun were able to awaken Pu Jinyuan's bloodline, so he naturally knew what Ling Jingyi was planning. These things were useless to him, at most, they could help Shui awaken her bloodline. Even if he gave them to Ling Jingyi, Shui could still awaken her bloodline. But the problem was that Ling Jingyi had tricked Xiao Hua. That day, Xiao Hua didn't even look at the Flying Phoenix Ridge's ancestral artifact and took it out to look at it. That artifact didn't have any tricks on it, but there was a problem with the refining method and there was a mark on it. How could Xiao Hua not be angry with Ling Jingyi? But after all, Shui was his lover, and he also promised not to pursue the matter, so when he heard Shui mention it, he nodded slightly. Ling Jingyi's face was happy, and he said with an apologetic smile, Fellow Xiao must have seen it just now. My Misty Mountains artifact and Flying Phoenix Ridge's artifact can awaken Pu Jinyuan's bloodline. Since that's the case, it can also awaken the bloodline of my Misty Mountains disciples. Therefore, this artifact is incomparably precious to my Misty Mountain. So, I shamelessly want to ask Fellow Xiao for it. I don't know if Fellow Xiao. Oh, my Misty Mountain has a lot of medicinal pills and spiritual herbs, as long as Fellow Xiao takes a fancy to it, you can take it. I absolutely won't refuse. Can your Misty Mountain have more things than my Imperial Thunder sect? Xiao Hua replied without any trace of politeness. I wouldn't dare, naturally not as much as your Imperial Thunder sect, but its eyes good intentions. Ling Jingyi said with an apologetic smile. Do you have the pill recipes for Elaine pill and Essence pill? Xiao Hua asked. Ling Jingyi was very embarrassed, I don't have them. You don't have anything, then what do you want to exchange? Xiao Hua's eyes turned, and he said with a smile, I suddenly thought of something, I don't know if you are willing to exchange. Fellow Xiao, please. Ling Jingyi said with pleasant surprise. Do you still need to say it? Xiao Hua waved his hand, and took out the sacrificial refining method that Ling Jingyi gave him before. He rubbed his hand and destroyed it. I won't say what fellow Ling has done. Take out the artifact and the sacrificial refining method, and I will give you the two artifacts, and the thing you want from Pu Jianyuan. This is impossible. Ling Jingyi's face changed, and he waved his hand. That artifact is more precious than Shining Sun and Shadow Moon, and also, Ling Jingyi actually raised his eyes and glanced at Shui. Fellow Ling, think about it yourself. Xiao Hua said with a smile, it can stimulate the bloodline of Misty Mountain's disciples, and increase their cultivation by a large margin? Moreover, it can also control Flying Phoenix Ridge, and Misty Mountain's strength will immediately double. The growth of strength in the future is immeasurable. Which one do you think is more suitable? Ling Jingyi's face was gloomy. It was unknown what he was thinking. After a long while, he clenched his teeth, raised his head, and said, "I agree to this." "Great." Xiao Hua clapped and said. "However, I have a condition." "What condition?" Xiao Hua asked curiously. Chapter 1857. Ling Jingyi bitterly smiled. "This condition isn't for my Misty Mountain, but for Xue Xue. When she needs this magic tool in the future, I hope that fellow Taoist Xiao can lend it to her." "Xue Xue." Xiao Hua was very happy and immediately nodded. "I agree to this condition." "Good." Ling Jingyi clapped his hand and took out a magic tool that looked like a big seal from his storage pouch. At the same time, he took out an old jade pendant and handed it to Xiao Hua. "This is the real glorious sun, and the one fellow Taoist took before was the real shadow moon. This is the method to refine the two magic tools." "Oh." Xiao Hua nodded. After putting the items into his space, he also gave the magic tools called Glorious Sun and Shadow Moon to Ling Jingyi and took out Pu Jinyuan's storage pouch. After Ling Jingyi took everything he needed, he returned it to Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua glanced at it and put away the storage pouch. "Xue Xue, uncle, also has something to say to you. Let's go in." Ling Jingyi didn't put the two magic tools into his storage pouch, but held it in his hand. Xue Xue and Ling Feiyan both stared at it fervently. Xue Xue felt that Ling Jingyi's words to Xiao Hua were a bit strange, but she knew that Ling Jingyi was thinking for her, so she felt grateful. When she heard Ling Jingyi call her, she knew that it was related to the true spirit bloodline and very excitedly nodded. After entering the palace, Ling Jingyi led Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, and Xiao Hua into a quiet room. He handed the control token to Xiang Yang and exited the room himself. He took a deep breath and walked to another quiet room. Ling Feiyan was not in that room, only Xue Xue was there. Xiang Yang looked at Ling Jingyi as he walked out of the quiet room and activated the restriction. He glanced at Yan Qinglian, and the two of them suddenly turned around. Without saying a word, the pressure of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator pressed down on Xiao Hua. "Ah. Eldest senior brother?" Xiao Hua was shocked. He bent his body and released the Phoenix Dharma body. The Phoenix Dharma body was more than 200 feet large in this quiet room. As it flapped its wings, the restriction in the quiet room flickered. Obviously, it couldn't withstand it. "Who are you?" Xiang Yang's face turned cold and asked coldly, "Where did you take over my junior brother Xiao Hua?" "Ah. Possession?" Xiao Hua stared blankly for a moment, then he immediately understood, and he laughed bitterly in his heart. "Is he meditating?" Yan Qinglian increased the pressure and said coldly, "Don't think that just because you can kill Pu Jinyuan, who is in the middle stage of foundation establishment, you can escape from us. Let me tell you, Pu Jinyuan is only in the middle stage of foundation establishment for a moment. He is far from understanding the abhijna of the middle stage of foundation establishment." With the support of the Phoenix Dharma body, Xiao Hua was still able to move freely when facing Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, two middle-stage foundation establishment experts. However, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he said, "Eldest senior martial brother, senior martial sister, you guys really know how to think. This little brother is the genuine Xiao Hua. Who would find a qi condensation cultivator like me to possess? Humph, how could I not know Xiao Hua's cultivation? He is a loose cultivator, how could he have the Phoenix bloodline? Moreover, his cultivation is only at the peak of the 12th layer of qi condensation. Not to mention killing Pu Jinyuan, even being able to fight him to a standstill is already not easy. Look at how your excellency is able to remain so calm under the joint attack of us husband and wife. If you didn't possess the body of my poor junior martial brother, then what did you do? Xiang Yang said with a cold snort. Although the Xiao and Xiao were extremely similar to Xiao, Xiao Hua heard it clearly and understood what it meant. A wave of warmth flowed through his heart. With a shake of his body, he withdrew the phoenix celestial body back into his body, allowing the pressure of the two great experts to firmly suppress him. How about it? You have nothing to say, right? Xiang Yang said hatefully, I was originally wild with joy when you came back, but then I was a bit bewildered. Just how dangerous is Mingxi's wind tunnel? Even nascent soul cultivators don't dare to enter, yet you were actually able to come back safely. This is truly an impossible matter. However, since you are I's junior martial brother, being able to come back safely, I am naturally happy. I can't not look forward to your return. But now that you've just started to gain experience, you've already exposed yourself. Tell me, which sect are you from, which cultivator are you? If I have some impression of you, I can still let you reincarnate. Otherwise, I'll extract your soul and crush it bit by bit. You won't be able to live in this world. Xiang Yang spoke for a while, but Xiao Hua still didn't answer. Xiang Yang's expression became increasingly malevolent. Just as he was about to flare up, he saw Xiao Hua shake his body, and the Phoenix Dharma body flew out again. Damn it, senior martial brother, you should release your pressure a bit. Your junior martial brother isn't resisting, yet you're still suppressing your pressure to death. How can your junior martial brother speak? Oh. Xiang Yang glanced at Yan Qinglian, and the two looked at each other in dismay. It was obvious that they had forgotten about this. If I release my pressure, wouldn't you be able to? Xiang Yang had just spoken when he saw Xiao Hua clap his hand, and the cloud-suppressing seal flew out of the space. He smiled and said, Senior martial brother, even if there is pressure, junior martial brother can still fight back. Forget it. Seeing this, Xiang Yang looked at Yan Qinglian, and they both withdrew their pressure. However, the two's expressions were still vigilant, and they distanced themselves from Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua also withdrew the cloud-suppressing seal, looked around, and found a praying mat to sit on. He smiled very leisurely and said, Senior martial brother, junior martial brother is junior martial brother. I've definitely not been possessed by anyone. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Xiang Yang looked at Xiao Hua's appearance and shook his head slightly. I know that you have nothing to fear. You've possessed my junior martial brother Zhao's body, so naturally, you've also merged with his memories. Whatever I ask you, isn't it the same as asking junior martial brother Xiao? So you're saying that after possession, no one will discover it no matter what? Xiao Hua's eyes lit up as he asked. Xiang Yang smiled bitterly. From what I see, I'm afraid they won't discover it. Then isn't it bad? Junior martial brother has no way to prove that I've not been possessed. Xiao Hua spread his hands and said very regretfully. Seeing Xiao Hua's almost roguish appearance, Yan Qinglian immediately thought of Xiao Hua's appearance when he plundered Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming. She couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Actually, it's not too difficult. Although after possession, no matter if it's appearance or mental cultivation method, they'll be the same as before, but their character and temper should be the same after possession. They definitely won't be exactly the same as before. But junior martial brother Zhao's appearance. I don't see anything strange. However, we haven't had many opportunities to see junior martial brother Xiao, so we can't judge right away. Xiang Yang continued. This is really not easy to handle. Xiao Hua really didn't know how to solve this matter. He smiled and said, Junior martial brother also doesn't know how to explain the origin of my cultivation to senior martial brother. That's the Phoenix Dharma body. It's also a divine ability that I obtained from the netherworld. Senior martial brother, do as you see fit. Xiang Yang also smiled bitterly. Previously, he had been hoping that Xiao Hua would be able to establish his foundation during this experiential learning so that he could raise his cultivation. But when he saw Xiao Hua's cultivation suddenly become so high, his heart was once again on guard. To be honest, he also didn't know how to handle it. Qinglian, what do you think? Chapter 1858. Husband, regardless of whether junior martial brother Xiao was possessed or not, his current cultivation isn't below yours or mine. Moreover, after he returned to the Imperial Thunder sect, we didn't find anything unusual. Even if we counted from the time he left the Imperial Thunder sect, it's been such a long time. If he had any ulterior motives, we would have fallen into his trap long ago. Now that we're safe, I still trust Xiaohua based on my intuition. Yan Qinglian said after some consideration. Don't worry, eldest senior martial brother. Even if he wanted to possess someone, he would have found someone with a high cultivation level. He wouldn't have found an aura-refining disciple like me. Xiaohua said again. Hehe, you're wrong. Yan Qinglian said with a smile, based on this, I believe you're still Xiaohua. Why? Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. Having a high cultivation level is admittedly a high starting point, but that cultivation level belongs to someone else. After possessing someone else's body, if you cultivate someone else's cultivation method, it's naturally not as suitable as your original cultivation method. Yan Qinglian said with a smile, moreover, people with high cultivation levels have solid primordial spirits and souls, so it's not easy for them to be possessed. If you're not careful, you'll end up being devoured. It's better to possess a cultivator with a low cultivation level. As long as that cultivator's physique is excellent, sooner or later, he'll be able to cultivate back to his original cultivation level. He might even be able to surpass his previous cultivation level. Moreover, there's only one chance for possession. Who wouldn't be cautious? Xiang Yang added. Right, eldest senior martial brother. What's the relationship between the primordial spirit and the soul? Possession? Is it possession of the primordial spirit or soul? Xiaohua continued to ask. Damn, why are you asking so many questions? I also don't know. Wait until we return to the Myriad Thunder Valley, you'll have to ask Master yourself. Xiang Yang blurted out anxiously. As soon as he said that, Xiang Yang laughed. Xiaohua had a habit of asking about everything. Even if he possessed someone else's body, it wouldn't be easy for him to retain it. Yan Qinglian covered her mouth and laughed again, then said, in fact, after reaching the foundation building realm, the method of possession will be taught in jade slips. However, knowing how to possess someone and knowing how to possess someone are two different things. Even if you ask Master, I'm afraid he can only scold you and can't answer you. Oh, then it's better not to ask. Xiaohua said honestly. But soon after, he asked, oh right, if you directly take over the body of an ordinary person, wouldn't you definitely succeed? That's true, but who would want to possess a mortal? Xiang Yang said with a smile, for a cultivator, ordinary people are livestock in the eyes of ordinary people. If it were you, would you? Why not? For the sake of survival, there's nothing we can't do. Xiaohua was still as stubborn as before. Don't listen to your eldest senior brother. Yan Qinglian smiled and said, cultivators are unable to possess mortals because mortals have never cultivated before. Once they possess a body, the cultivator's primordial spirit and soul will immediately perish. Good. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said, this is the way of the heavens. Motherfucker, I originally wanted to interrogate you. How did it become you interrogating us? Xiang Yang said somewhat unhappily. Yan Qinglian spat at him and said angrily, being able to prove that Xiaohua's body wasn't taken over, you must be very happy right now, right? I don't. Right now, I can't prove that Xiaohua's body wasn't taken over. Xiang Yang rolled his eyes at Yan Qinglian and said with a smile. Okay. Along the way, Shui and junior brother Xiao have been together for who knows how long. Shui didn't say anything. What are you suspecting for? Yan Qinglian smiled. Senior sister-in-law, you can talk to eldest senior brother. Don't pull me and Shui. Although Xiaohua didn't have any ulterior motives, his face was still a little red. The three of them talked for a while. Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian had a tacit understanding and didn't ask where Xiao Hua's superhuman cultivation came from. Actually, thinking about how Gantian and Sun Ming both came to find Xiao Hua to seek benefits, with Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian's understanding of Xiao Hua, this fellow might have left something for himself. This cultivation was easy to say. Oh right, Xiao Hua, do you also have something to ask? Xiang Yang suddenly thought. Speaking of this matter, Xiao Hua's face sunk. He said in a low voice, little brother remembers that eldest senior brother entered the middle stage of foundation establishment less than 10 years ago. How come your lifespan is almost up? Hearing Xiao Hua's question, Yan Qinglian's expression became sad. She didn't reply. Xiang Yang said gently, since ancient times, who doesn't die? Junior brother Xiao, you have to understand that although we cultivators can obtain a much longer lifespan than mortals through cultivation, this lifespan can't increase indefinitely. The problem is, eldest senior brother, you just broke through to the middle stage of foundation establishment. Didn't you just extend your lifespan? Xiao Hua asked in confusion. You really are that loose cultivator junior brother of mine who doesn't know anything. Xiang Yang laughed bitterly. He said dotingly, my lifespan was already extended when I entered foundation establishment. It can't be extended again just because I just entered the middle stage of foundation establishment. Little brother understands, Xiao Hua slapped his forehead. So eldest senior brother's lifespan is actually the same as master and master's wife. That's right, junior brother Chui's lifespan is also the same as master's. Xiang Yang nodded. This is the reason why master always wanted you to quickly enter foundation establishment. If you can enter foundation establishment a step earlier, you can have more lifespan to cultivate. Only then can you have the opportunity to step into gold core and have the opportunity to increase your lifespan again. Eldest senior brother, the lifespan of foundation establishment seems to be 300 years, right? Gold core? It should be 600 years. Xiao Hua became interested and asked in a hurry. Xiang Yang looked at Xiao Hua's studious appearance and then looked at Yan Qinglian. He shook his head helplessly and said with a smile, your lifespan seems to be the definition of loose cultivators. According to what I know in the Imperial Thunder sect, it's a bit different. What's different? Xiao Hua asked curiously. My Xiaoyu continent's cultivation sects divide cultivation realms into 9 layers. They are Qi refinement, foundation establishment, gold core, nascent soul, spirit severing, void refinement, unity, Mahayana, and tribulation passing. Every time you cultivate a layer, your lifespan doubles. Oh, there are some changes to your nascent soul. Forget it, I'll explain it in detail. Xiang Yang looked to his left and found a praying mat to sit on. After Xiao Hua and Yan Qinglian also sat down, he said, among them, the lifespan of Qi refinement cultivators is generally 200 years. Foundation establishment cultivators are 400 years old. Gold core cultivators are 800 years old. As for nascent soul, because cultivators can communicate with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth through their nascent soul, their lifespan increases greatly, reaching 2,000 years old. You've read so much. Xiao Hua previously heard that the lifespan of a nascent soul cultivator was 1,000 years old. Now that he heard it was actually 2,000 years old, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although the lifespan increases greatly, the difficulty of cultivation also increases correspondingly. I'll tell you later. Xiang Yang was like a teacher who explained the Tao and answered very patiently, when you reach spirit severing, your lifespan increases to 4,000 years old. When you reach void refinement, unity, Mahayana, and tribulation passing, your lifespan increases to 8,000 years old, 16,000 years old, 32,000 years old, and 64,000 years old. More than 60,000 years old. Xiao Hua was completely stunned. Isn't that an old tortoise? You've lived longer than an old tortoise. Yan Qinglian burst into laughter. Senior sister-in-law, you're making fun of me. Little brother has always known that nascent soul cultivators can live for 1,000 years, but I didn't expect there to be so many realms after nascent soul and so many lifespan. Xiao Hua said embarrassedly. That's right. It's precisely because there are so many lifespans that cultivators like us are attracted to cultivate diligently. Otherwise, what's the point of cultivating? Yan Qinglian nodded. Indeed. Xiao Hua nodded. Eldest senior martial brother, what's the matter with the difficulty of cultivation you mentioned just now? Oh, generally speaking, we cultivators spend 40 years in the qi refinement realm. Of course, brother. Hee, and you, I'm afraid you've already surpassed that, right? Xiang Yang said with a smile. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and didn't express his opinion. Thereupon, Xiang Yang continued, I'm just joking with you, junior martial brother Xiao. Generally speaking, from the first layer of the qi refinement realm to the 12th layer of the qi refinement realm, it takes 40 years to complete. However, if you can't build your foundation, then you only have 200 years of lifespan. The heavens gave us 160 years to break through, which can be considered merciful. When we reach the foundation building realm, the first, middle, and last 3 realms take 30 years, 60 years, and 120 years respectively, a total of 210 years. Even if we break through to the foundation building realm at the age of 100, we still have 90 years to break through to the gold core realm. Similarly, the first 3 realms of the gold core realm take 120 years, 200 years, and 280 years respectively, a total of 600 years. At this time, the lifespan of a gold core cultivator is 800 years. If we enter the gold core realm before the age of 200, we still have hope to break through to the nascent soul realm. However, when it comes to the nascent soul realm, the first, middle, and last 3 realms take 300 years, 400 years, and 500 years respectively, a total of 1,200 years. In addition to the 600 years for the gold core realm, 210 years for the foundation building realm, and 10 years for the foundation building realm, a total of 2,050 years. That's longer than the entire lifespan of a nascent soul. Speaking up to this point, Xiang Yang was slightly stunned. He looked at Xiao Hua, who was listening with great interest, and said, Junior martial brother Xiao, you aren't surprised? No, eldest senior martial brother, nascent soul cultivators have a lifespan of 1,000 years. Junior martial brother isn't even 100 years old yet. It sounds very novel. Then what about the deity transformation realm and the void refinement realm after the nascent soul realm? Xiao Hua was really thirsty for knowledge. The later realms all have a lifespan of 1,000 years. To be honest, senior martial brother is the same as you. Just listening to this gives me a headache. The sect master of my Imperial Thunder sect is only a nascent soul cultivator. Let's wait until senior martial brother reaches the late gold core realm before we talk about it. Xiang Yang also rolled his eyes and didn't continue talking. In addition, junior martial brother Xiao, these years and lifespan are all summed up by others. Who can determine the number of heavenly Tao? Just treat it as a joke. At this time, Yan Qinglian also recognized Xiao Hua as Xiao Hua and said with a smile. And then, what about eldest senior martial brother? Don't you have a lifespan of 400 years? Why? Xiao Hua asked. Didn't senior martial brother tell you before? When senior martial brother was guarding the 10,000 Thunder Valley alone, the sound of thunder from the 10,000 Thunder Valley damaged my Tao foundation. This lifespan is related to my Tao foundation. Although Master didn't say it clearly, senior martial brother has already faintly felt that my lifespan is approaching. Oh, Xiao Hua understood. Since a breakthrough in cultivation can increase one's lifespan, then a damaged Tao foundation can naturally reduce one's lifespan. What eldest senior martial brother said is correct. Chapter 1859. Xiao Hua sighed and said, what if senior brother breaks through to golden core now? Of course. Xiang Yang smiled and said, however, I've just reached foundation establishment middle stage. I'm not even in the middle of foundation establishment middle stage. I'm afraid I can't wait that long. Xiao Hua originally wanted to take out Zhongyao milk, but after thinking about it, Xiang Yang was right. He couldn't reach golden core stage in a short time, so his lifespan couldn't increase. Don't think so much. Junior brother Xiao. Xiang Yang was still simple and honest. This time, I came out to travel and help you build your foundation. However, seeing that you're even stronger than foundation establishment middle stage, I can die without regrets. Senior brother. Xiao Hua choked. Oh, the only regret I have is you and junior brother Cui. He's from a cultivation family, so he's a bit arrogant, but it's not a big problem. Because of you and me, he was teased a lot in Thunder Palace, so it's normal for him to dislike you. You should be more tolerant of him. Xiang Yang didn't forget to remind him. Hee, look at what eldest senior brother is saying. Cui Hongshan is this little brother's senior Cui. How can this little brother tolerate him? It's better for him to tolerate this little brother. Hearing Xiang Yang mention Cui Hongshan, Xiao Hua sneered and said, eldest senior brother, you don't have to worry about this matter. Sigh, all right. Ever since Xiao Hua bowed and called Cui Hongshan senior in the guest pavilion, Xiang Yang felt bad. Now that he heard Xiao Hua didn't have a good impression of Cui Hongshan, he didn't say anything else. My cultivation is too low to enter the Hall of Elegance, senior brother and senior sister shouldn't tell master. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Xiang Yang glanced at Yan Qinglian, and the two exchanged glances and smiled. Junior brother Zhao's cultivation is his own matter, I and your senior sister won't say anything. Thank you, senior brother. Xiao Hua cupped his hands and said. Let's go, we've finished our business, let's leave early. Xiang Yang stood up. This time, we've helped Misty Mountain a lot, so we didn't let Shui down. However, this Ling Jingyi, it's better not to provoke him. Humph, that's right. Xiao Hua snorted. However, he soon realized something and smiled, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let Shui awaken her true spirit bloodline first. That's right, that's right. Xiang Yang clapped his hands, and the three of them walked out of the quiet room. At this moment, Ling Jingyi and the others were already waiting outside the quiet room. Especially Shui, her face was deathly pale, as if she had just found out about something big. Seeing Xiao Hua's concerned gaze, she forced a smile and said, Senior brother Xiao, how is your cultivation so high? This little sister would never have dreamed of it. Xiao Hua has been possessed. He is not Xiao Hua. Xiang suddenly said coldly. Ah, possession? Shui's last bit of blood was immediately sucked away. She almost couldn't stand steadily, but immediately after, Shui firmly shook her head and said, Xiao Lang is the Xiao Lang of the past. How could he be possessed? This concubine will be the first to not believe it. Xiang Yang tilted his head and looked at Yan Qinglian. Yan Qinglian also slightly nodded and quickly stepped forward. Shui, we also saw that Xiao Hua's cultivation was too high. We couldn't be sure, so we asked you to confirm it. Since you said he isn't, then he definitely isn't. In an instant, Shui's deathly pale face flushed red. In front of her uncle and brother, she had blurted out Xiao Hua as Xiao Lang. This kind of embarrassment, even if it was a qi refining cultivator, would be difficult to bear. Ling Jingyi was happy in his heart. He quickly stepped forward and said, Fellow Daoist Xiang, please come to the palace. I have prepared some spirit fruits and spirit wine. Please take a rest and taste it. No need, you quickly go do your business. I will wait for Shui's true spirit bloodline to awaken and immediately leave. Xiang Yang waved his hand and said. Senior brother, I can't awaken my bloodline for the time being. If senior brother doesn't want to stay in Misty Mountain any longer, we will leave now. Shui said. Oh, why not? Xiao Hua stared blankly and said, didn't Pu Jianyuan directly awaken his bloodline just now? Senior brother Xiao, don't ask about this. I will tell you first in the future. Shui bit her lips and said. Xiao Hua looked at Xue Xue's expression, then looked at Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyan. Ling Feiyan's face was full of excitement, as if he didn't know at all. Thus, he nodded and said, "Then let's go. Fellow Daoist Xiang, fellow Daoist Yan, fellow Daoist Xiao, can you stay for another half day?" Ling Jingyi was still urging them to stay. "No matter what, you have helped my Misty Mountain block such a big disaster. If I don't repay you, my heart will feel uneasy. Then give it to me." Xiao Hua stretched out his hand and said without any trace of politeness. Xue Xue glanced at Xiao Hua unhappily and chuckled. Ling Jingyi smiled embarrassedly and took out a storage pouch and handed it to Xiao Hua. "The spirit stones inside are eyes, thanks. I really don't have enough to show my respect." "Well said, as long as there are spirit stones." Xiao Hua also didn't hold back and put the storage pouch into his bosom. "Xue Xue, you are really going to leave like this? Don't forget, in the future you..." Ling Jingyi raised his eyes and looked at Xue Xue. The affection in his eyes couldn't be mistaken. Xue Xue was very embarrassed. She gritted her teeth and said, "Uncle, I am now a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. I'm afraid it's not appropriate to stay in the Misty Mountain. Sister, if you leave today, I don't know when you will come back. I am now at the 10th level of Qi refining." You don't like it?" Ling Feiyan said sadly. Hee, of course sister likes it." Xue Xue walked in front of Ling Feiyan. She lovingly stroked his hair and said, "You are more powerful than sister. In the future, you will definitely be able to build your foundation and condense your Dan. Hee, it doesn't matter if I build my foundation or not, as long as I can be as powerful as senior brother Xiao." Ling Feiyan said excitedly. Xiao Hua looked at Xiang Yang and said with a smile, "Senior brother, how about this? I just happen to have a good thing to give to senior sister. How about we stay here for a few more days? I just happen to be tired. I will rest here for a few more days." Xiang Yang was always happy to help others. Naturally, he was very tactful and said, "Okay, please find a secluded place. Don't let anyone know. We will go now." Xiao Hua nodded and said, "Senior brother Xiao, there are 2 Misty Mountains. This is the front mountain, where the disciples of the Misty Mountain are stationed. The back mountain is a secret place. There are no disciples there. Please follow I." Speaking of the back mountain, Xue Xue's face changed and whispered, "Very good. Let's go to the back mountain." Xiao Hua nodded. What made Xiao Hua curious was that when they went to the back mountain, Ling Jingyi and Ling Feiyan didn't follow. Only Xue Xue led the way. When Xue Xue led the 3 of them to a palace in the back mountain, Xiang Yang couldn't help but ask, "Junior sister Xue, although this palace is not big, it is filled with spirit herbs. The spirit energy of heaven and earth is obviously much more abundant than the front mountain. Why is it a forbidden area of the Misty Mountain?" Chapter 1860. Xue Xue smiled apologetically, "Senior brother, this is Misty Mountain's family matter. I am embarrassed to say more, please forgive me." It's fine, it's fine." Xiang Yang flicked his sleeve and said, "I asked this abruptly." The inside of the palace was very cold and cheerless, and Xue Xue seemed to be very isolated. After finally finding a clean place, she smiled apologetically and said, "Thank you for your kindness, senior brother. I indeed have some unspeakable reasons, so I want to stay in Misty Mountain for a while. Senior brother and senior sister can rest here. Xiao Hua, if you have time, you can go to the front mountain. Feiyan admires you very much, and his heart is pure and kind, very different from my uncle's scheming. Can you give him a few pointers?" "Me?" Xiao Hua pointed at his nose with a bitter smile and said, "I want to give him pointers, but I don't know where to start. If it's time for him to build his foundation, I can help." Although Xue Xue didn't understand the meaning of Xiao Hua's words, she didn't make things difficult for Xiaohua. Nodding, she saluted Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian and flew back to the front mountain. After Xue Xue left, Xiang Yang frowned and said, "Junior brother Xiao, Xue Xue seems a bit strange. I don't know what Ling Jingyi said to her." Of course. When she came out of Imperial Thunder sect, I felt something was wrong, but I can't say why. Xiaohua naturally thought of the jade slip Xue Xue gave him and said, "It's even more inappropriate in Misty Mountain, but since she didn't say, I can't ask. I'll slowly find an opportunity in the future." Fine. Everyone has their own secrets, some things are better not known. Yan Qinglian nodded and said. Xiaohua agreed, then looked at Yan Qinglian and Xiang Yang, pondered for a moment and said, "Senior brother, from what you said, your lifespan is almost up. Even if your cultivation improves, you can't break through to golden core, so, I won't give you this opportunity." Opportunity? Xiang Yang was surprised and said, "Is what you said just now true?" "Of course." Xiaohua waved his hand and said, "Senior brother and senior sister treat me like brothers. How can I not think of them when I have some opportunities?" Yan Qinglian smiled and said, "I can't use the mother-child spirit fruit." "Senior-in-law, don't worry. You will definitely be able to use this." Xiaohua said with a smile, "However, I still have to ask senior sister-in-law to make a hard oath. You can't mention this matter to anyone. Not to mention eldest senior brother, you can't even tell master and master's wife." This. Yan Qinglian looked at Xiang Yang. Xiang Yang's eyes turned a few times before he smiled and said, "This brother is really tired. I'll go and rest for a while. Qinglian, you give Xiaohua some pointers on his cultivation." After saying that, Xiang Yang walked away. After Xiang Yang left, Xiaohua took out a jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it. He erased some parts of the jade slip and passed it to Yan Qinglian. "Senior sister-in-law, this is the cultivation technique's mnemonic chant. Please take a look. 3 days later, little brother will come over." "All right." Yan Qinglian took the jade slip with some hesitation. If it was before she came out of the Imperial Thunder sect to cultivate, she definitely wouldn't have hesitated to make a hard oath. But now, Xiaohua actually revealed an astonishing strength. This was completely different from the little junior brother she wanted to protect. She couldn't help but feel suspicious. Even though she could confirm that the possibility of Xiaohua being possessed was too small, she still didn't dare to fully believe it. Seeing this, Xiaohua didn't urge her and turned to leave. "Wait a moment." Yan Qinglian immersed her divine sense into the jade slip and looked at it for a moment. She smiled and said, "I was worried too much." "It's fine, senior sister-in-law." Little brother had no choice but to do this. Xiaohua smiled bitterly. Immediately, Yan Qinglian made a heart oath in front of Xiaohua. Seeing Yan Qinglian meditating on the jade slip, Xiaohua walked out and saw Xiang Yang sitting not far from the quiet room. He also walked over and sat cross-legged not far from him. He took out the jade slip that Ling Jingyi gave him and carefully looked at the things inside. Xiang Yang knew that Xiaohua was sitting next to him, but he didn't say anything and just focused on cultivating. Xiaohua raised his eyes to look at the silent eldest senior brother, and there was a strange feeling in his heart. He secretly regretted revealing his strength, but he was also clear in his heart that this strange feeling was only on the surface. After a few days, it would absolutely not exist. 3 days passed quickly. Xiaohua entered the quiet room and put away the jade slip. He asked, "Senior sister-in-law, are you familiar with the cultivation method inside?" "Hee, I'm already familiar with it. I also saw this kind of incantation when I was young. Although I haven't practiced it, it's nothing to a foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator like me." Yan Qinglian still didn't know what Xiaohua was selling. "Senior sister-in-law, please seal your 5 senses and don't let your divine sense out. Little brother will give you a great opportunity," Xiaohua said in all seriousness. "Okay." Yan Qinglian looked at the jade slip and was already very relieved. She sealed her 5 senses and withdrew her divine sense into her Naiwan palace. After a while, Yan Qinglian felt a bit of coolness on her arm. Her heart moved. Naturally, she knew that this was what Xiaohua wanted to give her. Without thinking, she followed the cultivation method in the jade slip and refined this coolness into her body bit by bit. Your senior sister-in-law has started cultivating? Xiang Yang looked at Xiaohua and asked softly. Senior brother knows, it's exactly like that. Xiaohua knew that the trustworthy Xiang Yang definitely wouldn't release his divine sense. He said very seriously, let's wait and see senior sister-in-law's cultivation progress. Little brother also doesn't know when I can come out of seclusion. Oh, Xiang Yang didn't comment. Xiaohua smiled and said, however, little brother can guarantee that even if senior brother comes out of Misty Mountain and directly returns to the mountain, master will definitely not scold you. Bah! Xiang Yang spat and said, do you think master is willing to scold people? Immediately, Xiang Yang sighed again. Alas, junior brother Xiao, with your magical abilities, now. I'm afraid you're only slightly inferior to me. You can be called the #1 expert under foundation establishment, but why can't you build your foundation? Moreover, that day when you fought with Yan Xifeng, why did you keep hiding your strength? You only need to reveal a little bit, and at least. Master won't scold you anymore, right? Are you sure master won't scold me again? Xiaohua asked thoughtfully. This. Xiang Yang hesitated. At least. Junior brother Chui won't treat you like that, right? Ha ha ha, it's good that senior brother knows. If little brother doesn't build his foundation, master won't stop scolding me. Now it seems that even if little brother builds his foundation, this scolding won't stop. Xiaohua laughed loudly, his gaze somewhat fierce. As for Cui Hongshan, he's little brother's senior. Why would little brother care how he treats little brother? Xiang Yang suddenly woke up and said anxiously, Junior brother Xiao, no matter what, junior brother Cui is still part of my myriad Thunder Valley, and he's also your little junior brother. You wouldn't, thinking about how Xiaohua treated Pu Jianyuan before, Xiang Yang shuddered. Hee, senior brother worries too much. With little brother's cultivation, I only need to stretch out my hand to pinch him to death. He's just like a loathsome fly. He thinks he's good, but he doesn't know that in little brother's eyes, he's just a joke. If he doesn't have any evil intentions towards little brother won't pay attention to him. Alas. Xiang Yang finally understood why Xiaohua refused to call Cui Hongshan senior brother. Cui Hongshan's magical abilities could directly pinch you to death, yet you still arrogantly asked him to call you senior brother. Wasn't this just courting death? Xiaohua didn't lower himself to his level at the beginning, which was already pretty good, but in the end, he actually forced Xiaohua to call him senior. The two words senior were admittedly easy to say, but was it easy for Cui Hongshan to accept? But then, Xiang Yang thought again. His lifespan was already not far away. In the future of Myriad Thunder Valley, it was obvious that junior brother Xiao and junior brother Cui would be in charge. Looking at Xiaohua's cultivation and prospects, even Master Wu couldn't compare to him. What about Cui Hongshan's situation in Myriad Thunder Valley? For a moment, Xiang Yang was somewhat worried. At this time, a crimson summoning talisman flew in front of Xiaohua. Xiaohua was slightly surprised, then smiled at Xiang Yang and said, it seems that something happened to Shui again. Senior brother, I'll go take a look. You stay here and protect senior sister. You go. Xiang Yang frowned, as if he didn't think about his own lifespan. Instead, he was worried about Cui Hongshan, thinking about how to resolve the conflict between the two in the future. But when Xiaohua crushed the summoning talisman, it was an unfamiliar, young voice, Xiao. Senior brother Xiao. Are you free right now? Can you come to the front mountain? Junior brother really admires you. Oh, junior brother is Ling Feiyan. Ha. Hearing this voice, Ling Feiyan's appearance appeared in Xiaohua's mind. Seeing Shui's love for him, he knew that the two of them had a very good relationship. How could Xiao Hua ignore Ling Feiyin's request? Soon after, Xiao Hua came out of the palace and flew to the front mountain. In the air, he met Ling Feiyin. From afar, Ling Feiyin bowed and greeted him, calling him senior brother. Ha! Seeing Ling Feiyin's excited appearance, Xiao Hua was also happy. He rarely showed his strength in front of others, so this was the first time he saw such a respectful expression. When he helped Ling Feiyin up, he smiled and said, "Junior brother Ling, what's the matter?" "I won't hide it from senior brother Xiao." That day, when junior brother was being trampled on, my heart was filled with endless regret. Why didn't I have a high cultivation? Although I wanted to kill the enemy at that time, I didn't have the strength to fight back. Just as I was about to be killed, senior brother Xiao suddenly appeared in my misty mountain. Junior brother really doesn't know how to express my gratitude. Junior brother only wants to have senior brother Zhao's cultivation one day, to be able to easily kill foundation establishment cultivators with just a peak qi refining cultivation. Ling Feiyin spoke incoherently. The more he spoke, the more excited he became. Actually, junior brother came to ask senior brother Xiao in private because I want to know. Senior brother Zhao's cultivation. Is there any shortcut or trick that allows you to have such a high cultivation with such a low cultivation? Looking at the eagerness in Ling Feiyin's eyes, what was the difference between him and when he was a rogue cultivator? Xiao Hua's face unconsciously revealed a trace of a smile. However, after thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua let Ling Feiyin down and said, "I's cultivation path. I'm afraid it's not suitable for you." Chapter 1861. Seeing Ling Feiyin's disappointment, Xiao Hua said with a smile, "The goal of cultivation is the same, but the path is different. If there is only one path, then I will walk in front of you. Wouldn't I be blocking your path? Since you've stepped on the path of cultivation, you're walking on your own path. What others say is just a reference. If you only listen to what others say and don't walk your own path steadily, then you'll always be on the wrong path." This. Ling Feiyin's face was confused. He thought Xiao Hua would have some profound chant or even a secret manual. He didn't expect it to be this. He was born in a cultivation family. Since birth, the Ling family gave him all kinds of spiritual herbs and various medicinal pills. All the cultivation methods and chants were provided step by step. How could he know such a profound truth? "Thank you, senior brother Xiao." Ling Feiyin had no choice but to bow and express his gratitude. However, his eyes clearly showed that he was not satisfied. "Idiot." A light rebuke came from the distance. Xiao Hua raised his head and saw the Ling family's head, Ling Jingyi, at the foot of the mountain. Without waiting for him to come closer, Ling Jingyi said, "Feiyin, although fellow Taoist Xiao didn't say any secret cultivation method, what he said was the chance for your cultivation. If you can't comprehend these words, then you can only reach foundation establishment. You definitely won't be able to step into gold core. If you can comprehend these words, then gold core won't be a problem." Then he turned to Xiao Hua and cupped his hands. "I didn't expect fellow Taoist Xiao to be able to comprehend such a truth at such a young age. This old man really admires you." This truth is something this old man understood in recent years when he was pondering why our cultivation family couldn't compete with cultivation sections. Moreover, it was very vague. Today, after listening to fellow Taoist Zhao's words, it was as if I was suddenly enlightened. Alas, no wonder fellow Taoist Xiao has such a cultivation. "I admire you." Ling Jingyi's 2 words of admiration made Xiao Hua blush with shame. Just a few words, he also felt it. How could it be as profound as Ling Jingyi said when he only combined it with his own cultivation? However, when he thought about it carefully, wasn't it because the cultivation family lost their core because they relied on cultivation sects? Xiao Hua's words also hit the nail on the head. "Thank you for your pointers, father." "Thank you for your pointers, senior brother Xiao." Ling Feiyin hurriedly said, but after saying this, he immediately became timid. He called Ling Jingyi father, and called Xiaohua senior brother. All of a sudden, Xiaohua was one generation lower. Fellow Taoist Xiao, I came here for a matter. Ling Jingyi hurriedly explained. What's the matter? Xiaohua didn't have a good impression of Ling Jingyi and frowned. Today is the day that my Misty Mountain uses a magic tool to help the disciples awaken their bloodline. I wondered if fellow Taoist Xiao can be at the side. Ling Jingyi smiled apologetically. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, this is your Misty Mountain's matter, I won't get involved. I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. Ling Jingyi smiled apologetically. Ever since fellow Taoist gave those two magic tools to I have been pondering over them for the past few days. But, no matter how he tried to control it, he was unable to achieve the effect of activating his true spirit bloodline. I thought about it. I'm afraid that the magic tool's effect was triggered because a fellow Taoist fought with Pu Jianyuan that day, right? That's why I shamelessly came to ask fellow Taoist for help. Xiaohua still shook his head. This has nothing to do with I. You can just find someone else to be your opponent. I am very busy. Finished speaking, Xiaohua turned around and left. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Ling Jingyi stepped forward and pulled Xiaohua's sleeve. He smiled apologetically and said, fellow Taoist, please wait for a moment. It's not that I don't want to look for someone, but the secret of activating one's true spirit bloodline isn't something that can be casually revealed. I can't possibly find a Foundation establishment cultivator on Dawn Rain continent who can make I feel at ease. I'm afraid there's only fellow Taoist Xiao. Sigh, fellow Taoist Xiao, I hope you can help my Misty Mountain once for Shue's sake. Senior brother Xiao, please help my father. Ling Feiyun bowed and saluted like Ling Jingyi. Sigh, forget it. Xiaohua was the most kind-hearted. Thinking about it, it was just a matter of lifting a hand. He could only wave his sleeve and said, just this once. Many thanks, fellow Taoist, many thanks. Ling Jingyi was wild with joy. He turned his head and said to Ling Feiyun, Feiyun, quickly go to the ancestral hall and prepare. Yes, father. Ling Feiyun was also happy. He quickly flew to the front mountain. After Ling Feiyun left, Ling Jingyi clapped his hands and took out something similar to the bead that Qian Yiming gave Xiaohua. He smiled apologetically and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, I have been searching for ancient records in the ancestral hall for a method to activate one's bloodline. It was precisely this thing that I found. I know that fellow Taoist likes it, so I brought it to fellow Taoist. Xiaohua took it and looked at it. He smiled and said, I also don't like it. It's just that I don't understand it. I feel that it's a bit strange. Oh, this thing is mentioned in my Ling clan's records. It seems to be something like Kali of the Buddhist sect. Ling Jingyi immediately explained, however, as for what it does specifically, I don't know. Saraira? Xiaohua was startled. Yes, it's a Saraira. Ling Jingyi said as if he had just realized something. Hee, since it's something from the Buddhist sect, what use does my Tao sect have for it? You should take it back. Xiaohua said as he wanted to return the Saraira to Ling Jingyi. How could Ling Jingyi take it back? He quickly waved his hand and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, I don't even know what the Buddhist sect is, let alone what a Saraira is. This thing is just sitting in my Ling clan. I'd better ask fellow Taoist to accept it. Moreover, if fellow Taoist doesn't accept it, would be embarrassed to ask fellow Taoist to make a move, right? Xiaohua thought for a moment. He tossed the Saraira in his hand a few times, as if he didn't care about it at all. He nodded and said, fine, I will accept it. Then, he casually stuffed it into his bosom. Good, fellow Taoist, please. Ling Jingyi beamed with joy. Fellow Taoist, please come forward. Xiaohua said calmly. The two of them turned around the foot of the mountain. On top of the extremely tall mountain peak, there were some buildings. It should be the Ling clan's ancestral hall. Xiao Hua said with a smile, that's right, fellow Taoist Ling. Previously, fellow Taoist said that Shadow Moon and Glorious Sun magic tool. Shui also has a use for them. However, these few days, I have looked at the jade pendant. It's all about the sacrificial refining method. There's nothing strange about it. What is fellow Taoist Xiao talking about it? This is Shui's matter. I have already made a hard oath to not reveal it. Ling Jingyi had obviously expected this. He quickly replied, Shui is with fellow Taoist Xiao. I am very relieved. Fellow Taoist can ask Shui about these matters. I believe Shui will definitely tell you. Hee, of course. Xiao Hua said embarrassedly. Fellow Taoist, please. This is my Ling clan's ancestral hall. Ling Jingyi pointed with his finger. It was precisely the several pavilions on the mountain peak. When Xiao Hua looked over, those pavilions gradually transformed, revealing a rather large cave. Chapter 1862. When Xiao Hua followed Ling Jingyi into the cave, Xiao Hua discovered that this cave was actually several times bigger than the one facing the sun in the Myriad Thunder Valley. The decorations inside were also dazzling and abnormally rich. How was this the ancestral hall of Shang Huaming in his imagination? Fellow Taoist Xiao, please sit. Ling Jingyi invited Xiao Hua to sit down and personally took out spirit fruits and other things. He smiled apologetically and said, we'll go see if my son is ready. When Ling Jingyi entered the cave, Xiao Hua looked around and released his divine sense. He found that the cave's walls were full of restrictions, and his divine sense couldn't penetrate them. Moreover, these restrictions were quite mysterious, and there were more restrictions than the ones in Helplessness Cave. After eating a refreshing spirit fruit, Xiao Hua muttered to himself, this fog mountain seems to be different from ordinary cultivation families. At least, it's much stronger than the Kai family of Luyang. It's almost the same as a cultivation sect. Unfortunately, there are no disciples in the sect, only the descendants of the Ling family. If they had spirit stones and medicinal pills, they could really become a small sect. And no wonder Pu Jianyuan had evil intentions. If he swallowed this fog mountain, his flying phoenix ridge's strength would definitely increase greatly. Unfortunately, he actually met me. It's also his bad luck that he gave his foundation to the fog mountain. That's right, the flying phoenix ridge is Ling Jingyi's and he only gave me so few spirit stones. Isn't this too much of a loss for me? Just as he was thinking, Ling Feiyun respectfully followed Ling Jingyi out of the cave. Xiao Hua's greedy expression immediately changed to one of righteousness. He smiled and said, fellow Taoist Ling, are you ready? Yes, behind this ancestral hall is a practice field. It's used by my Ling family's disciples to compare notes on cultivation. All kinds of spells and divine abilities can be used there. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please go there. Ling Jingyi said with a smile. Of course, Xiao Hua followed the two into the cave and walked through several spacious passages. They were all inlaid with bright flower stones, shining brightly and dazzling. When they arrived in front of a small moon-shaped door as tall as a person, Ling Jingyi stopped, clapped his hands, and took out the simple jade pendant. Under the urging of his magic power, a red light similar to a communication talisman rushed into the small door. Bubbles appeared inside the small door like boiling water bubbles. After a cup of tea's time, all the bubbles became one complete bubble. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Ling Jingyi kept the jade pendant and stepped into the bubble. It was as if the bubble didn't exist, and Ling Jingyi continued to enter. Senior brother Xiao, please. Ling Feiyun respectfully asked Xiao Hua to go first. Xiao Hua nodded and also passed through the bubble. In his divine sense, the bubble was still a bubble, but there was a faint fluctuation of spiritual power. After passing through the bubble, Xiao Hua saw a light red platform in front of him. It was about 100 feet in size. Ling Jingyi was standing in front of it. When he saw Xiaohua come over, he explained, the restriction on this platform was set up by our ancestors. Every 10 years, the Ling family's patriarch has to use a spell passed down by our ancestors to send spirit stones into it. According to the family's ancient records, this restriction can block the divine abilities of cultivators below the gold core stage. Fellow Daoist Xiao, you can use it as you wish. Okay. Xiaohua nodded and clapped his hands. Yi Yang Fan appeared in his hand, and he recalled the day when he killed Pu Jianyuan. Feiyun, this is bright sun and shadow moon. Take out the yellow talisman father gave you before and recall the spell I taught you. Use this bright sun to attack fellow Daoist Xiao with all your strength. Don't worry, fellow Daoist Xiao knows what to do. Ling Jingyi said and handed the two combined magic tools to Ling Feiyun. Ah. Father, how can you let the boy control the magic tools? Ling Feiyun was obviously stunned and quickly waved his hand. Father, control is better, you have a better chance. Ling Jingyi's face became serious and he scolded, why aren't you moving? It's not that easy to ask fellow Daoist Xiao to make a move. Don't waste his time. Father. Ling Feiyun's face was red, but he still didn't want to. He insisted, boy is only at the 10th layer of the qi refining stage. It's not enough to control the magic tools. Even if you use the ancestral yellow talisman, I'm afraid it can't show the power of the magic tools. It also can't awaken the boy's bloodline. Didn't Pu Jianyuan awaken his bloodline that day? He's at the early stage of the foundation establishment stage. Father is already at the foundation establishment stage. You're still at the qi refining stage. If fellow Daoist Xiao makes a move, he should have a chance. Even if father gets this chance, it's useless. If your bloodline awakens, it's very possible you can attack the foundation establishment stage. Ling Jingyi's face became cold, don't tell me you didn't listen to father? Ling Feiyun was helpless. He was about to reach out and take the magic tools, but his hands stopped halfway. He clenched his teeth and said, boy has listened to father for dozens of years. Today, I'll let the boy be presumptuous. Presumptuous. Ling Jingyi scolded, you're already at the 10th layer of the qi refining stage. You still don't understand the big picture? Father, cough cough, Xiaohua coughed twice. Fellow Daoist Xiao, I'll be done soon. Please wait a moment. Ling Jingyi said hurriedly. I promised to make a move, but I only said it a few times. Xiaohua touched his nose and said with interest. He didn't know whether Ling Jingyi was putting on a show for him or not, but Ling Feiyun's expression made him decide that for this father and son relationship, he should make a move one more time. Ling Jingyi was startled at first, then became overjoyed. He smiled and said, thank you fellow Daoist Xiao. I've really wasted fellow Daoists Fa Li. Hehe, the Flying Phoenix mountain range needs a lot of pills. Using a bit of Fa Li isn't a big deal. Xiaohua said with a smile. Hehe, I understand. Ling Jingyi replied with a smile. Fine, you think I'm greedy? If Shui finds out, I won't have any face left. Xiaohua hurriedly said, wait a moment, let I take a look at your Ling clan's ancient books. Of course, of course. Ling Jingyi smiled from ear to ear. This was practically not a condition. Fellow Daoist Ling, be careful. Xiaohua restrained his smile and urged the Fa Li in his body to fan the sun leaf fan. After receiving Xiaohua's Fa Li, the sun leaf fan immediately surged with a crimson brilliance. It was as if a layer of flames had ignited around it. The spiritual qi of heaven and earth near the platform was all sucked into the sun leaf fan. Go! Xiaohua shouted loudly. The flames on the sun leaf fan immediately left its body and condensed into the shape of a fire dragon, rolling towards Ling Jingyi. Of course, Ling Jingyi had already seen the might of the sun leaf fan, but that was after all a bystander. Only now did he truly face the fire dragon of the sun leaf fan, did he understand how Pu Jianyuan felt at that time. What kind of heat was this, and what kind of FA was this? Even an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator like him couldn't compare to it. If he didn't personally experience it, how could he believe that a peak-stage qi refining cultivator could have such a powerful divine ability? Rise! Ling Jingyi didn't dare to be negligent. Under the urging of his Fa, he also poured it into the sun leaf fan. The sun leaf fan could only see the sun leaf fan blossom with a circle of brilliance, driving the surrounding moon shadow. From the moon shadow, a crescent of light gradually emerged. Shua shua. The crescent of light left the magic tool and directly attacked Xiaohua. However, the fire dragon of the sun leaf fan rushed forward and immediately wrapped around the light shadow. In a moment, the light shadow scattered and turned into a shadow, gradually disappearing. The fire dragon didn't lose its momentum. Just like last time, it surrounded the fake sun leaf fan and the moon shadow. Fellow Taoist Xiao, be careful. Seeing that the blood in his body didn't have any reaction, Ling Jingyi shouted loudly. He slapped his forehead and released the pressure of an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, pressing down on Xiaohua. Hee, don't worry. Xiaohua let out a long cry. His body shook and the phoenix Dharma body rushed out of his body. Following Xiaohua's long cry, there was also a clear cry. The scarlet wings spread out, and the phoenix Dharma body that was more than 200 feet in size appeared above Xiaohua's head. Go! Xiaohua shouted. The phoenix Dharma body soared into the sky and flew forward to meet Ling Jingyi's pressure. With a claw, a cold light flashed and directly grabbed at Ling Jingyi's face. Ouch! Ling Jingyi was shocked. He knew that his body's defense wasn't enough to deal with the phoenix Dharma body. Just as he was about to take out his magic tool, suddenly, an incomparably powerful suction force came from the bright sun magic tool, sucking away most of the magic power in Ling Jingyi's body. Then, the magic tool emitted a strange fluctuation. This fluctuation rushed towards the phoenix Dharma body and directly covered Ling Jingyi's body. Just like last time, as soon as the fluctuation entered Ling Jingyi's blood, his blood began to surge like boiling water. Xiaohua was very sensitive to this strange fluctuation. He waved his claw disdainfully and blocked the weak fluctuation. The phoenix Dharma body flew back to Xiaohua's head and stopped again with a clear cry. Looking at Ling Jingyi again, his originally fat body suddenly swelled up like a balloon. When his Taoist robe was pushed up, a short and fat shadow of a fire ape slowly stood up from his body. Roar! Although the fire ape Dharma body was short and fat, it still looked weak. It stretched lazily and looked around a few times. Its respectful gaze fell on Xiaohua's phoenix Dharma body. Great! Ling Jingyi's face lit up with joy. He withdrew his pressure and sat down cross-legged, as if he was channeling his magic power to focus on the Dharma body. After waiting for a while, the fire ape Dharma body became a little stronger. Ling Jingyi shook his body and withdrew the Dharma body. He bowed and said, "Fellow Taoist Xiao, thank you." "You're welcome." Xiaohua smiled and withdrew the phoenix Dharma body. He looked at Ling Feiyin again and said, "How is it? Junior brother Ling, do you want to awaken your bloodline today?" "No hurry, no hurry. Fellow Taoist Xiao used up a lot of magic power today. Let's rest for a few days first," Ling Jingyi hurriedly said with a smile. But when Ling Feiyin heard this, disappointment appeared in his eyes. "It's okay. I didn't use up anything. Strike while the iron is hot," Xiaohua said indifferently. Ling Jingyi was secretly shocked. He thought for a while and shook his head. "Thank you, fellow Taoist Xiao, but I want to try it myself." Chapter 1863. Although Ling Jingyi wanted to rely on his own strength to use the shining sun and shadow moon artifacts, in reality, he didn't know if it was because his magic power was limited or because his recently awakened true spirit bloodline wasn't powerful enough. In short, after Ling Feiyan exhausted his magic power to use the artifacts, Ling Feiyan's true spirit bloodline showed no signs of being activated. Thus, Ling Jingyi could only helplessly ask Xiaohua to help. He didn't want to lose the opportunity to awaken his only son's bloodline. After Xiaohua used the Phoenix Dharma body, Ling Feiyan's true spirit bloodline was easily activated. And Xiaohua also understood, although the luminous sun and shadow moon instruments had the effect of affecting the true spirit bloodline of the Mist Mountain, but there must also be other true spirit bloodline Dharmakayas present in order for it to work. In the past, there would definitely be Ling family's Dharmakayas activating the Dharmakayas, but now there was no one in the Ling family with Dharmakayas, and Ling Jingyi's Dharmakayas were also weak, so naturally he couldn't coordinate with the two instruments. Ha! Xiaohua clapped his hands and laughed. He also knew that in the future, the Ling family bloodline of Misty Mountain will definitely be activated and revived by Ling Jingyi. Ling Feiyan's cultivation is at the 10th level of qi refining. His true spirit bloodline was forcefully activated. For a moment, his body simply couldn't adapt. Only an indistinct shadow appeared on his back. Ling Feiyan took a pill and forced himself to sit cross-legged. His face was deathly pale. Ling Jingyi's eyes were filled with joy, but his face was naturally filled with love. Xiaohua smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Ling, this matter is over. It's time for you to fulfill your promise." "Yes. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait a moment." Ling Jingyi looked away from Ling Feiyan's face and brought Xiaohua out of the platform. Then, they entered the cave and passed through several restrictions before arriving at a library. "Fellow Taoist Xiao, this is the place where my Misty Mountain's genealogy, ancient books, and techniques are recorded. The ancient books are on the second floor of the library. This is the certificate to enter the library. You can go from the first to the fourth floor. After you finish reading, you can come out by yourself. This certificate allows you to leave but not enter. When fellow Taoist Xiao comes again, you can send a message to I won't accompany fellow Taoist." As he spoke, he handed a jade pendant to Xiaohua. Seeing Ling Jingyi hand over the jade pendant so confidently, Xiaohua was somewhat surprised. He smiled strangely and said, "This is the core of your Ling family. Aren't you afraid that I will do something to it?" "Hee, I am indeed a little worried. However, there are some fellow cultivators whom I can trust with my life even though I have only met them a few times. There are some fellow cultivators whom I am very close to, but I cannot trust them even once. Fellow Taoist Xiao is a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect and a good friend of Xue Xue. How can I not believe him? Fellow Taoist, feel free to copy the things in the ancient books. You can take a look at the cultivation arts and the like yourself. Haha. Fellow Taoist Ling, why would I want to see your Ling clan's techniques? Don't worry." Xiaohua understood the meaning behind Ling Jingyi's words. He grabbed the jade pendant and stepped into the library with a smile. Seeing that Xiaohua was actually so free and easy, not even saying superfluous words, Ling Jingyi couldn't help but be surprised. He was used to being polite to others, so he gradually wore a mask on his face. He had to be on guard and think carefully about everything. Just now, he agreed to Xiaohua's conditions without hesitation. However, later on, he remembered that the library didn't have any special restrictions. If he could see the ancient books, he could also see the cultivation arts. He obviously couldn't accompany him, so he pretended to be generous. However, he still had some misgivings in his heart. According to his thoughts, Xiaohua would definitely let him accompany him to get the ancient books in order to avoid suspicion. Or perhaps, he would let him take out the ancient books. Who would have thought? Xiaohua actually went in so openly. He couldn't have leaked our Ling family's cultivation method, right? This was Ling Jingyi's first thought, but immediately after, the image of Xiaohua's skinny back and smiling face appeared in his mind. At the same time, the matter of Qian Yuming not needing to make a heart oath after handing over the Saraira also occurred to him. If he wanted the Ling family's cultivation method, I'm afraid he wouldn't have to be so despicable, right? Immediately, Ling Jingyi felt relieved and turned around. After all, the awakening of Ling Feiyun's bloodline and the awakening of the other Ling clan disciples' bloodlines was his main concern. In a flash, 20 days had passed. Xiaohua wasn't flipping through the ancient books in the Ling clan's ancestral hall, observing Yan Qinglian's progress in refining the Zhongyao elixir in the back of the mountain, or sitting next to Xiangyang. In these 20 days, Xiangyang didn't say a word and didn't even look at Xiaohua. His face was calm. Xue also knew about Ling Feiyun's bloodline and specially came over. However, she only said 2 words of thanks and didn't say much. Of course, Xue's complexion was a lot better than before. On this day, Xiaohua was flipping through the ancient books. It was also a silk booklet. The content inside wasn't too much, but when Xiaohua saw the contents, he couldn't help but be surprised. This seems to be a record of talismans. It's actually similar to your Zhu clans. When Xiaohua saw the Zhu clan, his cultivation was still shallow and his knowledge was shallow. He only felt that the Zhu clan's records were too unimaginable. It was too different from the methods of the current cultivation world. Now, dozens of years had passed. Not to mention the Taoist sect's divine abilities, Xiaohua had also seen the Buddhist sect and soul cultivators. He knew that there were too many cultivators in this world. It was as Qian Diheng said, 3,000 great Daos. Talismans should be one of them. Of course, the talismans had already faded in Xiaohua's mind. Xiaohua also hadn't read the Zhu clan's booklet for a long time. Today, seeing the Ling clan's booklet made Xiaohua ponder. The Zhu clan suffered from the pain of the talisman. It would be passed down from generation to generation. Every generation's women would suffer. The true spirit blood in the bloodline seems to be similar to the talisman. But obviously, the inheritance of the true spirit blood is in the bloodline. After the inheritance, it would still be faint. But how could the talisman pass down the inheritance? What's so special about the Wuxia pill that I refined? It can actually dissolve the talisman? Then, will it dissolve the true spirit blood as well? Harboring doubts, Xiaohua read the booklet that recorded the talisman over and over again. He even carefully compared it with the Zhu clan's booklet. In the end, Xiaohua found something strange. Although the booklet didn't say it explicitly or even implicitly, Xiaohua felt that what was recorded in the booklet was a kind of resentment, a kind of bone-deep resentment. It faintly resembled the cultivation of the Taoist sect. It was a complaint against the Taoist sect. Could it be that the talisman is the Taoist sect's method to deal with the Buddhist sect? Xiaohua naturally thought of the vanished Buddhist sect. Don't worry about the ancients. After Xiaohua finished thinking, he put down the booklet and looked at other ancient books. Just as he was about to finish reading, he saw a record of the Buddhist sect Saraira in another ancient book. Of course, this record was very simple. It only said that this object was a Saraira, and that it was obtained by a certain Ling family head. It was unknown what it was used for, but it was in the ancestral hall. Chapter 1864. Forget it. Xiaohua sighed. Since it belongs to the Buddhist sect, I naturally have to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins. If I have the power to protect myself, why can't I go to the Buddhist sect's ruins? Xiaohua had already decided not to go to the Buddhist sect's ruins. Now that he had killed Foundation Establishment late-stage and early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators, he had a good understanding of his own strength and obtained 2 Sarairas. He couldn't help but secretly want to explore the Buddhist sect's ruins. After another 10 days, Xiaohua had finished reading all of the Ling clan's ancient books and had some understanding of the Xiaoyu continent and the cultivation world. Only then did he return the jade pendant to Ling Zhengyi and leisurely left the Ling clan's ancestral hall. Ling Zhengyi received the jade pendant and hurriedly left without saying a word. Obviously, there were many important matters to attend to in the clan. Xiaohua didn't ask, but his heart was clear. Pu Jianyuan died in the Misty Mountain and left all of his tokens to Ling Zhengyi. If Ling Jingyi didn't take over the Flying Phoenix Ridge now, then when? Especially since Ling Jingyi had the Fire Ape Dharma body, his bloodline was connected to the Flying Phoenix Ridge. Presumably, the disciples of the Flying Phoenix Ridge wouldn't reject him too much. In the quiet room, Yan Qinglian's body tempering had come to an end. Of course, it wasn't so easy to completely absorb the zhongyao milk. All Yan Qinglian could do was to simply absorb the zhongyao milk and spread it throughout every strand of her body. The only way to truly temper the zhongyao milk completely was to rely on the lightning escape technique. This was the key to the thunder escape technique's advancement by relying on the zhongyao milk. As for the zhongyao milk, it could help Qian Diheng, Sun Shu, and the others to break through to the next level, because their bodies had been refined by the zhongyao milk, which allowed them to better sense natural powers and make breakthroughs easier. In the end, Shui also came and sat next to Xiang Yang like Xiaohua. Because Xiang Yang was next to him, Xiaohua didn't cultivate and chatted with Shui. For some reason, Xiaohua asked about Shui's parents and Ling Feiyan's mother. Shui's face paled and her eyes reddened. She hesitated for a moment and said, "My parents died early, I don't have any recollection. It was uncle who brought me up. Feiyan's mother also passed away when I was 10 years old." After saying so much, Shui wasn't willing to say anything more. Xiaohua understood and hurriedly changed the topic. Just as he was about to make Shui happy, a sharp whistle came from inside the listening room. Yan Qinglian broke out of seclusion. When Yan Qinglian flew in front of Xiang Yang was actually stunned. "What do you think?" Originally, Yan Qinglian looked like she was in her 60s. Her hair was white and she looked a little old. At this moment, Yan Qinglian's face was delicate and her previous wrinkles were gone. The most obvious change was her hair. It was completely black. You. Xiang Yang pointed his finger at Yan Qinglian. He was both delighted and shocked. He didn't know what to say. What's wrong with this concubine? Yan Qinglian naturally didn't know about the changes in her body and asked curiously. "He, senior sister-in-law, take a look." Xiaohua had seen Yan Qinglian when he entered the quiet room, so he naturally knew what was going on. With a wave of his hand, a foot-sized round mirror appeared in midair. Ah! Seeing the face in the mirror that was 10 years younger, Yan Qinglian was pleasantly surprised. She almost couldn't believe it and touched her face with her fingers. Senior brother, are you satisfied?" Xiaohua said with a smile. "Little brother couldn't have been possessed, right?" Xiang Yang smiled and looked at Yan Qinglian lovingly, ignoring Xiaohua. "Many thanks for junior brother Zhao's help." Yan Qinglian woke up and bowed. All female cultivators valued their appearance. Yan Qinglian's cultivation wasn't as high as Zhuo Minghui's, so she couldn't maintain her appearance. She never thought that she could become younger. Now that she suddenly became youthful, she was pleasantly surprised. "Look, senior sister-in-law, the one in front of you is your cute junior brother. Don't be so polite." Xiaohua was also happy. To be able to do something for his senior sister-in-law who loved him dearly, he had to pay a price. "And, don't be polite with him," Xiang Yang said with a smile. "He sat beside me for so many days and didn't even say a word to me. He just wanted to see my surprise. Now that he's seen it, we're even." "Senior brother," Xiaohua said with a bit of exaggeration, this is even? If we're not even, then what?" Xiang Yang glared at Xiaohua and asked in a bad mood. Even. Xiaohua shrunk his neck. He was so scared that he didn't dare to say anything. However, he understood in his heart that the slight gap caused by the heat of possession had already been closed. Xiang Yang wanted to ask a few questions, but he had misgivings about promising Xiaohua, so he forcefully restrained himself and could only smile foolishly. After a while, Xiaohua transmitted his voice again and told her about the matter of cultivating the lightning evasion. Yan Qinglian's face once again showed astonishment. This was also something she had never heard of before. However, looking at Xiaohua's smiling face, Yan Qinglian nodded firmly. After that, the four of them rested for half a day at the back of Misty Mountain before bidding farewell to Ling Jingyi. Because of Xue Xue, Ling Jingyi didn't set up any big battle array. He only brought Ling Feiyun, and the two of them sent the four of them far away. When Xiao Hua and the others disappeared, Ling Feiyun clenched his fist and said in a low voice, "Father, this boy has decided. If he wants to walk, he will walk his own path. My Misty Mountain has an inheritance and a true spirit bloodline. Before this boy cultivates the Ling family's martial arts to the extreme, he will not consider anything else." Ling Jingyi nodded and said, "Father understands your thoughts. If you want to do it, Father will naturally support you." After that, the two of them didn't return to Misty Mountain and headed towards Flying Phoenix Ridge. Ignoring the fact that Xiao Hua's words had a huge impact on Ling Feiyun's cultivation and Ling Jingyi's actions when he went to the Phoenix Ridge, Xiao Hua flew with Xiang Yang for another 10 days. Seeing that Xue Xue's expression was slightly better, Xiao Hua smiled apologetically and said, "This poor Daoist helped you kill Pu Jianyuan and you didn't even say a word of thanks. Instead, you only frowned for a few days straight. Can't you give this poor Daoist a reason? You only said that you will talk about it in the future. Isn't that making I worried?" Xiao Hua didn't transmit his words. Obviously, he wanted Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian to hear and persuade them together. However, who would have thought that Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian would ignore him? Xue Xue pursed her lips and said with a smile, "You already said that you won't let I say thanks. Why do you still want to ask? Besides, there are many things that don't necessarily have to have an ending. Being able to experience the pain and sweetness together is already the best." "All right." Seeing that Xue Xue was smiling, Xiao Hua shrugged and didn't say anything else. Xue Xue also clearly understood that she had neglected Xiao Hua because of her own emotions. She once again extended her slender finger and lightly pointed at Xiao Hua. "Moreover, that Pu Jianyuan is truly abominable. He clearly wants to exterminate the descendants of the Ling family in the Mist Mountain, but he still uses the pretense of looking for magic tools. If you kill him, won't you get a lot of benefits? Hee, don't make me talk about your transmissions with Qian Yuming and Zhan Yu again. I'm afraid you have some transactions, right?" Xiao Hua curled his lips and said, "To be honest, fellow Daoist Ling's actions aren't that strong. It's just that he's a lot smarter and Pu Jianyuan only realized it recently. No matter what Pu Jianyuan's intentions are, he always has a valid excuse. Actually, when it comes to the content of the transmissions, it's nothing special. It's just that Pu Jianyuan found the traces of the fire ape and thought of his artifacts. When he invited cultivators to help him, he met Qian Yuming and Zhan Yu, who also found the traces of the fire ape. Pu Jianyuan has a way to subdue the fire ape, and Qian Yuming and Zhan Yu have the strength. The three of them colluded without prior consultation. As for whether killing Pu Jianyuan and subduing Misty Mountain is Pu Jianyuan's final plan, that's not something I can know. TSK, that's a fire ape, a 5th-rank spiritual beast with an early gold core cultivation. Now that you already have Radiant Sun and Shadow Moon, plus Senior Martial Brother and Senior Martial Sister, it's not impossible to subdue it. Why weren't you tempted that day?" Xue Xue pursed her lips and smiled. "Radiant Sun and Shadow Moon are your artifacts. How can I refine them? I'll leave them to you." Xiao Hua said with a smile. "As for the fire ape? I still want to live a few more days, so I won't listen to the two of them." A strange look flashed across Xue Xue's eyes. She shook her head and said, "Darling Xiao, although Radiant Sun and Shadow Moon are Ling families, they're still useful to me. However, I don't have to refine them. If you have the ability, you should refine them. When I have a use for them in the future, you can use them on my behalf." "That's fine too." Xiao Hua nodded. "Isn't what's yours also mine?" Xue Xue rolled her eyes at him. "I've always heard Senior Martial Sister Sun say that you were stingy the last time you went out. Why do you think that what's yours is mine today? Moreover, Zhan Yu and the others have their eyes on the fire ape. If you can refine Shadow Moon and Radiant Sun, you'll have a 40% chance of subduing the fire ape. Why are you shrinking back? This really isn't your style. Act according to your ability, act according to your ability. Xiao Hua avoided talking about his own stinginess and waved his hand. Let's not talk about the fire ape's early stage gold core cultivation. Even if I have a 40% chance of subduing it, according to Qian Yuming, there's also a thunder beast that appeared with the fire ape. I have never heard of this thing. To be able to travel with the fire ape, I don't have the wishful thinking of subduing two spirit beasts. Xiao Hua and Xue Xue were only chatting idly as they flew behind Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian. However, when Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian heard the two words, Thunder Beast, they suddenly stopped. Their bodies seemed to be imprisoned, and they almost fell from the sky. With great difficulty, they stabilized their bodies and turned around almost instantly. They rushed to Xiao Hua and anxiously said, Junior Martial Brother Xiao, what did you say? Thunder Beast? Xiang Yang's voice and body were trembling, as if he was too excited. Thunder Beast? Qian Yuming transmitted his voice to this little brother. When they discovered the fire ape, there were traces of lightning strikes in the trees around the fire ape. They suspected that it was a thunder beast. Xiao Hua replied somewhat strangely. This little brother also didn't know whether what they said was true or not. It was extremely dangerous left and right, so this little brother also didn't tell eldest senior martial brother. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 1865. Did they see what the lightning beast looked like? Yan Qinglian's voice was also trembling. Xiao Hua smiled and said, Zhan, you did say that there was a blurry shadow. It was too fast and couldn't be seen clearly, but there was a pair of wings. Sure enough. Xiang Yang was overjoyed, and his hand trembled again. Sure enough, Xiang Yang said, sure enough, for a long time, but he didn't say anything. Junior brother Xiao, where did this lightning beast appear? Yan Qinglian's mood had already stabilized, and she asked in a deep voice. Flame Forest Marsh. Xiao Hua answered without hesitation. Good, let's go to Flame Forest Marsh now. Yan Qinglian said decisively. Ah. Xiao Hua was surprised. We're not going to look at the sea, but at the beautiful seascape? Huh, of course we're not going. Xiang Yang laughed and said, compared to my lifespan, the beauty of the seascape can't be placed in your senior sister-in-law's eyes. Senior brother Xiao Hua was also pleasantly surprised, and asked curiously, what does this lightning beast have to do with senior brother's lifespan? This is naturally related, and it's greatly related. Xiang Yang smiled and said, actually, during this experiential learning, my greatest hope is to encounter a lightning beast. Only the lightning beast's inner core can restore my lifespan. Of course, this lightning beast is only a legend. Even Gold Core and Nascent Soul seniors covet it. I only have hope, but I don't dare to imagine it, so I didn't explain it to you. But it really makes me happy. I just left the mountain, and I already encountered it. I don't know if it's my luck, or junior brother's luck. Xiao Hua looked at Yan Qinglian crying tears of joy, and his eyes were also moist. He smiled and said, of course it's senior brother's luck. Senior brother is honest and never deceives others. If the heavens don't care for this kind of cultivator, then the heavens are really unfair. Congratulations senior brother, the heavens really have opened their eyes. Xue Xue also went up to congratulate. Hee, I only see hope. Xiang Yang laughed and said, the lightning beast is a 6th grade spirit beast, and has the strength of Gold Core middle stage. It's far from what we foundation establishment cultivators can covet. 6th grade spirit beast? Xue 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 was stunned. Humph, you're only at the middle Gold Core stage. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth, since it can increase eldest senior brother's lifespan, then even if I have to use all my skills, I will still kill it. Thank you, junior brother Xiao. Xiangyang smiled and said, let's go and look for an opportunity first. Since Zhan Yu and the others can be greedy, we might have a chance as well. You're right. Xiao Hua clapped his hands and said, although Qian Yiming wanted to persuade me, I stopped him. From the looks of it, Spirit Husbandry sect and Huanghua faction are not the only ones who are greedy for the fire apes and lightning beasts. Let's go and cooperate with them. Cooperation? A strange look appeared on Xiang Yang's face as he said with a wry smile, the thunder beast's strength is unfathomable, and its entire body is filled with treasures. However, the most important thing is its monster core. What I want is precisely its monster core. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to work together. That's true. Xiao Hua nodded and frowned, as if he was thinking about something. Husband, let's go and take a look. Since there's some hope now, it's better than nothing. Even if there's half a chance, junior brother Xiao, junior sister Shui, and I will work hard for this half a chance. Yan Qinglian stepped forward and smiled. At this moment, Yan Qinglian's slightly charming face had such a smile, which made Xiang Yang stunned again. He also smiled and said, how can I bear to let my wife work so hard? Seeing eldest senior brother and senior sister-in-law being so affectionate, Shui unconsciously raised her head and looked at Xiao Hua. There was a trace of reluctance in her eyes. Her strange gaze attracted Xiao Hua's attention. When Xiao Hua raised his eyes to look at her, there was only tenderness left in Shui's eyes. She stuck to Xiao Hua's gaze like honey. Seeing Shui's tenderness, Xiao Hua's heart was filled with sweetness. Just as his brows relaxed, his eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and took out a jade slip from the space. After his divine sense entered it, he was ecstatic. He flew in front of Xiang Yang and handed the jade slip over with a smile. Congratulations, senior brother. I found another strong helper for senior brother. Who? Xiang Yang was stunned. He took the jade slip and read it with his divine sense. He asked curiously, who left this? They actually asked you for information about the Thunder Beast? Ha ha ha. Senior brother, do you remember when I went to the Eastern Ridge Herb Garden for the first time and missed the delivery of the Flame Dawn grass? I remember. Didn't he punish you with a year's supply of spirit stones and medicinal pills? He even told you to go to Senior Zhenyi and confess your crimes. Xiang Yang was very familiar with Xiao Hua's matters. I'll let senior brother know. Xiao Hua said with a smile, back then, Grandmaster Zhenyi said he wouldn't pursue the matter, but he didn't let little brother off so easily. He gave little brother a jade slip, saying that he was looking for something. Because little brother had delayed him from going out to look for it, he punished little brother by telling little brother to find it. Jade slip? At that time, you hadn't reached the 12th layer of qi refining, so how could you see the jade slip? Moreover, you didn't tell me that day. Xiang Yang asked. Because I was afraid master and senior brother would be worried, I didn't tell you. Xiao Hua said apologetically, Grandmaster Zhenyi gave me another 20 years, enough for me to reach the 12th layer of qi refining. I can see it myself. Xiang Yang sighed and didn't say anything else. Even if he saw the jade slip and told them about the search for the Thunder Beast, what could they do? When I just got my divine sense, I saw it, but I didn't know what the Thunder Beast was. There was still a long way to go, so I threw it to the back of my mind. Even when I heard Qian Yiming talk about it a few days ago, I didn't care and didn't think about it at all. If senior brother didn't mention it just now, I really would have forgotten about Grandmaster Zhenyi. Grandmaster Zhenyi. What does he want the Thunder Beast for? He's a famous alchemist in Thunder Palace, so he's most likely going to use the Thunder Beast's inner core to refine medicinal pills. Although our chances of getting the Thunder Beast's inner core have greatly increased with his help, but, can he give husband the inner core? Yan Qinglian said worriedly. Xiao Hua said curiously, senior sister, could it be that Grandmaster Zhenyi can't refine medicinal pills? Senior brother can only get a complete inner core? Yan Qinglian said with a bitter smile, a complete thunder beast's inner core would be the best. If it's not, even a part of the thunder beast's inner core wouldn't be impossible. However, medicinal pills refined from the thunder beast's inner core wouldn't be suitable for your senior brother's use. Forget it, I'll explain it to you properly. Xiang Yang looked around and said with a sigh. He was actually quite calm. Chapter 1866. After Xiang Yang finished speaking, Xiaohua finally understood that the damage to Xiang Yang's Dao Foundation was caused by the thunder in the myriad Thunder Valley. Thunder beasts were natural spiritual beasts that could absorb thunder and control thunder and lightning. Their inner cores also contained the essence of thunder. This essence of lightning was incomparably powerful, but to Xiang Yang, whose Dao Foundation was damaged by lightning, it was also a good medicine to repair it. Just like the venom of a poisonous snake, although the poison in the venom could kill ordinary people, it could also be a miraculous medicine to fight poison with poison. Xiang Yang's method of using the essence of lightning to repair his Dao Foundation was a secret technique that he had no choice but to search through the ancient records of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He only told Xiang Yang and his wife before he left the Imperial Thunder Sect. Of course, the inner cores of lightning beasts used in this secret technique could only be original inner cores and not medicinal pills that had been refined by mortal flames. As for how much inner cores of lightning beasts to use, it would depend on the degree of damage to Xiang Yang's Dao Foundation. In this way, Xiang Yang's request would inevitably deviate from Zhen Ye's request. If using inner cores to repair one's Dao Foundation was an unorthodox method, then using inner cores to refine medicinal pills was the correct method. Medicinal pills refined from lightning beasts' inner cores were also very useful for lightning cultivators. Especially for golden core cultivators like Zhen Yi, who had an even greater thirst for rare medicinal pills. To tell the truth, Zhen Yi might not necessarily give up some inner cores of lightning beasts because they were fellow disciples of the same sect. However, if they didn't have Zhen Ye's help, how confident would Xiang Yang, Yan Qinglian, Xiaohua, and Xue be when facing a 6th-rank spirit beast? Xiaohua admittedly hid many divine abilities, but he wasn't arrogant enough to challenge a golden core spirit beast. Moreover, there were also cultivators from other sections. Those who dared to come looking for the fire ape and lightning beast weren't only Foundation establishment cultivators like Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. There were also true golden core cultivators. I'm afraid they'll have to find help. This was Xiaohua's first reaction after hearing this. Who could help? Zhuo Minghui couldn't do it, and Shui Hongshan couldn't do it either. They could only rely on Zhen Yi. Sure enough, after Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian had a brief discussion, they said to Xiaohua, Junior Martial Brother Xiao, this matter should be explained to Martial Uncle Zhen Yi. Not to mention that we're not strong enough, just because you agreed to help him, we should also inform Martial Uncle Zhen about this matter. I'll listen to eldest senior brother's instructions. Xiaohua nodded. There should be a secret stronghold of my Imperial Thunder Sect in front of the teleportation array. Write down this matter on a jade slip, and I'll take it for you. Xiang Yang said without hesitation, let's head to Shihuang town first and find a place near Flame Forest Swamp to wait for Martial Uncle Zhen Ye's news. Great. Xiaohua clapped his hands and said. The closest transmission array to the Misty Mountain was located in a small town called Pu Song, which was less than half a day's journey ahead of Xiaohua's group. After Xiang Yang made up his mind, everyone increased their flying speed and flew towards Pine Tree Town. However, after flying for less than an hour, Xiang Yang discovered that something was amiss. It was none other than Yan Qinglian, who was by his side. Xiang Yang actually discovered that Yan Qinglian's flying speed had increased by a fraction. Yan Qinglian was the same as Xiang Yang. She wasn't a direct disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect, so she couldn't be taught the Imperial Thunder Sect's orthodox lightning evasion technique. She could only cultivate the lightning evasion technique of the Imperial Thunder Sect under the guidance of others. The lightning evasion technique had harsh requirements on the physical body. Therefore, although Yan Qinglian had stepped into the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm many years before Xiangyang, her attainments in the lightning evasion technique weren't particularly obvious. After Xiangyang cultivated to the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, he also began to dabble in the lightning evasion technique. His progress was also very fast. Although he couldn't compare to Yan Qinglian, the difference wasn't too great. However, just now, Yan Qinglian's hibernating lightning evasion technique was clearly faster than before, which easily attracted Xiangyang's attention. I'm afraid, it's because of junior brother Xiao. Xiangyang turned his head and glanced at Xiaohua. Behind him, Xiaohua and Shueshue were both using the hibernating lightning evasion technique. He also only smiled at Yan Qinglian, who had sensed something strange and turned her head to look at him. He didn't ask a single word. Pu Song town arrived quickly. Xiangyang scanned it with his divine sense and directly flew outside the town's west. After stopping in mid-air, he took out a yellow talisman that flickered with lightning. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, the yellow talisman transformed into a bolt of lightning. It first flew into the air, then disappeared towards the west. It actually had a concealment effect. My goodness, what kind of messaging talisman is this? Xiaohua originally thought that eldest senior brother was going to look for someone. Who would have thought that he would actually send a messaging talisman here? Moreover, this messaging talisman was very strange, so he couldn't help but ask. This is the hibernating lightning messaging talisman that we Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators use when we come out for training. Xiangyang said with a smile, my Imperial Thunder sect is a large cultivation sect on the Xiaoyu continent. Although we don't operate any teleportation formations, there are always disciples on duty near the teleportation formations. These disciples are specifically responsible for transmitting information from various places. We Foundation Establishment Realm cultivators also have the right and duty to send all kinds of information back to the Imperial Thunder sect. The hibernating lightning messaging talisman is fine, but important information still has to be passed back to the sect by these disciples on duty. While Xiangyang was speaking, a very ordinary-looking disciple flew over from afar. His cultivation was only around the 11th layer of the Qi refining realm. That disciple stepped forward and saluted Xiangyang and Yan Qinglian. Wu Ming, greet the two senior brothers. Xiangyang smiled and returned the salute, saying, we are disciples of the Thunder Sect's myriad Thunder Valley. We have to inform Martial Uncle Zhenyi of the Thunder Sect, so we'll have to trouble junior brother. Oh. Martial Uncle Zhenyi? Wu Ming's expressionless face changed slightly, and he nodded, saying, I don't dare. Please give me the identity token and jade slip, senior brother. Xiangyang handed the identity token and jade slip to Wu Ming. Wu Ming took them and first used his divine sense to penetrate the identity token. After checking, he used his left hand to cast a spell on the jade slip and handed the two things back to Xiangyang, saying, Senior brother Xiang, please keep the token. This jade slip has been placed with a restriction. This restriction is a common restriction used by my Imperial Thunder sect to transmit information. Once it's broken, it can no longer be used. Xiangyang didn't dare to be careless. After taking it, he checked it with his divine sense and handed it to Wu Ming with satisfaction, saying, Thank you for your trouble. No problem. Wu Ming took the jade slip and turned to fly to the south of Pine Tree Town. Xiangyang hurriedly said, Junior brother Wu, wait a moment. We're also going to the teleportation formation. Oh. Wu Ming stopped and said with a smile, I'd better not go with senior brother. I know. I just want to ask junior brother something. Xiangyang nodded. Please speak, senior brother Xiang. Wu Ming didn't seem to be sloppy and said concisely. Xiangyang hesitated for a moment and asked, I don't know what's going on with the teleportation formation in the direction of Western Huang Town. Western Huang Town? Flaming Forest Marsh? Wu Ming glanced at Xiangyang, then at Xiaohua and Shueshue behind Xiangyang. He shook his head and said, Flame Forest Swamp's terrain is complicated, but it has always been a good place for foundation establishment cultivators in our country of Shi to gain experience. Usually, many cultivators go there, and the news from there is nothing special. However, after Mo Yuan, who was guarding the teleportation formation in Yan Abyss City, strangely died in Flaming Forest Marsh, Yan Abyss City sent 2 cultivators to guard Western Huang Town. The security is much tighter. Hee, many thanks, junior brother Wu. Xiang Yang cupped his hands and thanked him. You're welcome. Wu Ming nodded and then looked at Xiao Hua and said with a smile, Senior brother Xiang, going to Flaming Forest Marsh to gain experience should be a good choice. However, it's best not to bring your junior brother and junior sister. That's not a good place to break through to foundation establishment. Hee, I understand. Xiang Yang nodded. Then, Wu Ming bid farewell to everyone and quickly left. Senior brother, this disciple is clearly at the 11th layer of qi refining. Why did he call you senior brother? Shui looked at Wu Ming's back and asked in a low voice. Yan Qinglian smiled and said, most of the disciples on guard outside are at the early stage of foundation establishment. It's only because they practice some of my Imperial Thunder Sect's secret techniques that they can hide their cultivation. That's why you can see that they are only at the qi refining stage. Shui suddenly understood and said with a smile, I've long heard of this kind of magical technique, but I didn't expect to see it with my own eyes. If others treated them as qi refining disciples, they would really suffer a big loss. Then, she thought of something and turned her head, saying, Darling Xiao, have you already reached foundation establishment? You're still hiding your cultivation and making us anxious? Xiao Hua spread his hands and said, I am a real qi refining cultivator. If I were at foundation establishment, I wouldn't have provoked master's scolding. Hee, your qi refining cultivation seems to be even more deceptive than Martial Uncle Wu's concealment. Shui smiled, when others conceal their cultivation, they can still be seen through by others. You're not afraid of being seen through. Just this little secret and you guys saw through it. Xiao Hua pretended to smile bitterly. Xiang Yang shook his head, although Wu Ming can conceal his cultivation, that technique is extremely difficult to practice. Moreover, after practicing it, it will delay one's own cultivation. Therefore, after these disciples complete their mission and return to the sect, they will often be rewarded handsomely. Although Wu Ming's cultivation is only at the early stage of foundation establishment, if he can focus on his cultivation, he should also be at the middle stage of foundation establishment. And this disciple understands. Shui nodded, it's really hard for them. Not only do they have to take the risk to pass the message, but they also have to delay their cultivation. It's really not easy. Let's go, we'll go to Shihuang Town first. The 4 of them waited in the air for a while. Only after calculating that Wu Ming had already entered the transfer formation did they get up and go. Pu Song Town's transfer formation wasn't big because there was only one transfer formation in the surroundings. There were quite a lot of cultivators who came through the transfer formation, so they didn't have to wait. Xiao Hua followed Xiang Yang. After several transfers, they finally arrived at Shihuang Town again. As soon as they appeared at the transfer formation, Xiao Hua saw city guards wearing Yenyuan City's armor and 2 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators staring at them with bright eyes. Of course, their gazes were all focused on Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, not Xiao Hua and Shui. The current Xiao Hua had already adapted to the transfer formation, so the dizziness didn't appear at all. When Xiao Hua followed Xiang Yang out of the transfer formation, they had just walked 10 steps when they saw the transfer formation flash again. The 2 cultivators who were staring at Xiang Yang had astonishment in their eyes. They actually walked to the front of the transfer formation and bowed to pay their respects. Chapter 1867. Seeing the 2 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivators guarding the transportation formation quickly walk up behind him and prepare to salute, How could Xiao Hua not know that there were at least golden core cultivators inside the transportation formation? Xiang Yang and the others were not slow either. They quickly moved to the side and stood respectfully. Only then did they cast their gazes towards the transportation formation. At this moment, the brilliance of the transportation formation had just faded away. There were 3 cultivators standing inside. The one in front was actually less than 3 feet tall. Moreover, his face was like a full moon, and his teeth were white and his lips were red. He truly looked like a child. Behind this child were 2 old men over 50 years old. However, the 2 old men had respectful expressions as they hid behind the child. Junior greets Senior Xiang. The 2 cultivators guarding the transportation formation bowed. They clearly recognized this golden core cultivator. You may rise. The golden core cultivator's voice was very tender. He raised his small hand and said with a smile, "You must have worked hard guarding the transportation formation." "I dare not. This is Junior's duty and also the city lord's request." The cultivator still replied respectfully. "Have there been any other golden core cultivators coming over these past few days?" The golden core cultivator walked and asked casually. The 2 cultivators glanced at each other. Their eyes were filled with bitterness. One of them smiled apologetically and said, "Senior Xiang, please no. Junior does not dare to say too much about who was sent over. I presume Senior Xiang does not like to pry." "Humph." A trace of coldness flashed across the golden core cultivator's face. He released the pressure from his body and pressed down on the cultivator who spoke. Immediately, large beads of sweat dripped from the cultivator's forehead. However, in just half a breath, the pressure suddenly disappeared. The golden core cultivator smiled amiably and pointed at the cultivator with his delicate finger. "City Lord Jiang is indeed a good teacher. Don't be afraid, I was just joking with you." "Hee, Junior knows, Junior knows." The cultivator did not dare to say anything else. "What did you come to Western Huang Town for?" The golden core cultivator's gaze fell on Xiao Hua and Xue. He actually asked without any trace of politeness. Xiang Yang immediately bowed and said, "Junior Thunder controlling Sec Xiang Yang greets Senior Xiang. These 2 disciples are Junior's junior brothers. They are the key to Foundation establishment, so Junior specially brought them here to gain experience." "Oh." The golden core cultivator retracted his gaze and glanced at Xiang Yang. "Of all places to train, why must you come to Shihuang Town?" After saying that, he ignored the 4 of them and walked out of the quiet room where the teleportation array was located. Without waiting for the golden core stage cultivator to leave, the transmission array flashed again and several Foundation establishment stage cultivators were also sent over. Seeing the short and small figure of the golden core stage cultivator, they did not dare to leave and hurriedly stood near Xiang Yang and the rest. Only when the figure of the golden core stage cultivator disappeared did everyone heave a sigh of relief. Looking at each other, they scattered out of the transmission array. After exiting the teleportation formation, Xiang Yang looked a little hesitant. He flew into the air and looked in the direction of the Flame Forest Mountains, but did not move forward. "Eldest senior brother, who was that Aurus Core stage senior just now?" Xiao Hua asked in a low voice. "Could it be because of that senior?" "Sigh, that's right." Xiang Yang was a little worried and said in a low voice, "Although this senior's cultivation is not particularly high, but because of his appearance, many cultivators recognize him. He is Senior Xiang Min of the 5 Elements sect." Xiao Hua nodded slightly and said with a smile, "That's true. With this kind of appearance, who wouldn't know?" Xiang Yang smiled bitterly. "This is still secondary. I'm afraid that because this senior had some misfortune when he was young, he does as he pleases and is vicious and merciless. Just now, in the transmission array, he actually spoke to us. If it was someone else, who would do this? Just now, he really scared me to death. I'm afraid that he will suddenly attack." "It can't be." Xiao Hua was a little flabbergasted. I'm only a chi condensation stage cultivator. There's no reason, fortunately, it's the Yan Abyss City's transmission array. Yan Qinglian nodded. He also has to be wary of Yan Abyss City's City Lord Jiang. Then his words. I'm afraid it's a warning to us. Shui said thoughtfully. Who knows? Xiang Yang looked at the distant sky and frowned. If it's a warning, can't he just tell me directly? Why tell Junior Marshal Brother Shao? But if it's because he's concerned, all the seniors in the Dawn Rain continent will say it. But I don't want to believe that he will say it. Then, let's not go to the Flame Forest Marsh first. Xiao Hua nodded. Let's go somewhere else first. When Grandmaster Zhenyi comes, we won't be afraid of that guy anymore. That's the only way. Xiang Yang originally planned to go to the Flame Forest Marsh first to see if there was a chance for him to get the Thunder Beast first. Although this chance was very slim, Xiang Yang still wanted to try. But who knew that Xiang Min, who had the same surname as him, would suddenly appear? He didn't think that Xiang Min would let him go just because they had the same surname. If he didn't hide first, what else could he do? Yan Qinglian obviously understood Xiang Yang's thoughts. She flew forward and said, Husband, it's not a temporary thing. If husband is fated, even if you go late, you will still get it. Going early is not a good thing. Let's go. Xiang Yang waved his hand and led the group in a different direction. Several cultivators who came out at the same time as Xiang Yang also seemed to have the same idea. They didn't go to the Flame Forest Marsh. However, not long after, cultivators of different cultivation levels came out of the teleportation formation. They didn't know that Xiang Min was going to the Flame Forest Marsh. They all flew to the Flame Forest Marsh according to their own arrangements. Xiao Hua followed Xiang Yang and flew for 4 hours before he arrived at a desolate place. This place was filled with mountains and trees. Only the color of the rocks was different from that of the Flame Forest Swamp. Other than that, there was nothing different about this place. We'll wait here. Xiang Yang scanned with his divine sense and said with satisfaction, Junior Marshal Brother Shao is still with Junior Marshal Sister Shui. We'll wait patiently for news from Grandmaster Zhenyi. We'll listen to eldest Senior Marshal Brother's instructions. Xiao Hua also didn't hold back. He also scanned with his divine sense and brought Shui to the foot of a mountain. He released the puppet and expanded a cave. Xiao Hua and Shui went inside and took out the rabbit spirit talisman. They carefully threw it out. After the formation was activated, Xiao Hua let out a long breath. He looked at Shui, who was also a bit scared, and said, if this Xiang Min is really like what eldest Senior Marshal Brother said, acting strange and attacking everyone, it will be really difficult to deal with. Yeah, she's already a Jindan stage senior, and she still has the nerve to attack a Foundation establishment disciple. Shui's face also showed disdain. Only increasing my cultivation level is the right way. Xiao Hua rarely had the thought of being intimate with Shui. He sat cross-legged and began to circulate his cultivation. Shui naturally didn't dare to be negligent. She also sat in a corner of the cave and cultivated. Chapter 1868. Dozens of days passed in a flash. On this day, Xiao Hua was sitting cross-legged. He was about to use the prairie fire cultivation method to refine the flames in his body. However, after thinking about it, the Thunder Beast was with the Fire Ape. Presumably, its whereabouts were also hidden. Zhan Yu and Xian Yiming were bewitched by Pu Jianyuan. Wasn't it because they wanted to obtain the ancestral magic tools of the Misty Mountain? Relying on the ancestral magic tools to find the Fire Ape's whereabouts? If he wanted to help his eldest senior brother find the Thunder Beast, the magic tools of the Misty Mountain must be refined. Moreover, these magic tools were passed down from the ancestors of the Misty Mountain. If Shui could refine them, that would be the best. He wouldn't have to take everything from Shui. Thinking of this, Xiaohua waved his hand and took out two magic tools that looked like seals. He whispered, "Shue Shue, husband, what's the matter?" Shue Shue's bright eyes moved as she called out naturally. "These two magic tools belonged to your Misty Mountain and Phoenix Ridge. I took them away because I was angry at your uncle's scheme. Now is the time for eldest senior brother to use them. You should take them and refine them. After you finish refining them, you can also help eldest senior brother," Xiaohua said with a smile. He waved his hand and the two magic tools fell in front of Shue Shue. "Hee, husband, uncle has received a lot of benefits from you. Let's not talk about the flying Phoenix Ridge. Uncle and Feiyun's bloodline awakening is far more valuable than these two magic tools. You don't need to be polite anymore." Shue Shue smiled and waved her hand. The magic tools flew back to Xiaohua's hand. Moreover, the ancestral magic tools of the Misty Mountain can't be refined before reaching the foundation establishment stage. The magic tools of the Phoenix Ridge must also have the same saying. "Husband, if you let me refine them now, wouldn't you be harming me?" "Ah. Ling, why didn't your uncle tell me?" Xiaohua was stunned. "I'm afraid it's because he knows you can refine them. Moreover, husband, don't you have me by your side?" Shue Shue said with a smile. "Then, aren't these two magic tools for eldest senior brother to refine?" Xiaohua scratched his head. "Hee, there's nothing wrong with eldest senior brother refining them. Shue suggested, however, I will also be using them in the future. If eldest senior brother refines them, it will be inconvenient for me to use. In my opinion, it's better for husband to refine them." "Yes, I understand," Xiaohua said with a smile. "Presumably, your uncle knows that your husband can suppress this magic tool. That's why he didn't tell your husband about the pros and cons of this floor." "Of course." "Great." Xiaohua clapped his hands and the two magic tools floated into the air. Xiaohua held the two jade amulets in his hand and immersed his divine sense into them. He looked at them again and didn't find any flaws. Only then did he withdraw his divine sense. However, he didn't take back the two jade amulets. Xiaohua closed his eyes and slowly waved his left and right hands. Spells gradually formed in his hands and hit one of the magic artifacts. As the spells entered, the big seal gradually emitted a soft orange brilliance, and the brilliance became brighter and brighter. In the end, it became a dazzling brilliance. At the same time, the shape of the big seal also disappeared, and a ball-like magic artifact appeared in the air. Quietly floating in the air. "Quick!" Xiaohua shouted, and the spells changed again. His left hand formed a spell and didn't release it. His right hand continuously changed, and like a pipa, it hit the magic artifact Glorious Sun. As the spells entered, the Glorious Sun slowly began to rotate, and as it rotated, a suction force was born from the Glorious Sun, sucking in the magic power in Xiaohua's body. At first, it was like a trickling stream, but as the rotation sped up, it sucked in 60% of Xiaohua's magic power like a whale swallowing water. 60% of my magic power. Xiaohua was a little dumbfounded. He was very clear that his 60% magic power was not comparable to Ling Jingyi or Pu Jinyuan's 100% magic power. This Glorious Sun actually absorbed so much magic power, Ling Jingyi and the others. To what extent did they sacrificial refine it? After absorbing Xiaohua's magic power, the Glorious Sun rotated fiercely in the air, and it seemed that rays of light were thrown out from the Glorious Sun. Xiaohua was just about to make the final spell when his heart suddenly moved. He thought of the Glorious Sun and Shadow Moon that were connected together before. So, he sat cross-legged. After recovering the magic power in his body, he actually took out another big seal. The process was the same as the process of sacrificial refining the Glorious Sun. As Xiaohua made the spell, the big seal also transformed into a semicircular shell-like magic artifact. The magic artifact Shadow Moon absorbed 60% of Xiaohua's magic power and spun rapidly like the Glorious Sun. Shue Shue next to him was even more surprised. She couldn't help but sweat for Xiaohua. Rise, seeing this, the corners of Xiao Hua's mouth curled into a smile, as if he had a card up his sleeve. He made 2 identical spell seals with his left and right hands. Suddenly, from the glorious sun and shadow moon, 2 orange flame phantoms flew out. One was in the shape of the glorious sun and the other was in the shape of the shadow moon. These 2 phantoms rose higher and closer. When they reached a certain distance, they actually produced a force that Xiao Hua couldn't control and quickly pulled the 2 phantoms together. Moreover, in the instant the 2 phantoms overlapped, a powerful aura broke out from the phantoms. Like the pressure of a Jindan cultivator, it spread towards the entire cave. Rise! Xiao Hua was both surprised and happy. His body shook, and the Phoenix Dharma body broke out from his body. The 200 feet tall Dharma body protected Xue Xue under it. The Phoenix Dharma body's aura blocked the aura released by the phantoms with difficulty. This seems to be different from the pressure of a cultivator. Xiao Hua felt the same and immediately felt something was different. It's actually similar to the aura of this young master's Phoenix Dharma body. Could it be? While he was thinking, the combined shape of the shadow moon and glorious sun gradually changed. A small fire ape shape was derived from the entire orange flame. Oh my, when did the 2 magic tools merge together? While Xiao Hua was surprised, he also saw that the 2 magic tools that he had just chosen had merged together like the 2 phantoms at some unknown time. And just as Xiao Hua was surprised, the combined shadow moon and glorious sun split into 2 like a chicken egg. A scarlet brilliance flashed from the split. At the place where the brilliance shone, a figure of light appeared. It was actually exactly the same as the shape of the flame. Fire Ape's soul essence. Xiao Hua suddenly realized and was shocked. This magic tool actually concealed a Fire Ape's soul essence. Damn, this is the soul essence of a rank 5 spirit beast. Xiao Hua was a bit flustered. He only wanted to refine the magic tool, but he didn't expect to overreach himself and take out the sealed soul essence. Seeing the Fire Ape's soul essence fly into the flame and actually form a flaming fire ape, a rather primitive divine sense was released from the flame and swept towards Xiao Hua and Xue Xue without any scruples. Moreover, when the divine sense swept past Xiao Hua, it tightly locked onto him. A feeling of danger immediately emerged from Xiao Hua's heart. Goldie. Xiao Hua immediately thought of Goldie in the space and promptly sent his divine sense into the space. Unfortunately, Goldie was currently sleeping and didn't pay attention to Xiao Hua. What should I do now? When Xiao Hua's divine sense left the space, the flaming fire ape's soul essence was already quickly flying towards Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua promptly dodged and unhesitatingly sent out his thunder palm. With a crackling sound, the foot-long lightning struck the fire ape's soul essence. The flames around the fire ape's soul essence burned fiercely and actually blocked the thunder palm outside the flames. Humph. When Xiao Hua saw that the spell was effective, his heart calmed down. He clapped his hand and the aqua pearl that he had never used before appeared in his hand. Under the urging of his magic power, a sparkling blue light emerged from the aqua pearl and swept towards the fire ape's soul essence. With a whoosh, the fire ape's soul essence once again urged the flames around its body. At the point where the 2 lights collided, a crackling sound was emitted. At this critical moment, the aqua pearl's light dimmed and the sparkling blue light was annihilated. Xiao Hua's magic power was actually insufficient. Speaking of which, Xiao Hua was to blame. He was really too careless and used too much magic power to refine the 2 magic tools. Moreover, he didn't stop to recover his magic power the second time. The flames that the fire ape urged on were all the magic power that Xiao Hua had previously provided. This time, Xiao Hua had spun a cocoon around himself. Xiao Hua. When Xue Xue saw the situation, she knew that Xiao Hua was exhausted. Without hesitation, she shouted and flew over. Xue Xue. Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. The phoenix celestial body shook its wings and blocked Xue Xue to the side. Then, it stretched out its sharp claws and slashed towards the fire ape's soul essence, Not only that, Xiaohua's body didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced and flew upwards. He also took out the huge demonic hammer in his hand and directly smashed it towards the fire ape's soul essence. With a whoosh, the flames that couldn't be harmed by any spell were actually split into two by the phoenix celestial body's sharp claws. Then, the demonic hammer smashed down again. With a whoosh, although it seemed to have hit empty air when it flew past the fire ape's soul essence, the slightly dimmed color showed that the demonic hammer had succeeded. Ha ha ha. Xiaohua was overjoyed. No longer hesitating, the phoenix celestial body's two sharp claws slashed towards the fire ape's soul essence one after another as if it was using some kind of technique, blocking the soul essence from flying towards Xiaohua. Seeing that the soul essence couldn't get close to Xiaohua, the fire ape's soul essence's divine sense turned towards Shui. At the same time, the fire ape also flew towards Shui. How could Xiaohua let it leave? The phoenix celestial body blocked Shui behind it. Its sharp claws wrapped around the soul essence. After a while, seeing that the fire ape's soul essence couldn't get any advantage and was in a deadlock with Xiaohua, the fire ape's soul essence suddenly stopped in midair and looked towards the flame forest swamp. Its entire body broke away from the range of the phoenix celestial body's sharp claws and flew towards that direction. Don't go. Xiaohua shouted. The phoenix celestial body also flew up and its beak naturally pecked at the fire ape's soul essence. As it opened its beak, a wind pillar emerged from the beak and covered the fire ape's soul essence. That wind pillar was the same as the wind pillar inside Ming Shui. It produced a kind of suction force and pulled the fire ape's soul essence towards the beak. Great. Xiaohua was overjoyed. He agitated the phoenix celestial body's wings and fiercely flapped them. The wind pillar within the beak became bigger and bigger, and the suction force also became stronger. It actually sucked the fire ape's soul essence and the flames into a thin line of fire and entered the celestial body. Chapter 1869. As the extremely aggressive fire ape's soul essence was absorbed into the phoenix celestial body, the desolate aura that filled the entire cave was immediately swept away. As soon as the fire ape's soul essence entered the phoenix celestial body, the entire celestial body's 13200 small dots formed a 13,200 hurricane pillar that immediately entangled the fire ape's soul essence, constantly wearing it down and tearing it apart. In just the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, not only were the flames around the soul essence annihilated, even the soul essence was annihilated into a tiny particle. That particle was the most essential thing, and just a few wind pillars couldn't erase it. The phoenix celestial body let out a long cry, and it was actually filled with joy. The entire celestial body trembled rapidly, and all the wind pillars within its body changed direction, blowing towards the phoenix head of the celestial body. Very naturally, the soul essence followed the wind pillars and flew towards the phoenix head. However, there was also a small red dot on the phoenix head. As soon as the soul essence entered, that small red dot suddenly ignited into a cluster of flames, and then the flame was extinguished. The wind pillars surrounding this small dot also disappeared, and the small dot gradually condensed into a transparent appearance. Following the formation of a transparent crystal, countless information swarmed into Xiaohua's mind like a swarm of bees. Ah! Xiaohua couldn't help but scream miserably. His entire head felt like it was about to explode, and his figure suddenly fell from midair. Xiaohua! Shui was shocked, and hurriedly went forward. Just as Xiaohua fell, the phoenix celestial body was absorbed into his body, and he easily fell into Shui's bosom. At this critical moment, the reverse light in the space behind Xiaohua's head suddenly lit up, and several rays of light flew out, protecting Xiaohua's mind. Numerous information poured into the reverse light along with the rays of light. After an unknown amount of time, Xiaohua woke up from his coma. Before he even opened his eyes, he smelled an elegant fragrance. Xiaohua, who had been intimate with Fairy Hong Xia for a long time, immediately recognized that this was Xue Xue's body fragrance. He greedily took a deep breath, and when he opened his eyes, he saw Xue Xue's worried gaze. Seeing Xiao Hua open his eyes, Xue Xue was pleasantly surprised. She took the initiative to reach out and hug Xiao Hua's shoulder. She pressed her pink face against Xiao Hua's ear and let out a long sigh. "Xiao Hua, you're finally awake." Xiao Hua easily lifted his mouth and kissed Xue Xue's earlobe. Xue Xue quivered as if she had been electrocuted and rebuked. "This concubine was worried about you for half a day. You just woke up and you're already bullying me." With Xue Xue's abnormally shy appearance, how could she still be a peak stage qi refining cultivator? How was she any different from a little girl in the secular world? "Thank you for your hard work." Seeing Xue Xue let go of him, Xiao Hua jumped up, bowed to the ground, and said with a smile. Xue Xue's face regained some color. She pouted and ignored him. She pointed at the two magic tools floating in the air and asked, "What's going on?" That year, this concubine had also seen Uncle refine them. How come there wasn't such a big movement? Xiao Hua lifted his hand and rubbed his temples that were still somewhat swollen. He smiled bitterly in his heart. He naturally knew the reason. It was nothing more than a whimsical idea. He put the two magic tools together on the spur of the moment and refined them together. Who would have thought that half of the fire ape's soul essence would be sealed inside the two magic tools? When they were refined together, the two halves of the fire ape's soul essence would fuse into one and become a complete soul essence. This wasn't something that a foundation establishment cultivator could resist. How could this compare to Ling Jingyi refining a magic tool with half of the fire ape's soul essence? Moreover, Ling Jingyi's bloodline also contained the true blood of the fire ape. Presumably, he wouldn't suffer a backlash and wouldn't be harmed by the fire ape's soul essence. Of course, Xiao Hua's adventure this time was a success. His harvest was also plentiful. Not only did the Phoenix Dharma body obtain the fire ape's soul essence, even Xiao Hua himself also obtained a lot of information. Of course, it was only plentiful and not complete. Xiao Hua still didn't know how to use the fire ape's soul essence. Although there was a lot of information that entered Xiao Hua's mind, it was all owned by the fire ape. The majority of it wasn't something that Xiao Hua could understand. If it wasn't for the protection of reverse light, Xiao Hua would have probably been pushed crazy by these things. Alas, this husband also didn't expect my cultivation to be so profound. Xiao Hua blinked his eyes and said, "I actually successfully refined this sun moon corona." Seeing Xiao Hua's somewhat narcissistic appearance, Xue Xue very naturally raised her fist and lightly punched his shoulder. She rebuked, "Don't be so rash in the future. It's really too dangerous. You don't know how worried this concubine was." "I know," Xiao Hua said in a low voice. He smiled and reached out to embrace Xue Xue. Soon after, Xiao Hua pointed his hand and the sun moon corona flew back to his hand. However, when Xiao Hua's divine sense swept over it, he was surprised again. What's wrong?" Xue Xue was stunned. She struggled out of Xiao Hua's arms and looked at the brand new magic artifact. She asked curiously, "This thing is called the sun moon corona? Why, is it divided into two parts? One is called the glorious sun and the other is called the shadow moon? And it's even in the possession of my Misty Mountain and Flying Phoenix Ridge?" Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He also vaguely knew the name of this magic artifact from the fire ape's soul. As for why it was divided into two parts, the fire ape didn't know. He only knew from the fire ape's resentment that it was very apprehensive of this magic artifact. This husband also doesn't know. However, you see, this magic artifact has a layer of restriction. Moreover, it's very powerful. It's far from what my cultivation can guess. Presumably, this was left for you. Xiao Hua immediately remembered Ling Zhengyi's instructions. Xue Xue lightly bit her lips and nodded. She said, "Inside the restriction is a soul seal. It's related to this concubine." "Soul seal?" Xiao Hua was stunned. His eyes moved, but seeing Xue Xue's lazy face, he knew that she didn't want to say more. He handed the Sun Moon Corona over and said with a smile, "Since it's like this, wife should take it." "No, you take it." Xue Xue didn't raise her hand at all. The corner of her mouth raised and said, "This thing is very important to this concubine, and this concubine doesn't have the power to protect herself. It's most suitable to leave it with husband. When this concubine needs it, husband can give it to this concubine." "Hee, you really know how to pick a place." Xiao Hua smiled. With a wave of his hand, he put the magic artifact into his space. "Once this thing is in your husband's hands, no one can take it away." He, Xue Xue seemed to remember Xiao Hua's stingy appearance and actually laughed. Seeing Xue Xue's smile like a flower, Xiao Hua was also happy in his heart. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly felt something in his heart. He suddenly raised his head and saw the Flame Forest Mountain. He said in a low voice, "Refining this magic artifact is indeed useful." Soon after, Xiao Hua clapped his hand and took out the Sun Moon Corona. He held it in his hand and activated his magic power. Following the flickering of the Sun Moon Corona, Xiao Hua slightly narrowed his eyes. It seemed like he could see through the cave and look outside. Chapter 1870. After a long while, the Sun Moon Corona's brilliance finally extinguished. Xue Xue whispered, "Husband, what did you sense?" "That fire ape is indeed in Flame Forest Marsh." Xiao Hua nodded, "I can use this Sun Moon Corona to roughly sense its location." "That thing also seems to have sensed, the fire ape's soul essence was rushing here, but it stopped just now. I wonder why." "Then what about the lightning beast?" Xue Xue was first happy, then panicked. Xiao Hua shook his head, "I can't sense any lightning beast. However, we can't stay here for long. If it was just the fire ape, it would be fine, but if there's also the lightning beast, how can we be their match? Let's go." Saying this, Xiao Hua put the Sun Moon Corona into his space. At this moment, a messaging talisman flew into the cave. "Ha, great!" Xiao Hua was overjoyed. "Grandmaster Zhenyi came, it's really the right time." However, when Xiao Hua flew out of the cave and saw only Xiang Yang and Yan Qinglian, he couldn't help but be stunned. Xiang Yang clearly knew Xiao Hua's thoughts and said with a smile, "Grandmaster Zhenyi hasn't come yet, but I've already discussed it with your senior sister-in-law. According to the time, the Jade Slip should have already reached the Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, Grandmaster Zhenyi should have also come to Shihuang Town. Since he hasn't come yet, then presumably he isn't in the Imperial Thunder Sect. Although we have Grandmaster Zhenyi's help, we have a better chance of obtaining the Lightning Beast's core. However, if he doesn't come, there are still many sects and cultivation families eyeing the Lightning Beast. If we're late, I'm afraid we'll miss the opportunity. This core is related to my lifespan. I really can't wait." Xiao Hua smiled bitterly. He naturally knew eldest senior brother's urgent thoughts, but what were the fire ape and the lightning beast? Yesterday, they almost couldn't deal with the fire ape's soul essence. How could they subdue the lightning beast? After thinking for a moment, Xiao Hua nodded and said, "I'll let eldest senior brother know. I've just finished refining the magic tool I obtained from Misty Mountain." "Is that so?" "Great," Xiang Yang said with a happy expression. "However, I've already sensed that the fire ape and lightning beast seem to be rushing in our direction. If eldest senior brother wants, we can rush over right now. Are you kidding me?" Xiang Yang's expression changed when he heard this. He asked anxiously, "Are you telling the truth?" "Absolutely." Xiao Hua nodded without hesitation. "Damn it, then why aren't you running?" Xiang Yang glared at Xiao Hua and immediately flew into the air, asking, "Which way should we run?" Xiao Hua pointed with his finger. Xiang Yang waved his hand without hesitation. Let's go. The four of them flew for more than half a day. Seeing that they were about to reach the periphery of the flame forest marsh, Xiang Yang stopped and asked in a low voice, Junior brother Xiao, how is it now? Xiao Hua took out the sun-moon corona, sensed it for a moment, and nodded. I can't sense the fire ape's information anymore. It must be far away from it. Yes. Xiang Yang relaxed and smiled bitterly. I knew that the thunder beast was close to the fire ape, but I couldn't attack it. I really had no choice. Junior brother Xiao, the fire ape left the flame forest swamp, and actually found its way to our vicinity. Is it because of junior brother's sacrificial refining of the magic tool? Yan Qinglian inquired. Xiao Hua nodded. Indeed. Then if you're controlling the magic tool now, won't the fire ape be able to sense it? It shouldn't. Xiao Hua smiled. When I was sacrificial refining, something went wrong and attracted the fire ape's attention. Controlling this magic tool shouldn't attract its attention. Okay. Yan Qinglian nodded. The four of them waited for several hours. Seeing that the moon was bright and the stars were few, Xiao Hua asked in a low voice, eldest senior brother, where should we go? In my opinion, it's better to first see where the cultivators of the other sects are. If we can join forces, that would be the best. Otherwise, we can only watch from the sidelines and see if there's a chance. Xiang Yang was obviously a bit diffident. Yes. Xiao Hua thought for a moment and said, let's go to the place where the fire ape stopped to take a look. Maybe there are some fellow Taoists there. Xiang Yang and the others didn't have any objections. They followed Xiao Hua and flew to the other side of the flame forest swamp. Before Xiao Hua's group of four arrived, their divine senses swept over and they were immediately shocked by the miserable situation in front of them. They looked at each other in astonishment and then increased their flying speed. When they arrived, although they were already mentally prepared, they still couldn't help but sigh endlessly. They saw that this was a place filled with rugged mountain rocks. The surrounding area was about several hundred feet of undulating gentle slopes. There were several dozen corpses of cultivators. They couldn't be said to be complete corpses, but they were all broken corpses. They were scattered all over this desolate mountain area. Dark brown blood stains had already dried up and were smeared on the mountain rocks. The strangest thing was that these several dozen cultivators' heads could be considered complete, but there was a bowl-sized hole on each head. The inside of each head was empty and blood-stained. All of their brains had been dug out by spirit beasts. Moreover, there were many burn marks on the mountain rocks. Occasionally, there were also marks of lightning strikes. Next to these cultivators' corpses, there were some scattered medicinal pills, yellow talismans, and so on. As for storage pouches, without exception, they were all torn apart. There were also many broken magic tools. The majority of them were broken and were no longer worth repairing. Only a large amount of spirit stones were left on the ground, untouched by anyone. Sigh. Shue Shue sighed. She slightly raised her head and looked into the distance. Immediately after, Yan Qinglian also shook her head and no longer looked at the miserable situation. Forget it. Xiao Hua glanced at Xiang Yang and said in a low voice, mortals have a custom of being buried in the ground for peace. Although we cultivators don't emphasize this, it's also not appropriate for these fellow Taoists' corpses to be left here. Little brother, how about we melt them? And Xiang Yang slightly nodded and said, it's also a good deed for you. Hearing Xiang Yang's command, Xiao Hua sighed and waved his hand. Dozens of starfires flew out and landed on the corpses under the control of his divine sense. It didn't take long for the corpses to be cleaned up. Then, Xiao Hua didn't stand on ceremony. He waved his hand and gathered the scattered spirit stones, medicinal pills, and yellow talismans into his storage pouch. Xiang Yang released his divine sense and checked the tokens and magic tools scattered on the ground. After Xiao Hua collected the spirit stones, he said, the fellow Taoists who died here include Seven Skills Sect, Fuzhan Sect, Huang Dao Sect, and Raging Flames sect. There are a total of 9 sections. Most of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators and a small number of them were Qi Refinement cultivators. Zhan Yu from Huanghua sect was also within this number. When Xiaohua used the fireball to burn the cultivator's remains, he already saw a head that looked similar to Zhan Yu's. Hearing this, he nodded silently. "Husband, I'm afraid something is wrong." Yan Qinglian, who had been silent, said, "Wasn't Zhan Yu with Qian Yiming? Since Zhan Yu died here, what about Qian Yiming? Why aren't there any traces of spirit husbandry sect's disciples?" Xiang Yang nodded first, then shook his head. Ever since Xiaohua killed Pu Jianyuan in the Fog Mountain, Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming revealed the fire ape's whereabouts. Zhan Yu and Qian Yiming lost the foundation for cooperation. Perhaps they thought that we would also come to Flame Forest Swamp and Qian Yiming might have given up. "I don't think so." Yan Qinglian shook her head and said, "Previously, I thought the same as you. I thought that the cultivators of the various sects were doing their own thing and wanted to snatch the fire ape or lightning beast's inner core, just like us. But looking at the cultivators who died here, there are no less than 2 people from each sect. Furthermore, there are a few sects gathered together. I'm afraid things aren't that simple." "You're right, wife." Xiang Yang thought for a moment and said, "However, they originally came to Flame Forest Swamp as a group. If they heard some news, the sects would have come to an agreement and gathered together. This is normal. Furthermore, didn't we also want to find someone to cooperate with?" Yan Qinglian was silent for a moment and asked again, "There's still something strange. The fire ape is a rank 5 spirit beast and the lightning beast is even rank 6. They're far from what these Foundation Establishment cultivators can handle. Why did they still walk into the trap in groups? There aren't any core formation seniors among these dead cultivators, right?" This time, Xiang Yang also had nothing to say. He nodded and said, "Indeed, they're all Foundation Establishment cultivators. They don't even have a single magic weapon. This is a very strange matter. Senior sister-in-law, there's only one possibility." Xiaohua had been thinking all along. Only now did he open his mouth and say, "This is the periphery of Flame Forest Swamp." They simply didn't expect that the fire ape and lightning beast would suddenly come out from Flame Forest Swamp and couldn't dodge in time. Or maybe they weren't going for the fire ape at all. When they collided like this, they were caught off guard. Shui agreed and said, "It should be so. Even I didn't expect Xiao Lang to refine a magic tool. The fire ape also came for this, so they must have encountered them." Looking at the remnants of the ground, Xiang Yang felt a burst of lingering fear in his heart. Just a moment ago, he was still full of ambition and wanted to fight for his lifespan, but when he saw so many cultivators who weren't inferior to him being trampled on like this, his confidence couldn't help but be extinguished by a lot. "If we didn't leave just now." Yan Qinglian also felt lingering fear and said, "I'm afraid it would have been extremely dangerous." Although his confidence was extinguished by a lot, Xiang Yang's state of mind was calm again. He glanced at Yan Qinglian and said, "Since it was dangerous, we shouldn't get involved." Junior Martial Brother Xiao passed the news of the lightning beast to Martial Uncle Zhenyi. "As for whether or not he can obtain the lightning beast's core, it's not something we can consider. Your husband will accompany you to see the sea." Yan Qinglian smiled happily and slightly shook her head. "Actually, after Master told me about the lightning beast, I already went to check the ancient records of Sunlei Palace. As early as several tens of thousands of years ago, there were records of the lightning beast appearing in Fenghe Sea. Even if Junior Martial Sister Shui didn't say it, I would have gone with my husband." "Wife." Xiang Yang reached out and held Yan Qinglian's hands, saying very softly, "You went to Sunlei Palace only to say goodbye to Senior Martial Sister. I didn't expect that you actually went to check the ancient records. Although I also want to travel freely with my husband, but we have a chance to spend more time together. Why not give it a try?" Yan Qinglian said softly again, "With Junior Martial Brother Zhao's magic tool, we can know the whereabouts of the fire ape, and our lives won't be in danger." Chapter 1871. Xiang Yang shook his head. What I want is the Thunder Beast's core, not the Fire Ape. Junior brother Zhao's magic tool is useless. Yan Qinglian's heart was distressed. She understood that Xiang Yang didn't want her and Xiao Hua's group to be implicated in this matter and lose their lives easily. Thus, she said tenderly, I'll listen to my husband. If my husband says we're going to Guihe, we'll leave Flame Forest Marsh immediately. Seeing that his sister-in-law had decided, Xiao Hua glanced at Shui. The two of them also nodded inwardly. However, at this moment, two divine senses swept over from the direction of Flame Forest Marsh and locked onto the four of them. Humph. Xiao Hua frowned and looked impatiently in that direction. He was already in a bad mood. How could he not be annoyed when he was locked onto by someone's divine sense? Hee, fellow Taoists, my master has already warned you not to approach Flame Forest Marsh. What? Are you not going to listen to a golden core cultivator? Not long after, two Foundation establishment middle-stage old men flew in front of them. They glanced at everything on the ground and sneered. We don't dare. Fellow Taoists, we're preparing to leave now. Xiang Yang didn't want to be meddlesome and cupped his hands. You're a disciple of Imperial Thunder Sect? The old man on the left asked. That's right. I'm Xiang Yang from Myriad Thunder Valley. This is my wife and two junior brothers. Xiang Yang nodded. Yes, I'm Yu Miao. This is I's junior brother, Chan Xinyan. The cultivator on the left cupped his hands. Hee, greetings fellow Taoists Yu and fellow Taoists Chan. Seeing that the two's attitude had returned to friendliness, Xiang Yang cupped his hands in greeting. Yu Miao smiled and returned the greeting. Since you're a disciple of a famous sect and you're so sensible, I won't make things difficult for you. You only need to take out the things that don't belong to you from your storage pouch. As for my master's side, I'll talk to him. I will take the initiative to ask the four of you to leave. What? Xiang Yang was stunned. Then, he sneered. Fellow Taoist Yu, what do you mean? You don't understand what I mean? Another cultivator by the name of Chan Xingyan shouted out rudely, my master has already warned all of you. All of you had better hurry to Flame Forest Marsh. According to my master's orders, all of you will die here. Since my senior brother is merciful and has let you all go, why don't you all hurry up and bring the medicinal pills, jade slips, and other things over? If I don't take it, are you two going to attack me? Xiang Yang was so angry that he laughed. You're just a cultivator from the Five Elements sect. How can you be more arrogant than my Imperial Thunder sect? Hee, how about the Imperial Thunder sect? I was prepared to let you go for the sake of the Imperial Thunder sect. What's wrong? Just you, a brat who just entered middle stage Foundation establishment, want to make things difficult for us? Chan Xinyan smiled coldly and said, if you don't wish to perish here, hurry up and take out the thing. Xiang Yang looked at Yan Qinglian, but his gaze passed over her head. Xiao Hua nodded slightly. Seeing Xiao Hua nod, Xiang Yang's heart calmed down. He shouted at Xiao Hua and Shui, you all stand to the side and guard carefully. Watch how I deal with these two arrogant people. Yes, we will follow senior brother's orders. Xiao Hua reached out his hand. Dozens of fireball talismans were held in his hand. He looked very guarded. Shui understood and also took out her yellow talismans. Seeing Xiao Hua take out the fireball talismans, Xiang Yang was secretly happy. He also clapped his hands. A 1 zhang long spear was actually held in his hand. Not to mention the others, Xiao Hua was first stunned. Since he became Helplessness's disciple, he had never seen his eldest brother use a celestial device. This was the first time he saw Xiang Yang take out his handy celestial device. Although Xiao Hua had never guessed what Xiang Yang's celestial device looked like, when he saw the long spear, he instantly understood why Helplessness scolded him so harshly at the Life and Death Temple outside the Racing Thunder Field, accused him of not doing his job properly, and hated him for using martial arts to defeat Yan Xiafeng. It turns out, Xiang Yang also has martial skills. Sure enough, Xiang Yang held his magic tool, Thunderstrike, in his hand. He raised his eyes and looked at Xiao Hua. There was some helplessness in his eyes. He shook his hand and shouted, "Eat Eyes Spear." Under the urging of his transcendence energy, the spear was like lightning. Threads of lightning surged out from the spear shaft. Following Xiang Yang's spear move, it flashed with thunderbolts and shot towards Yu Yuemiao. Yu Yuemiao laughed loudly and said, "Thy transcendence energy is only a so-so. Watch Eyes methods." As he spoke, he clapped his hands. A large alms bowl was held in his hand. Under the urging of his transcendence energy, a misty splendor gushed out from the alms bowl. It was really like a fountain. "Rise," Yu Yuemiao lightly rebuked. The spell in his hand changed. That splendor flew out with his hand gesture. It slightly stagnated a few feet in front of him. Soon after, it rotated and formed a thin layer about 1 zhang in circumference, like a shield. Peng, a muffled sound was heard. Xiang Yang's spear tip had hit this layer of light curtain. A burst of crackling sound was heard. The light purple electric light quickly covered the entire light curtain. The entire light curtain shook in an instant. Hee, can Ai's eyesight be fake? You really are a brat who just entered the middle stage of foundation establishment. Yu Yuemiao laughed sinisterly. The spell in his hand changed again. The splendor in the alms bowl condensed into the shape of ice thorns. They flew towards Xiang Yang from the left and right. Xiang Yang brandished his spear. Like a dragon drinking water, lightning flashed from the left and right, respectively hitting the ice thorns flying towards him. But in the instant that the ice thorns were hit, they suddenly trembled and unexpectedly split into two. They dodged the lightning and rushed towards Xiang Yang's body. "This is bad." Xiao Hua watched the battle from the side and slightly frowned. He didn't know if Xiang Yang had a defensive magic tool on him. However, just as Xiao Hua started to worry, Xiang Yang's body unexpectedly flipped in midair. He extremely nimbly dodged the ice thorns. Although his skill couldn't compare to Xiao Hua's, it was absolutely impressive. Hee, so when eldest senior brother fought with me, he still held back a few moves. Xiao Hua laughed and immediately looked towards the battle between Yan Qinglian and Chan Xingyan. In Yan Qinglian's hand was a horsetail whisk. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it actually contained the power of lightning. Every time she waved it, traces of lightning would scatter like raindrops. Chan Xingyan was unable to withstand it. And Chan Xingyan was just like his name, he had a fire attribute physique. That magic tool was even more strange. It was like a rock, except that the rock was completely red and there were crimson flames lingering on it. Every time Chan Xingyan used his magic to smash it, Yan Qinglian would feel a suffocating heat pressing down on her, causing her to feel extremely uncomfortable. "Go!" Yan Qinglian shouted. Like swinging a horse whip, she swung the horsetail whisk slightly above her head and swung it towards Chan Xingyan. Dozens and even hundreds of tiny lightning bolts flew towards Chan Xingyan. Chan Xingyan hated these tiny lightning bolts the most. He waved his hand and a thin flame flew out, forming a wall of fire. He wanted to block the lightning bolts in front of him. But the magic that he condensed from his magic power couldn't compare to the lightning bolts of the magic tool. After dozens of lightning bolts passed, the wall of fire immediately disappeared without a trace. You're tuning into the Biyao's Wuxia Chronicles YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.